Good morning, everybody. I'd like to call the July meeting of the Safety Committee to order. First up, always we check to see if there are any public speakers.
So I believe there are. Go ahead, Chris.
We have two public speakers. One will be in person, Murray Bowden, followed by Christopher Grief, remote.
Let's hear from our public speakers. Thank you.
Good morning. Sorry I didn't recognize you downstairs. I was wondering how you got in ahead of me. Now I know. You're going to have a presentation here this morning by Kathy. Here? Yeah, hi, Kathy. About railroad crossings. And it's 99% incorrect. The problem with railroad crossings is you have both traffic lights and flashing red lights at the top, which is confusing to drivers. Why shouldn't you have just plain traffic lights and gates like you have on coming from the East River Drive to the Bronx or on the Hutchinson River Parkway or in every crossing in Florida where there's a gate? We did that here. It says right here. We've always done it that way. The problem is you have to simplify it. And you have the person on your staff who taught me that. Kathy said that it has to be consistent and the same every time. The Valhalla Railroad accident happened because the woman who came there had no idea what two pieces of wood across there meant a railroad crossing. It should have had traffic lights and a gate. You have electronics that tell me when a train is coming down the road. Why are you blowing the whistle from the train? You tell me at the station, step back. There's a train coming. It's coming in 14 seconds. So why are you blowing a train horn? This is not something I'm bringing up today. You have it in your record that I've spoken about this at least 10 times here at this meeting. If you don't correct the safety issue, good morning, Dave. If you don't correct the safety issues here, where are you going to correct them?
Let's hear from our remote public commenter, if we can now.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Christopher D. Grife. Hi, everyone. And happy ADA 32 as we celebrate tomorrow the American Disability Act. We also need to make sure that safety is matters very important, from train stations to bus stops as well. We need to also work on safety for making sure that people are getting in and out those gates for walkers and wheelchairs. Lately, we need to really work on those because people have no courtesy for seniors or people with disabilities when they do pay the fare at the audit gate. So can we please work on the safety there? Because seniors and people with disability likes to get on a train, especially on the Q Express going on the N Express, which was a fun trip. It's great to see it, very crowded, and getting everyone to go to Coney Island. But again, we need to work on every station with the gates. That's including every accessibility. So please, let's do our part of doing that. Thank you so much, and happy ADA 32, everyone.
That concludes our speakers for today.
Okay. Good reminder to celebrate the ADA, especially in light of our incredible resolution that we reached with the disability community. So thank you for that, Mr. Greif. If we're done with the public speakers, can I ask for an approval of the minutes or comments on the minutes? Okay, the minutes have no comments on the minutes. Note that significant milestone. And do I have a motion? Second. Minutes are approved. Mr. Warren, are there any changes to the work plan?
Yes, Chairman, there are two changes to the work plan. One is first regarding the clean energy program. That will be briefed in a different venue. And the second is that the next safety committee, originally scheduled for October, will now be in November. That's it.
Okay. With that, can you take us through the agenda for today?
Sure. Glad to. Good morning, everybody. Board members, the safety metrics are in the book starting on page 8. Safety statistic trends for employees and customers generally continue to have a positive trend, which is great. While improvements in assaults on employees is also trending in the right direction, we continue to strive to increase police presence on our subways, buses, and trains, as well as including the installation of cameras and other security systems and programs such as artificial intelligence and recent work with New York on the worker safety bill to further reduce the risk of assault on our heroic employees. So if there are no questions on that, I'm going to go into the two major presentations for this meeting. The first is on homeless program efforts, and the second update will be done on the topic of reducing risk at highway rail grade crossings. So first, homeless update. Quality of life challenges within the transportation systems are not new to the MTA, but have taken a greater significance in the past year as we strive to encourage more riders back to our system. The number of individuals sheltering in subway systems is of particular concern, primarily as our system is not a healthy place for anyone to shelter for extended periods of time, and it presents safety and security concerns to those riders who are confronted by the quality of life consequences stemming from others sheltering in stations and cars. Consequently, the MTA has made a concerted effort to team up with stakeholders from city and state and the state to identify and get resources to those experiencing homelessness, addiction issues, and other mental health challenges found within the transportation system. This slide highlights the challenge and progress being made towards reducing the number of individuals sheltering in the subway system. Specifically, this slide illustrates the average number of individuals sheltering on trains during the morning and evening peak rush hour periods and during the overnight. You can observe that as we've moved into the fall and winter of 2021, following the ending of the overnight subway shutdown and a period of widespread vaccinations occurred, we began to witness a significant increase in the number of individuals sheltering in the system. To reverse this trend, we utilized a host of programs. Of major significance, Mayor Adams and Governor Hochul rallied resources available to them as identified in their subway safety plan they announced last January to get services to the vulnerable populations sheltering within our system. Our combined work has helped reverse this trend, but there remains much work to do before we fully address this social crisis. Listed here are the number of programs the MTA is engaged with stakeholders to bring services to those in need and to improve the quality of life experience for customers. To give you a flavor of what these programs include, I'll take a minute to describe just a few of them. End of line. In a previous slide, you may recall that the overnight period going into the morning rush hour is when the most people are observed sheltering in the subways. The end-of-line program represents a significant effort by the MTA, city, and state to put a robust joint team of professionals at key end-of-line stations where analysis shows we have the highest concentration of those needing services. By focusing at end-of-line stations, we have the greatest opportunity to interact with clients as the trains are stationary for long periods of time, often 20 minutes or more, at these locations. The city and state are providing both outreach workers and clinicians, this is the nurses and other mental health professionals, to engage with those with substance abuse, mental health, and homelessness challenges, and to drive them toward services. The NYPD and the MTA PD are present to provide security to the outreach staffs as well as to move people out of cars and stations in order to facilitate cleaning and other quality of life concerns. And to this point, New York City Transit has station and train car cleaning teams as well as supervision working to clean cars and stations to improve the customer experience. As of the last week, over 6,000 individuals have been referred to services with about 600 remaining in shelter. Let me now talk about another program at Grand Central Terminal. They actually have a set of programs. There's one at Penn and there's one at Grand Central. I'll explain Grand Central. We focused on these stations as they are huge portions of our ridership pass through these stations every day and are often the first place that new visitors to the city experience. I'll focus on GCT. Similar to the end-of-line program, at GCT, we partner with a host of organizations to include the business partners there. These locations include a confluence of transportation systems and businesses to include multiple police jurisdictions. At GCT, multiple subway lines, Metro North, and soon-to-be Long Island Railroad are in this space. Further, the dozens of businesses, both inside and outside the terminal, are keenly interested in providing a quality customer experience. So like the end-of-line program, we outreach to those in need as an integral part of our operations. In addition to the outreach, the many partners of GCT collaborate to improve infrastructure, such as improved lighting and making sure that we limit access to locations where encampments have developed. Further, police and security forces are better coordinated to provide for more effective and efficient patrolling of this large and growing complex. The graph in the bottom right illustrates the decrease in observed individuals violating rules within Grand Central Terminal for the last 2 quarters due to these efforts. More importantly, those who frequent this terminal will have likely experienced a marked improvement. Lastly, I'll talk about the Borough Homeless Roundtable Meeting program we have. This last program will highlight is a program that has multiple stakeholders like the others from the medical, outreach, police, and security communities. The program is different in that it focuses on subway stations that have repeat observations of inappropriate behavior and on specific chronic service-resistant individuals routinely identified by customers, station staff, outreach workers, and the police. Here, case management for service-resistant clients is practiced, and the client's progress is followed. Further, joint teams of police and security and outreach follow patterns of indiscipline and attempt to prevent it before it occurs. Challenges within each borough are addressed monthly. As described by MTA, along with its city, state, and community partners, are all applying a very focused and robust collaboration effort to use the resources that we possess in the most efficient and effective manner to get more optimal results. I would be remiss to say that while homeless challenges are not nearly as much viewed on the railroad system, they do exist there, and we also conduct coordinated outreach and police activities to address those challenges. Now, unless there are questions on this, what I've explained, I'll move into highway great question. Sure.
What have we done to become independent from law enforcement? We're dependent on the state, the city. What about our system? Where have we begun a program of recruiting the way the mayor has? The mayor graduated another class. And what have you done as the chief safety officer to encourage more MTA police officers? And Chief Miller, welcome to the MTA.
Thank you, Board Member Mack. So we continue to have a very positive uptick in the number of officers in our system. We have seen growth over the last several years, particularly coming out of the pandemic, of several hundred officers just in the last, since January. And they have both gone, some of them have been brand new officers, some of them have been what we call rollovers coming from other police departments. The ones that are brand new officers are coming out of training now, and they're being placed into the system. And Chief Mueller, who's here, can explain a little bit more, if you care, about how they're being, how we're placing them, as well as the rollovers are after a very short training period are then put into the system. We again are focusing on programs such as this. We look at where we use data analysis to do a kind of precision policing technique in making sure that we effectively use our resources to the best of our ability. We're getting better at it, and we continue to hone that skill every day. Sir.
This is not on the subject, but that map that you're showing here, you might want to redraw that. It shows Flatbush and Nostrand almost as far south as Coney Island, so that map needs a redraw.
Thank you. Okay, let me switch to grade crossings, if that's it.
Since it was pointed out that Chief Mueller has joined us for the first time since we swore him in, thank you for all you're about to do to help us to grow security for our passengers and our system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And let me add one other point. This is the first meeting we've had the leads from the security offices and all the departments, along with the leads from the safety office and all the departments, and they're on the far side of the table there, alongside with Chief. So we're going to continue to meld the two together, because safety and security often go together, and that was a question that was asked before. Okay, so I'm going to switch to a safety topic, and that's grade crossing safety. We want to provide an update on this for you all. Nationally, grade crossings are one of the most significant hazards on the rail systems. In 2021, I'm sorry, thank you. Yeah, okay. In 2021, the Federal Railroad Administration recorded 2,147 grade crossing incidents that resulted in 236 fatalities. Our goal, working together with the railroads in the state of New York, Department of Transportation, and local municipalities, which is very important, along the right-of-way, is to improve safety at the more than 450 crossings located within the MTA service area. Several years ago, the MTA set out on an ambitious project to conduct a comprehensive evaluation of all Metro North and Long Island Railroad grade crossings. From these evaluations, locations for potential safety improvements have been identified and categorized through using railroad feedback, incident data, and recent events. To date, approximately 220 of these grade crossing safety improvement inspections have been conducted with improvements implemented. It's a collaborative effort between New York State DOT, MTA, and local municipalities. Many aspects of a grade crossing are taken into consideration. This includes, as our speaker talked about, roadway approaches, warning signs and markers, traffic, volume, existing control devices, pedestrian treatments, and more. Can we go back a slide? Thank you. Typical findings and recommendations from the inspections involve improvements to active and passive warning devices. And so an active one is one that lights and bells and arms that move. A passive one is just like a sign. Signs and road treatments, pedestrian gates and pathways, signaling interconnectivity between the right-of-way and the roadway, CCTV cameras with digital recording devices. These inspections serve as the starting point for safety improvement project discussions and federal and state grant consideration. And to that note, okay, we're through that. Since 2016, the MTA has aggressively sought grant funding to support grade crossing safety improvements. Partnering with NISDOT and MTA, the MTA has a grant portfolio of roughly $40 million covering safety improvements at over 60 grade crossings in our territories. These projects include installation of CCTV digital recorders and vehicle detection devices at 44 of these grade crossings. Other safety improvements include updated warning signals and devices, signs and pavement markings, pedestrian gates and pathways, and crossing panels. These improvements are in various stages of progress, from survey to planning and design or construction. This past April, working closely again with New York State DOT, we applied for a $21.5 million grant for grade crossing improvements at 10 Long Island Railroad crossings and 5 Metro North crossings. The award announcement is anticipated to be made in August, and we're pretty optimistic. And as a result of the bipartisan infrastructure law, a working group consisting of the Chair's Office, Construction and Development, Headquarters Safety, and our railroads was formed to select eligible crossings for grade separation. This project is currently being worked with NISDOT to advance them. Now, and we're pretty optimistic that we'll get some movement there with that particular grant too. So that's very exciting. Now, with this introduction, the railroads will next provide you with some specifics on the status of their crossing and improvement activities. So let me turn the microphone over to Lori Ebbinghausen.
May I interrupt for a second? Yeah. I mean, especially for our new board members, one of the biggest grade crossing elimination projects in MTA history or regional history is the so-called third track project. between Floral Park and Hicksville, which is a $2.5 billion project to expand the capacity of that section of the railroad so that the main line of the Long Island Railroad can carry a lot more people. But among other things, eliminated 8 grade crossings and did them, each of them, in a weekend. So that is a huge undertaking, and it's an area which had historically had terrible problems with, because it's so densely populated, people were violating the crossings. There was a major accident where multiple people were killed in the last year or two, in the last couple of years before the project actually was able to eliminate these crossings. So in addition to all the work that Pat is describing, that is integrated into that major capital project is elimination of some of the most dangerous grade crossings in the whole system. Pat.
Yeah, thank you. Go ahead, Lauren.
Good morning, and I'd like to welcome all of our new committee members this morning. I look forward to working with each and every one of you. I wanted to give you some background as far as Long Island Railroad. We have really focused on the 4 E's, education, enforcement, engineering, and elimination, as Chair Lieber had mentioned. We're very conscious. We're the oldest and busiest commuter railroad in North America, and we're very conscious that a lot of the communities on Long Island grew up around our grade crossings. So on the education front, having operated pre-pandemic well over 700 trains every day, 500 or more on the weekends, and now operating over 600. We're very focused on the risk that the grade crossings present within the communities that we serve, as well as to our operations. The TRACS program actually was born out of a tragedy that occurred back in 1982 at Herrick's Crossing, which has since been eliminated. We had a van full of teenagers, 10 to be exact, 9 of whom lost their life when the driver went around the activated grade crossing. So we're very focused on our partnership with the MTA police. Can't thank Chief Mueller enough for the efforts, his officers, Matarazzo and Merkel, partnering with our community education specialists, Chris Ann Fabio, Linda Katz, and Karen Gale. Very focused on classroom training, on Operation Lifesaver events. Pre-pandemic, we were serving actually close to 119,000 participants annually. Unfortunately, we're starting to see that come back. We're now at roughly 20,000 participants per year. Back in 2015, we started a safety slogan contest in the schools. And to update you, you're going to see on the slide there our new, borrowing a page from our colleagues at Metro North, our new safety superhero, Safety Sam. This year, we had an elementary school winner, Isaiah Bican, name our safety superhero. A middle school winner, Gennaro Perez, who created the safety hero costume that you're seeing there, and due to an award of a grant for $20,000 from the Federal Transit Administration in partnership with Operation Lifesaver, we're going to make that costume make that a reality. And working with the police explorers, focusing on our new slogan, "Don't be hasty, follow train safety." So we're very focused on education and engaging with young people and the communities that we serve from a very young age to teach them about the hazards that the grade crossings present and making sure that they're aware of how to navigate through that hazard. With that stated, you can see, despite those efforts, that we do have quite a bit of events that still occur. So for non-reportable grade crossing incidents, you'll see the statistics, and we have seen some benefit over the years, and I'll talk about what some of those interventions were that resulted in that. But a lot of the delays that impact our customer experience are due to people running around the gates, cars driving around the gates. So those non-reportable grade crossing incidents are what you're seeing there, those behavioral aspects. On the bottom with the reportable grade crossing incidents, the majority of those over the course of the 2020 through the present, 12 of those were actually pedestrians that intentionally.
Let's go back several slides. Let's get to your slide.
Yeah.
Back.
We're actually on Long Island grade crossing statistics.
Back one more.
There we go. Thank you. I'll say next slide when we're ready to go. All right, so you'll see the course of events from 2020 to 2022. The majority of those grade crossing incidents that were reportable were 12 of those were people that intentionally put themselves in the middle of the crossing, those pedestrians, and 7 of those were car related. And with the cars, they tend to be disabled cars, weather conditions, or people that deliberately drive around the gates. Going to the next slide. And that's, challenging for us. And I mentioned how a lot of the communities have grown up around our stations, which means a lot of crossings on Long Island. You'll see public highway crossings, we total around 271, and private, which tend to be more of the farms and the wineries and such out east, we have 44. But we do provide a lot of warning at the crossings. By regulation, every crossing has that emergency notification sign, and I can't stress enough, with recent events that occurred with Amtrak, the importance of that emergency notification sign. That number right there on that sign, with that crossing number, each individual crossing has a unique ID. That number gets you directly to the MTA police, who can then intervene and provide emergency response to that crossing should there be any concern. So every crossing, whether it's public or private, has that emergency notification sign. Pat had talked earlier about the passive and the active warning treatments that we have. And surprisingly, the active warnings treatments are not necessarily required by regulation, but we've invested in that over the years to provide that visual and that audible warning so that folks know that they're at the grade crossing. With that said, though, we still have folks, and if you go to the next slide, that we need to...
Ask a question before you do that, on that slide.
Okay.
How far in advance of the crossing is there notification a crossing is coming?
So we follow the Municipal Uniform Traffic Code, and that book, and partnering with the municipalities that we serve, there are signs that are put up, and normally those are signs that are maintained by the local road authorities that say the crossing is coming and put that notification out there. So that visual warning is what folks tend to see first, and then obviously the active warning treatments are right at the crossing itself.
And we had an issue, maybe it was a year ago, with Waze actually directing cars onto the tracks. Has that all been resolved?
So I'm actually was going to talk a
gonna
little
talk
bit about that later on.
Okay, thanks.
But yeah, Waze has been a tremendous partner for us, and I'll talk a little bit about that as well. But if we turn to the enforcement slide, which is not that slide. There's a slide titled enforcement. So we got education we talked about. We talked about, there we go. So again, one more back. Okay. So again, in partnership with the MTA Police, and our signal department is very good with sharing the broken gate data that we report on every month with the MTA Police. And I think Pat mentioned the concept of precision policing. Same thing goes with the grade crossings, that given the volume of grade crossings that we have to navigate, we work closely with the police department to share where we're seeing the most risk, whether it's broken gates or behaviors, so that they can provide the details and then issue warnings, summons, and in some cases, you'll see in 2021, even an arrest. So it is a violation of New York vehicle traffic law to go around those gates and to violate that crossing protection. And we thank our MTA police partners for their enforcement in the field. So now turning to engineering solutions, and here's where I'll touch on the success with Waze. So thanks to our friends at Bridges and Tunnels back in 2017, 2018, they turned us on to a partnership with Waze. We joined their Concerned Citizens Committee. And we were able to share with them the lat-long, the GPS navigational statistics for each of our crossings, and we actually piloted with them a notification. Very pleased to report that based on the success of that pilot program, which Metro North also participated in, that they've now adopted that internationally as a warning, and that what you'll see on that slide there is the actual warning that now comes into play when you're using the Waze app. So that's something that we're very proud of, and back in 2018, a lot of that worked, so we partnered with Waze. Folks may remember that we also installed, our engineering department went out and put a lot of delineators and striping, so there was that additional visual reinforcement at the crossings. And so with that, those treatments and with that partnership with Waze, and FRA actually did a study, the Federal Railroad Administration in 2019, that showed over an 80% reduction in events of the crossings due to that engineering solutions that we had in the field. Pat mentioned the grant programs. We have, you'll see on here, Executive Drive is one of the locations where, again, we have a lot of challenges due to the geography there and the way the road is constructed there. So we've done some improvements there and look forward to working under a grant funding to get some more improvements in place, working in partnership with the town of Islip, the Suffolk County, and Atlantic and Nassau County is another one where we're working very closely with Nassau County, PSEG, and New York State DOT to do some improvements there. So we are trying to leverage funding to go after those crossings where we continue to see more of a risk and more behaviors of concern. But as Chair Lieber mentioned, if you go to the next slide, the best solution for us is elimination. And I have to say, prior to third track, we only had really 2 crossing eliminations in recent memory, and recent meaning Herrick's that we eliminated in 1994 and Rosalind Road in 2008. So what was done in third track is historic as far as the level of risk reduction because of the elimination, whether it's grade separation or closure of these crossings. And we've already seen the benefits of that through our reduction in broken gates. But for the customer experience and for safety of the communities that we serve, this is tremendous. And elimination is really is the culmination of a lot of efforts for across the MTA and with our community partners. So real benefit for safety there. And I'll turn it over to my colleague at Metro North.
Good morning, and once again, welcome to our new committee members. And in the interest of time, since my colleague has done such a wonderful job giving you a lot of the context about the railroad's efforts related to grade crossing safety, I'll focus on the specifics for Metro North. So if we could go to the first slide, please. So for Metro North, these are our grade crossing statistics. So again, you see the non-reportable grade crossing incidents on the top row, which are the broken gates, and the reportable in the second row. And the one thing I want to note is that the information here does include incidents involving Amtrak equipment. So, for example, the 2 for 2021 involved Amtrak equipment. So you see Amtrak as well as Metro North incidents there. And if we can go to the next slide, please. So we have significantly fewer grade crossings at Metro North than are at Long Island Railroad. So you see we have 74 public highway rail crossings and 34 private. And if you go to the next slide, what I'd like to focus on for my remarks is the improvements that we've been undertaking at Metro North. So you've heard already about the types of improvements that are typically done. Since 2019, there's been a significant amount of work at Metro North to do resurfacing and drainage improvements, completion of delineator installations to mark the pathways through grade crossings to improve safety, signal circuitry improvements and equipment installations, and improvements to pedestrian pathways. And so in particular on this slide here, you see from left to right, the Burnt Barn private crossing on the Waterbury branch, improvements there, Greenwood Avenue work underway on the Danbury branch, and Hudson Avenue and Peekskill, the completed work there recently. So if we can look to the next slide, please. Then, so for the planned work, this work is all still ongoing. Resurfacing, drainage, signal circuitry, and other improvements continue, as well as the progression of the grant-funded projects that Pat mentioned earlier. The photos here show first installation of flashers at Burnt Barn on the Waterbury on the left, and resurfacing work at Brewster Highway and Ellen Avenue at Brewster Station. So actually, as an example, I wanted to give you a few more details about the work at Brewster. So quite a bit of work was completed over 2 weekends at the end of April and the beginning of May this year. So the completed work included replacement of ties, rail, and crossing surface panels, repaved asphalt at the approach and between the tracks, and installation of delineators. And I'm also happy to tell you about significant future improvements that are planned, including realignment to make the crossing more perpendicular to the rail and change the turning radius and grade for the southbound turns from Highway 6. We're going to be updating and relocating traffic signal and other control equipment. That's going to include equipment and circuitry for preemption operation, and installation of railing, fencing, and anti-trespass panels to deter pedestrians from entering the track area, as well as pedestrian warning devices such as those you heard described earlier. And in addition, there's going to be pipe installed to enable the fire department to run hoses under the tracks instead of over the tracks. So that's all upcoming work at Brewster Station, at Brewster and Ellen Avenue. So
May I interrupt you for a second to thank you? As the Putnam County rep, I know our 5 little stations don't get as much attention, maybe some of our southern friends given the size, but that's a particularly nasty location. It is very easy to jump in and around everywhere in the tracks, particularly because, and your photo makes it hard to see, you can actually just walk across to some homes that are behind it. So it was fine, I'm sure, in the 19th century when someone thought that would be a really nice and convenient place, but it's actually quite dangerous for someone on their phone and not paying attention. So I want to thank Kathy for your responsiveness. I know we walked it, I don't know, 6 years ago or something, and these are not quick fixes. This is not an obvious place where capital would be returned with a fair return on our activity and investment, but you're doing the right thing, and you're doing what I think works for the community, because frankly, I think they wouldn't have tolerated what I really wanted to do, which would be a wholesale change. So you've done the right thing, and I thank you.
Thank you very much. So you heard a lot about the education enforcement programs at Long Island Railroad, and I want to mention, since you described it in great detail, all the wonderful things that we're doing, I want to emphasize that Metro North also has a robust tracks outreach program, which is, again, a great partnership with the MTA PD. And the in-person presentations and events for all ages have resumed this year and are ongoing. Just to mention a couple of recent events, Day Out with Thomas the Tank Engine in Connecticut, Bronx Day, and a Hudson Highlands Fjord Trail event. And for International Level Crossing Awareness Day on June 6th, we conducted outreach at grade crossings in Peekskill, Katona, and Norwalk, and I know that Long Island Railroad did the same thing. And again, that was a partnership with MTA PD and also the FRA. So if we can go to the last slide, please. So once again, for enforcement, what you see here is the detail, no pun intended, on the details that the MTA PD has carried out, and warnings and summons issued in any arrests. And another photograph there from this year's International Level Crossing Awareness Day outreach. So again, the education and outreach and enforcement to encourage all of our customers and neighbors to be safe around grade crossings is a key component of this effort. And so thank you to everyone for your partnership on that. So that concludes my remarks, unless there are questions for me.
Thanks, Shelley. Chairman, that concludes our briefs for today.
Questions or comments? Okay, Frank. Mr. Miranda, I'm sorry.
Frankie is fine.
Okay.
Mr. Miranda is my dad. Congratulations on what you have been able to do with Waze. Any effort to try to talk to other popular apps, driving apps like Google Maps and others, to replicate this amazing collaboration?
So it's interesting you say that, because Waze and Google are affiliated with each other. So I know that Waze has definitely had conversations with their, I guess, parent about this as well. So I know that that conversation is ongoing, and I as we continue to reap the benefit and like I said, going international with this, I think there'll be more momentum to try to get it into some of these other navigational apps as well.
Thank you.
Please, Ms. Lopez.
How active are the local municipalities in the initiatives that you have with respect to education in the Great Crossings?
So on Long Island, we have 100+ school districts, and those presentations that we do are often at the invitation of the school districts themselves. So we have long-standing relationships, and every year we have teachers that look forward to our presentations and come back again and again. So we have very strong relationships with the local communities, the school systems, the libraries, driver's ed programs. So that those folks that we're reaching and those presentations span the gamut.
Yeah, and I would just add community events as well. So it's just all sorts of community events. We can get a table and go out, and there's a great partnership, and we will go back to those over and over again.
Can you provide a quick list to Ms. Lopez, who represents Westchester, of the connections that you make, just so you have the full detail?
Absolutely, be happy to do that.
Okay. Okay. You'll notice the commitment to youth education as represented by the proliferation of mascots that we're undergoing. Kathy pioneered with Metro Man. We've got Safety Sam. We'll never forget Dashing Dan. So we're in the mascot business. Mr. Mack.
Yeah. Hey, Warren, Mr. Why don't we look at, in some municipalities, they have extra lighting on stop signs, red lights, in areas that are dangerous, I think that should be looked at, especially at the grade crossing, those that don't have guards that come down. I think that's an important factor. Secondly, let's all be aware that these numbers that were given to this board probably don't include the fact that we had COVID, and of course, naturally, it's a downturn regarding people and movement.
Perhaps, but our bridges and tunnels now are in excess of 100%. So even though obviously mass transit has gone down in usage, driving seems to be getting pretty close to where it was before. Point taken, though, we'll get on those lighting issues. Mr. Albert.
Yes, under the transit part of the safety book, that mentions that there were 6 derailments, 3 mainline, 3 yards. Do you know if the mainline were trains in service or deadheading trains?
Yeah, on the 3, there was 3-yard derailments that occurred, usually due to the maintenance inside. The mainline derailment that we had, I believe, was going into East New York Yard. It was actually off. It's considered a mainline, but it wasn't in where
It wasn't in service.
Exactly. It's not where the revenue trains were going. And prior to that, the last one that we had before this one was from like 2020. Okay, which, you know, we really don't have the mainline derailments. Yard derailments seem to be more frequent. All right, a lot of times that's because it's at a slower speed. The maintenance sometimes it's there, but sometimes you may get a wider gauge or something. So that's where that ends up happening.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
My last question is, when you were talking about the homeless and end of line, is there any follow-up when the homeless have been referred to services to see if they remained in services or if they were gone the next day or 2 days later? Or
Yes, there is follow-up by the city on that. Out of their numbers, I think the number I said was right around 600 have remained in service out of the 5,000 that they've gotten services to. So that, and when I say 5,000, those aren't necessarily 5,000 individuals, that's 5,000 people they've put into services. So some of them are repeats, because there's really probably about a 2,000-ish person number out there of homeless, generally speaking, floating through the system.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, let me just make it clear. This is an operation that we support and we actually encourage, but is run by the city, right? The city Department of Homeless Services, supported by the NYPD, and with the assistance of outreach workers who are provided by nonprofit organizations. So they have those interactions with the homeless. We want to make sure those are effective. So we coordinate with our TSSs, the people who are operating the trains and running those terminals, and there's a coordinated choreography of, doors open. The NYPD tries to move folks out of the cars so that they can be cleaned properly, and that the outreach workers can have, an effective interaction with them on the platform. That's the way this system works.
And you're working with BRC, obviously.
Yeah, again, those are the city's contracted outreach workers. If there are no further questions, Mr. Brown.
Yeah, I have a question as regards to on the enforcement function here. And it's a disparity in the numbers here, and I'm just curious from which it derives. First of all, I'm referring to page 28 and page 37. 2020 numbers, is that year-to-date 2020, or is that all of 2020? I'm assuming it's all of 2020. And you give the year-to-date below for details, and this is as regards how many times the police were detailed to a particular grade crossing problem. There's a huge disparity between Long Island Railroad and Metro North in regards to the historic pattern here. That historically, I mean, the number of details in Long Island Railroad, I believe I got this right, is a third, roughly a third. I mean, I didn't do precise numbers. It's roughly a third of the details you sent out in 2021. And on Metro North, it's a rough parity. So there's, a little bit, a few more details you've sent out in Metro North. What's the difference between the two? Why is Long Island Railroad has so few details sent out relative to the history, and why does Metro North keep up? I'm not saying there's anything wrong with either one. I'm just, I'm curious how it's fallen that much.
So I'll have to get some very specifics on it for you, so I'll get back with you on it. But to that note, Laura, did you want to say something? Okay.
Okay. All right, well, with Mr. Tessitore. Good, yeah, if there is new business, let's deal with it now, but we're already a little
I
behind.
got
so
you.
we'll
I'll
keep
be
moving.
1 minute.
Please.
I'll be 1 minute. I want to welcome the chief. Thank you for being here, and we're looking forward to working together with you. My organization represents the train conductors on Long Island. I want to thank Jano and Pat both for putting resources to Long Island and to the police department to help our crews. But with that said, we have a continuing spike in assaults and harassments on train crews. We have a weekly meeting that Chief Lindsay runs and a lot of captains out in the districts. And every week, this meeting is a half hour, and we go over every incident throughout the island, which is becoming more and more troubling. So I know all the efforts are being made to support our train crews, but at the same time, they're not law enforcement. And we right now have more train crew members that are out injured, both physical injuries and traumatic injuries. I haven't seen that in quite some time. So I guess what I'm trying to get to is there's been a lot of talk, and I'm sure you've heard of it, Chief, dedicated train patrols. I really think that's the only answer. I know the MTA PBA is supportive of it. I know that they're willing to sit down with you and negotiate something. But right now, all the resources that are being put to our trains are easily pulled to either go into the transit system or to go to a scene that requires law enforcement. Without dedicated train patrols riding our trains and scheduled to be on our trains, I think we're going to be chasing this thing for a long time. So whatever you could do.
Yeah, so just so we're clear, we have actually, in the last 6 months, significantly upped the effort at dedicated train patrols. Your organization and my office have been in touch with that. But I think it's a great idea for the union and the chief to talk about those efforts and how they're being, both in number and quality, so that we're doing exactly what you want, supporting the conductors as they go about their business.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, Jano, that sounds great, Jano. Let me
You want
repeat.
to be recognized, Mr.
Oh,
Mayor?
yeah.
Yeah,
I
okay.
thought you
Please,
recognized.
please.
Okay. That all sounds great. We need men and women. And without them, you won't have the safety, you won't have the patrols. We got to allocate our resources, get those classes in. And all I can tell you is, as far as an academy, if you need it, the Nassau County Police Academy will be open, and we have 2 classes every year. So you consider that instead of New York City. But you hit it on the head. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no other business at this time, I'll entertain a motion for adjournment. So moved. Any objection? We're in adjournment. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. We're a little late. I apologize. The Safety Committee meeting ran a little late. Do we have any public comments?
Good morning, Chair. We have 2 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that, in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware of the clock in the front of the room and the warning light you will see reminding you that you have 30 seconds left to conclude your remarks. The first speaker will be Murray Bowden, followed by Aaron Dubin.
I'm short, can't see you all. At the last safety meeting, there was a lot of talk about the manual uniform traffic control devices, and that they were referring to, well, it's in the book. This is what we have to do. This is the 1988 edition, my personal copy. Much of what they talked about safety at railroad crossings came out of this book. They don't recognize the fact that we have automatic driving, and then here, I've brought this up many times, it needs to be a yellow line on the left for the driver. There cannot be any confusion. The white lines on the left come from 50 years ago, even before this. You got automatic drivers, you got buses that look by themselves to see where they're going. The line on the left everywhere must be yellow. The design that was designed when Robert Moses had parkways is long gone. You've got the expert here working for you. Kathy taught me this when she was chief engineer of the thruway. It has to be consistent. You got buses, cars, every accident slows everything down. The failure of putting it simple. Don't confuse the computers on the trucks and the buses. They're now the cameras telling you everything. The camera tells you where the bus is supposed to go. You got cars going all over the place driving by themselves. Yeah, I talk too much. I'm sorry, but this is safety. If I don't say it now, I can't do it anymore. It's time that you have to change it. Don't use a book that's 50 years old.
Thank you. The next speaker is Aaron Dubin. Mr. Dubin, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you for having me. I would like to address how there is only one direct route into Staten Island from Brooklyn via the Verrazano Bridge. In order to further connect our city, there should be another tunnel or bridge between the two boroughs that facilitates transit directly, such as the newly proposed IBX, connecting that to Staten Island. And one of the possible connections should be between the North Shore branch, which could be reactivated, of Staten Island, and connecting that to the IBX in Brooklyn. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, that concludes the public comment.
Thank you. At this time, I request approval of the minutes. Second?
I second.
Okay. Any questions? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Are there any changes in the bridges and tunnels committee work plan?
There are no changes to the work plan.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning and welcome to the July 2022 MTA Bridges and Tunnels Committee meeting. Before we begin, I would personally like to welcome our new B&T committee members who joined us last month. My team and I look forward to be working with you. I'd like to start off today's meeting on a proud note by recognizing 3 B&T employees who each played a heroic role in life-saving efforts during separate incidents at the Verrazano-Narrows Bridge last month. We are honoring Bridge and Tunnel officers Dennis Hewitt and Michael Chorney, as well as Assistant Vice President of Maintenance Carla Giambanco, with our life-saving awards, as each one of them on separate occasions were able to recognize and respond to a person in emotional distress. While on patrol, Officer Hewitt, who's not able to attend today, encountered a person walking onto the Verrazano Bridge. Through conversation, Officer Hewitt recognized this person may have wanted to harm himself. He continued to engage the individual until additional support arrived on the scene. While on patrol, Officer Michael Chorney observed the person walking towards the bridge span on Staten Island, and after speaking with this person, Officer Chorney recognized they needed assistance. He maintained communication with the person until backup arrived. Finally, and this all wasn't in one day, this was in the month of June, these 3 occasions. Finally, Assistant Vice President of Maintenance Carla Giambanco was on duty making his rounds on an early Sunday morning when he spotted a vehicle stopped on the bridge span. AVP Giambanco immediately ascertained this person was in emotional distress and prevented the person from exiting her car until additional support arrived. All 3 individuals were transported to hospitals by medical personnel. While these are not everyday occurrences on our facilities, these employees warrant praise for using their training and expertise to safely manage these events. I commend these employees for their quick actions in recognizing the situation and getting these individuals the proper help that they needed. So would Officer Chorney, AVP Giambanco, Commissioner Mack, Vice President and Chief of Operations Rich Hildebrand, Vice President of Maintenance Charles Passarella, please step forward. We'd like to present everyone with the Life-Saving Award. Make sure you stand on separate sides.
David, get right, and I was gonna say, David, get in the middle. Over here for this gentleman, 'cause we're looking at this stuff.
It has been deputized.
I know.
Thank you so much. All right.
Okay.
That's awesome.
A little personal comment. We should have more of these.
Thank you. On to operational business. In keeping with our core mission to collect and protect toll revenue, we wanted to touch on some points of interest regarding traffic patterns beyond the numbers in the book. And Richie Hildebrand will be going over some specific reporting, but we wanted to show a little chart that we look at from time to time to see how our pre-pandemic and our pandemic numbers through the years, how they're comparing. So if you take a look at the chart, the black line is 2022 and the blue line is 2019. And as you can see, 2022 is the closest we've seen in the last couple of years to pre-pandemic numbers. And as I've been saying, the traffic patterns and the traffic trends are also things that my staff and I look at. And June or summertime traffic, this is a typical summertime traffic pattern where earlier in the week we have less traffic, and as you get to Thursday and Friday, you see the traffic kick up on the weekends. So with 2019 being our highest volume year with a record of 331 million vehicles crossing that year, we see that 2022 is not too far behind, and the traffic trends are showing that. So you could take that off the screen, and I'll go into my last piece. Another indicator that traffic is back is our 1 million vehicle traffic days. For example, in June 2022, Bridges and Tunnels had 6 instances of 1 million vehicle traffic days. If you look in the book, we're about 900,000, 930,000 on average. So when we hit that 1 million traffic mark, somebody's calling me and go, hey, we hit 1 million vehicles yesterday. So we definitely look at that. And the last couple of years, we haven't been hitting those days. So this year we had 6, and when you compare to 2019, in June, we had 7. So we're basically right there. So I just want to give that little tidbit of information before Richie goes into deeper detail. So with that, this concludes my remarks. If there are no questions, I'd like to turn it over to Rich Hildebrand, Vice President and Chief of Operations for the report on operations. Rich?
Good morning, Dan. Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. The report on operations in this month's committee materials begins on page 15. As the unofficial start to summer, Memorial Day weekend, approached, B&T traffic continued its growth through May with an average increase of nearly 19,000 vehicles per day versus April. Bridge and Tunnel Traffic also reports traffic counts for 2022 that was stronger than May of last year, as well as May of 2020, during which B&T continued to feel the effects of the COVID-19 restrictions. Paid vehicular traffic in May of 2022 was 28.9 million vehicles, which reflects an increase of 7.5% over the 26.8 million crossings in May of 2021 and was 93% higher than that we had in May of 2020, with 13.9 million more crossings. When compared to May of 2019, when there were 29.2 million paid crossings, that's a decrease of 1.3% for May of this year. Easy Pass market share was 95.1% again this May, which matches last year and 2 years ago as well. For June of 2022, preliminary B&T traffic was 3.6% higher than in June of 2021, 44.2% higher than in June of 2020. And according to preliminary traffic data, traffic for June of 22 was 0.2% lower when compared to that of June of 2019. The rising cost of gasoline did not affect our traffic counts for May of 2022, as gas prices rose for the 16th time in 18 months. Gasoline prices averaged $4.83 per gallon in May of 2022, which was 54 cents higher than the $4.29 per gallon in April of 2022. This is also $1.79 higher than in May of 21 and $2.68 more than 2 years ago. And weather conditions for the month of May did not have an adverse impact on B&T traffic. With that, this concludes this month's report on operations, unless there are questions, and I thank you.
Thank you, Rich.
Thanks.
Now turn it over to Senior Director Pashko Kamaj for Health and Safety.
Good morning. The safety report, which begins on page 31, maintains performance metrics to be generally positive as traffic volume continues to trend towards and within the pre-pandemic levels. B&T safety report includes the following. Overall, B&T's May 2022 total collision rate was 4.0 per million vehicles, which is 30% better than the rolling year of 2020, representing the very beginning of the pandemic period. When compared to the last year, the results are slightly higher at 3%. The collision with injury rate was 0.74 per million vehicles, which is 21% better than 2020, but slightly higher than the last year. Employee safety metrics over the 12-month period are as follows. The employee lost time injury rate was 5 incidents per 200,000 work hours, reflecting a decrease of 8% compared to 2020 and 30% lower than compared to last year. If there are no questions, that concludes our safety report.
Thank you, Pashko. There is one B&T competitive procurement this month. I'll turn it over to Lynn Gore, Deputy Chief Procurement Officer, who will now present it.
Thank you. Procurement start on page 50. MTA Bridges and Tunnels has one procurement action being brought through the Bridges and Tunnels Committee for approval this month. There are no non-competitive procurements or ratifications. There is one competitive contract in the amount of $113.38 million. B&T is seeking board approval to amend a personal service contract with Conduit State and Local Solutions to add funding in the amount of $113.38 million and to extend the contract term for 17 months to provide customer service center services for Easy Pass New York customers. I submit this procurement action to the committee for approval. Unless there are any questions, this procurement is described in detail in the committee report staff summary. Thank you.
I just have a question. Why is it only 17 months? It's just so weird.
We need it until we transition to our new contracts, and it takes some time to transition.
17 months. That's great. Thank you.
Any other questions on this? Okay. I'd like a motion to approve it.
So moved.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Motion approved.
Thank you. If there are no other questions, this concludes the Bridge and Tunnel report.
Okay, I need a motion to adjourn. Okay, thank you, everybody, for your time.
Thank you. See you in September. Thank you.
Yes. Have a good August.
Bear with me. This is my first in-person meeting. I'm glad to be joined with my co-chair, Blanca Lopez. So just go easy on me today. I'd like to call the meeting to order. And the first thing on the agenda is public comments. Are there any public comments?
Yes, Steve Papandon, Acting General Counsel, Long Island Railroad. Today we have 9 public speakers. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware of the clock in the front of the room, as well as your screen for remote speakers, and the warning light that you will see reminding you that you have 30 seconds left to conclude your remarks. Today we are going to have the 1 in-person speaker go first, followed by the 8 remote speakers. The first speaker will be Murray Bowden, followed by Jack Nierenberg.
Morning. We've met in the elevator. I've asked that you get my personal business card so that if I have your email address, I will send you a blind copy of what I do, purely for your information, and I do not expose your email address to anybody else. I trust you, you trust me. I get 4 minutes to speak because there are 2 committees here. I get 2 minutes for Long Island, 2 minutes for Metro North. It's hard to pick a highlight. At the previous meetings, we talk about this manual of uniform traffic control devices. I've been going to the traffic engineers meetings for about 30 years. I wrote the dotted line section. What they were talking about this morning came out of this book, 30 years old. You got in Long Island, in East Hampton, 6 railroad crossings. When the train horn comes, which of the 6 crossings is somebody supposed to be aware of? Now, you got the flashing red lights. Traffic lights should be there, but right now they're flashing red lights. Put a horn right at that crossing so that the person at that one crossing knows where it's coming. People hear it for 6 crossings. They have no idea which one is going on. This is an age where you need specific information for specific people. They've been doing it wrong. Here, my little sign up here says, we've always done it this way. Yeah, they've always done it this way. But this is called global warming. We can't do it the same way anymore. We have to do it entirely different. And if we don't do it, I certainly can't do it. I'm 89 years old. Sammy, I know, I read your record. You're training for a weightlifter. I trained for running marathons. I started at 51. I ran about 6 New York City marathons, 1 in Moscow. Then I became an Achilles runner with somebody else. This is my second 2 minutes. The world's changed. This is all about global warming. The only thing that counts is global warming. If you can't wait any longer, we're the rich country. We can't abuse it. Ghana today said, we're going to drill for oil because we have no resources. The rich companies got all of it. Rich countries. I'm dyslexic and I make mistakes. And I apologize. If I do make a mistake, please tell me. I will correct it. I'm responsible for everything I say up here. Everything I say and do is on the record. Yes, I make mistakes. When I make a mistake, I acknowledge the mistake and I don't do it again. My generation can't give up the control that we thought we had. It's up to you guys who are new on this board. Do not believe what the experts tell you, because the experts were trained 50 years ago. You don't use a Princess telephone with little piles on it. You use a phone, smartphone. Everybody's got a smartphone today. The payphones are all out of Grand Central Station and everything else. My time's over. My responsibility is to point out to the new members of the board, do not believe what the old members tell you. It's probably wrong. On my card, it says, "Trust nothing I say. Check it out yourself." I have new cards printed, and it's going to be in larger red letters. You have no idea who I am. There's no reason for you to believe me. Do your own research.
The next speaker is Jack Nierenberg, followed by Christopher Grief.
Good morning. This is Jack Nierenberg, the Vice President of Community Outreach and Communications at Passengers United. If there's a better time for the public comment section, it would be at the very end of the meeting, because at least we'd be able to speak out on the record before mainline customers are being left in the dark again when it's being shut down more frequently now and more frequently in any other branch. Where are the shuttle buses on the main line? The N22 and the N24 are proven to be unreliable over and over again, especially last time when they were diverted away from Carl Place and Westbury. Clearly, there's no coordination between the Long Island Road and Nice Bus whatsoever. And furthermore, if you know that the Hempstead branch where you're diverting all the mainline customers to is going to be significantly more crowded, why are you reducing service by half, from half hourly to hourly on the Hempstead branch? This is only going to make it extremely difficult for residents in these affected communities. So many of these people rely on the road to get around. Extreme heat is miserable. And it's funny that the main line is the only branch that doesn't get shuttle buses when it's shut down. Hempstead's getting shuttle buses next month. Why aren't they diverted to Nice Bus? Why is Long Beach not diverted to the N15 or Port Washington to the N23? Every branch except the main line gets shuttle buses, and it's unacceptable. It's been this way for way too long, and it needs to change. Thank you.
Christopher Grief.
Right? Greif, and this is the second time I have to say now I'm going to have to cause grief. First of all, good morning, everyone, and happy ADA 32, which is tomorrow. We remind everyone, as we celebrate the American Disability Act, we're getting elevators, ramps, bigger, larger signages. We need to remember that accessibility is a safety to the people in Long Island, Railroad, and Metro North. Each time we get more update, more information, more ADA rules, and making sure people with disabilities as well as seniors are getting the right safety for customers to get on and off the trains, especially with the ramps, getting them off and on anywhere in the transit system. We need to remember that accessibility needs to be always a part of this, and we do want to make sure everyone, please celebrate the ADA 32 tomorrow, but also thank you, MTA, who do put up the signages, the larger print signages. Thank you for making sure that Long Island cares and Metro North cares, if there is Metro North cares. We just need to make sure that we all work together at this time, this day, and continue advocating for proper accessibility. Thank you, everyone. Happy ADA 32. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Long Island Railroad Government Relations and Metro North Government Relations. A special thanks goes to Hector Garcia as well. I know he's blushing, but one thing I'll say is we are all here for a reason, to make sure that our system is truly accessible. Thank you.
The next two remote speakers will be Andy Quito, followed by John Michno.
All right, it's my turn again. You guys can hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, good morning. My name is Andy Quito, and, I'm calling right now to see, I want to thank the MTA police for their currently update on that person at Mineola Station. The name of the YouTube, it is more evident on the YouTube channel. There's more proof that there is a lot of disturbing things going on. I'll give you the YouTube channel, Find Power Alive. So I hope you guys can investigate, go much, much, much deeper into it and investigate. So let's start off with the Long Island Railroad, the main line. Once again, they're shutting down the main line on September 11th for the second year in a row. That is very disrespectful to the victims that lost on September 11th. You guys are not Americans. You guys are pricks. Why would you shut down service on September 11th? That's completely unacceptable. And then you shut down service on August 28th, on the weekend. That's the MTV VMAs in Newark, New Jersey. I know Passengers United, Riders Alliance, they care less. John Mitchell could care less, but you're shutting down mainline service on that weekend. Why? People are got to get to Newark. How are they going to connect from the mainline to NJT? Yeah, I get it. It has to be done. The goal is to get done before Grand Central opens, and I'm everything for it. But you need to rearrange the schedules a little bit. My major events like VMAs in the anniversary of the 21st anniversary of the September 11 attacks. Okay, and finally, fix the connection. Whenever you guys do work on the Hempstead branch, fix the connection. Because there's a huge gap, like a half an hour gap, once the Algonquin train arrives at Jamaica, then you got to wait half an hour for the Atlantic train, the shuttle train between Jamaica and Atlantic. That's completely uncalled for. Fix the connection for the next time. But yeah, thank you so much for letting me speak at this MTA board meeting, and I hope you guys can continue with this investigation because I'm really proud of it. So thank you so much for your time, and have a safe day, and God bless America, and get him arrested, John Mitchell. Thank you.
The next remote speaker is John Michno.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yeah,
can.
okay. I hope you are all staying cool on this hot day. I am disgusted with the violation of the meeting rules and individuals spreading lies and slander against me the past few months. This is hardly professional, and you just allowed it again. I guess you're going to have to get sued because I'm going to have to consult the lawyer. This is unacceptable. We're also going through yet 5 more mainline shutdowns. I understand the work is an important part of the third track, but it really feels as if they're doing the most they can to inconvenience us in Mineola as possible. We still have no pedestrian crossings at Willis Avenue or Main Street. The lack of consideration has caused tremendous, irreversible damage to Mineola's economy. Many businesses have shuttered, never to return. We also do not feel safe here. Homeless continue to be a problem, and the MTA PD is never around. The service plan that diverts people to the South Shore instead of a bus bridge between Floral Park and Hicksville is blatant discrimination against Nassau's mainline communities, and it's fairly obvious why it's happening. The last subject is on the M7 fleet. We cannot see out the windows. They're all fogged up. They should be replaced because it is a safety hazard. You are an integral part of my life. I cannot drive due to a mental disability. I rely on the LIRR tremendously. I chose where I live because of the LIRR and never imagined we'd be left stranded for so many weekends. We should not have to rely on Nice Bus since the buses are often missing and never show up on time, if at all. As we deal with more record heat, it's important we provide quality, reliable transportation for everyone moving away from wasteful private automobiles toward sustainable transit. The LIRR is a key part of that, but we also need a regional bus system run by the MTA to replace NICE, which has been anything but since it came into existence in 2012. Thank you.
The next 2 remote speakers are Rosalind Carter, followed by Andy Pollack.
Good morning. My name is Rosalind Clay Carter. I'm a retired human resources executive, and although I continue to mentor young professionals and volunteer, my main focus is on political and policy advocacy. Among my volunteer activities are the Permanent Citizens Advisory Council to the MTA and the Metro North Railroad Commuter Council. This morning, I would like to take a few seconds to express a big thank you to everyone at Metro North and the MTA for being my transportation lifeline. Although there were occasionally hiccups, I could not have survived as a working mom commuting for 23 years to New York City without the reasonably reliable, fairly clean, and frequent train services from New Rochelle to Grand Central and Riverdale. Today, I am here to request that Metro North reinstate quiet cars and enforce the masking requirement in these cars. Yes, conductors would need to enforce masking. They should carry a supply of masks to distribute if needed in the quiet car. I frankly think people who sit in a quiet car may be willing to grudgingly wear a mask in order to have the quiet space. There would be a sign on the door stating quiet car. Should there be high demand for the masked quiet car, the number of quiet cars could be increased. There should also be a video made and distributed to conductors to train conductors on how to best approach passengers. Thank you so much for your time.
The next speaker is Andy Pollock.
Good morning, members of the Commuter Rail Council. Andy Pollock from Passengers United. So let's talk about two things I want to discuss before the end of the summer. First of all, regarding the mainline shutdowns. So I also want to mention, somebody was talking about September 11th. Well, September 11th and the 18th, we also have the Jets and Giants playing at MetLife. So that's going to make it also a little bit inconvenient for people using the main line. But my main point is I looked at the committee book and I was wondering, the week of August 8th, you guys are going to be shutting down the main line during the morning peak and during the off-peak midday. Why couldn't this have been done earlier in the summer, and why was it getting put off till August? So I don't understand the logic behind that, and I understand the Grand Central project's got to get done, but really, this should have been done earlier in the summer. And my last point regarding the Hempstead branch for Grand Central Madison. So I'm noticing the Penn Station trains that are supposed to be departing from Penn to Hempstead, you guys are basically only having Hollis and Queens Village, for an example, one only every hour from Grand Central beginning in December. And then I look at Belrose. Why are you guys only running trains every hour on the weekends from Belrose? How does that make any sense? So I'm going to conclude my remarks, and in September, I'm going to go further into the main line because I really don't have enough time to discuss it this month with my 2 minutes expiring. So have a good, safe August recess, and I look forward to speaking to you all in September.
The next two remote speakers are Charlton D'Souza and Nia James.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Charlton D'Souza. I'm the president of Passengers United. And yet again, we're hearing now that the M3 cars are coming back in August, which is going to be a mess. I really hope the railroad doesn't go through with this. And with more weekends of the mainline construction, it's going to devastate the communities. And Nice Bus is not reliable as a shuttle bus on the main line. We need the MTA running the coaches, or they should get academy coaches like they've done with the Queens Village and Belrose shuttle. That'll work out, but not Nice Bus. Nice Bus is just unreliable. I also want to talk about the Grand Central Madison schedules. The Port Washington branch and other branches like the Hempstead branch, we should not have to wait a long time for a train. There has to be a way that you can have train stopping at the Queen stations. And this also includes the Port Washington branch and Hempstead branch, where, no Queen stations are left out of the extra service. You guys have the flyers coming out of UBS Arena, but they don't stop at Queens Village and Hollis, going to Grand Central Madison or Penn. So that seems weird. And making the Atlantic Terminal branch a scoot shuttle, to me, if you're going to do that, you should charge people a lower fare. Basically, you should make Atlantic Terminal into Zone 3 and, just put MetroCard vending machines and just maybe let everyone use it and just charge a lower fare. That's all. And run the M3 cars there. So at least, people get something, and because everyone's paying a lot of money for Long Island Railroad tickets. That's not really fair. And as far as the thing with John Michno is a great person. I know him. Thank you.
The next speaker is Nia James. The final speaker will be in person, Lisa Daglian.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Lisa Dagley, and I'm the Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA, or PCAC. Welcome, Chairs Chu and Lopez. We look forward to working with you on behalf of Long Island Railroad and Metro North riders. These dog days of summer sure are busy. We want to recognize the incredible efforts of MTA workers who got trains and riders moving during and after last week's storms. It's a testament to them that Tuesday's morning commute was relatively hitchless. It's also a testament to the need for significant continuing investment in resiliency projects, but more on that in CPC. On July 16th, Metro North saw 102% of pre-pandemic ridership, while the Long Island Railroad hit 90%. That same day, traffic on bridges and tunnels reached over 101% of pre-pandemic levels. Clearly, there's ample opportunity to draw drivers from their cars into train cars. Hearing concerns raised by riders at the July 13th public meeting on LARR service to Grand Central, we know there's room for improvement when East Side Access opens later this year. We hope you'll listen and appreciate the additional meeting dates that additional meeting dates have been added. New commuters won't just be coming to Grand Central, they'll head to an improved Penn Station. We support the transit improvements to Penn. They'll meet transit demands and help drive economic growth while providing a more accessible and equitable space for New Yorkers and visitors. We support the First Mile, Last Mile project on the agenda, as it will give people more options for getting to and from stations. We also urge acceleration of enforceable e-bike, e-scooter, e-moped regulations that address rider concerns, including riding on platforms and in stations, taking up space, including that designated for the disabled, presence on peak trains, and oversized vehicles, essentially motorcycles. We know these rules and regs are in development and will look at an array of safety measures, but the presence of these vehicles is increasing. Perhaps you'll consider a sticker for approved bikes and scooters so conductors and the MTA PD can better enforce the rules, and people attempting to board with them will be forewarned. Rules also need to be prominently posted for everyone's sake. We're happy to continue working with you on this matter. Thank you.
That concludes the public speakers for today.
Thank you to all the speakers for taking the time to address us today. At this time, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the minutes from our June 27th meeting. Second? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Any abstentions? So moved.
I'm sorry, I abstain.
One abstention. Motion carries. So moved, I believe. All right. We have enough? All right. Just, I got to get the handle on the math, but it seemed like it was an overwhelming pass. I'm on to a good start. I managed to pass the minutes. So at this time, I'd like to ask if there are any updates to the work plans.
There are no changes to either work plan.
Thank you. And at this time, I'd like to welcome President Rinaldi for a report.
I'd like to welcome you right back. Welcome Board Member Chu, Board Member Lopez. We really look forward to working with you in the future. So since this is your first meeting in person, we kind of ping-pong back and forth between Long Island Railroad and Metro North. So this month, Long Island is in the lead, so we're going to start with some data with respect to Long Island Railroad ridership. Long Island Railroad ticket sales for the month of June were 39,218 tickets. We're very happy to see how well the city ticket program is going. The number of city tickets sold from inception, which was the end of February, through June 22nd, was 1,031,470. And the number of 20-trip tickets sold from inception was 65,933. Long Island Railroad continued with increased ridership in June 2022. Total ridership increased 56% compared to June 2021. Commuter ridership increased 148.8%, and non-commutation ridership increased 23.9% compared to last year. Furthermore, monthly ridership continued its upward trend since the beginning of the year. June 22 ridership went up 8.5% compared to May 2022. In summary, June 2022 total ridership increased 56.0%. Total ridership was roughly 4.8 million passengers in June 2022 compared to 3.1 in June 2021. Total ridership gain was plus 1.7 million more customers in June 2022, but we're still down 37.3% from June 2019. Commutation ridership increased, as I said, 148.8% compared to June of last year. Ridership was almost 2 million passengers compared to 798,145 in June 2021. Commutation ridership was up roughly 1.2 million more customers this month. Monthly ticket sales were up 116%. Weeklies were up by 83.2% compared to June of last year. But if you compare us to 2 years ago, we're still down 51.8%. May 2022 employment figures show that New York City jobs continue to experience growth, showing gains compared to 2021. Of these employment sectors where most of Long Island Railroad customers work, financial services increased by 1.9%. Professional and business services sector increased by almost 9%. Looking now at non-commutation ridership for the month of June, it increased 23.9% compared to June of last year, roughly 2.9 million passengers compared to 2.3 in June of 2021. If you compare it to June of 2019, non-commutation ridership was down 20.8%. Year-to-date. Total year-to-date ridership increased almost 80% year-to-date 2022 versus 2021, a ridership gain of 10.5 million. When compared to 2019, ridership is still down 46.7%. Commutation year-to-date ridership has increased 138%, 9.6 million passengers year-to-date versus 4 million passengers year-to-date 2021, a ridership gain of 5.5 million. When compared to 2019, we're still down 62.5%. Non-commutation year-to-date ridership has increased 54.5%, 14.2 million passengers year-to-date 2022 versus 9.2 million year-to-date 2021, a ridership gain of a little over 5 million. When compared to 2019, non-commutation year-to-date ridership has decreased, by 25.8%. Okay, this is the ping pong portion of our program. We're going to go to Metro North now. Metro North ticket sales. Monthly ticket sales in June of 2022 were 31,181 tickets. The number of Metro North City tickets sold in June was 65,949, 264,545 since inception at the end of February. The number of 20-trip tickets sold in June was 16,704, 64,995 since the end of February. June was Metro North's highest ridership month since before COVID. Metro North reached a high during the week of June 14th through 16th with 168,831 weekday riders, 64.2% of the pre-COVID baseline. 3 individual days of record high ridership. Tuesday, June 28th was the highest weekday since pre-COVID with 174,878 riders. Saturday and Sunday, the 25th and the 26th of June, were the 2 highest highest weekend days of ridership since pre-COVID. June 26th was the Bike New York City Discover Hudson Valley event in Poughkeepsie with 4 separate rides between 15 and 75 miles. We operated an extra train to support the participants, handling more than 100 bikes that morning to Poughkeepsie. Breakneck Ridge Station opened over Memorial Day weekend, or I should say reopened over Memorial Day weekend. Station is open on weekends with 4 trains available to take hikers to the station and 5 trains in the afternoon to bring them home. We averaged 216 rides per day in June at Breakneck Ridge. The popular Train to the Game Yankee service entered full swing in June with ridership as high as 3,300 riders to the games. Along with extra Hudson Line service, we've reinstated the direct Yankee Clipper trains from both the Harlem and the New Haven to and from the station at Yankees East 153rd Street, which is right across the plaza from Yankee Stadium. We've brought as much as 8% of the attendance to the games and have averaged carrying about 6% of the gate. Metro North operated extra trains for the July 4th weekend fireworks events, both for functions around Manhattan and at Rye Playland. June 2022 total ridership increased 61.9% compared to June of last year. Total ridership was 4.5 million passengers in June of this year compared to 2.8 million last year. Ridership gain was 1.7 million more customers than last year. When compared to June of 2019, ridership is still down 39.5%. Commutation ridership increased 163.6% compared to June of last year, 1.7 million passengers compared to 700,000 in June of last year. Commutation ridership gain was 1 million more customers this month than last year. In June 2022, monthly ticket sales went up 128.6%, an increase of 16,800 monthlies, and weeklies increased by 35.1% compared to June of last year. When compared to June of 19, commutation ridership is still down 57.5%. June 2022 non-commutation ridership increased 30.2% compared to June of last year. 2.7 million passengers compared to 2.1 million of last year. When compared to June of 19, non-commutation ridership is still down 20.6%. Year to date, the increase is 90.5% versus last year, or 10.3 million ridership gain. When compared to 2019, ridership is still down 49.1%. Commutation year-to-date ridership increased 117.6 million, 7.2 million passengers year-to-date versus 3.3 last year, or 3.9 million ridership gain. When compared to 2019, commutation ridership is still down 70.6%. Non-commutation year-to-date ridership increased 79.4%, or 6.4 million ridership gain. When compared to 2019, non-commutation year-to-date ridership decreased 19.5%. Okay. Yes, sir.
Those are a lot of numbers.
I know. We can summarize this and get this to you. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's fine. I think we know the general story, which is ridership is coming back, but it sounds like it's more. Sorry. But it's coming more slowly on the commutation side than non-commutation side.
Well, that's true,
My question, Kathy, is it would be helpful, I think, for us to see, because obviously that's part of the financial challenge is the lack of the commutation side, even though the 20 trip and the 10 trips are certainly helping. It would be helpful to see, because you're doing a thoughtful comparison of pre-pandemic to whatever you call where we're in now. It's not post-pandemic, but no one's wearing a mask, so it's something good is happening. So you're showing a percentage difference off that base, if you will, on the ridership side. It would be helpful, in my opinion, to see also, therefore, a comparison to fare box revenue of that same period pre-pandemic. Because if you told me ridership was 80% of pre-pandemic, but fare box revenue was 60%, we can then gauge, okay, that means most people are still doing the...
Absolutely.
So maybe going forward, that would be at least for me helpful to compare, because part of the problem, of course, is the ridership, but ultimately the problem is one of dollars and cents. Or to quote my favorite line from the movie The Right Stuff, no bucks, no Buck Rogers. So.
Okay. I don't remember that line. I haven't seen that movie for a while. We can definitely do that. And I think, all the numbers are consistent with the story that we've been telling really since the pandemic began, which is non-commutation ridership has been sort of a real and unexpected bright spot in the whole pandemic. But the other thing that I want to reinforce here is we're seeing really robust return on the commutation side as well. Obviously not where we want to be, but really throughout the spring and into the summer, both railroads have seen a really nice bump up with respect to the commutation numbers as well, and we're confident that will continue. Maybe not so much over the summer because people are on vacation, kids are out of school, but post-Labor Day, we're very confident we're going to continue to see that bump up as we head into the fall. Okay, so I'm going to try to get away from some of these numbers, which I think are a little bit mind-numbing, and kind of get into some more substance. I'll talk about some performance metrics, which have some numbers, but not as many. Okay.
From numbers to metrics.
We go from numbers to metrics. Well, the metrics have some numbers too, but not as many. All right, here we go. Long Island Railroad performance for the month of June, which was very good. OTP for the month of June, 95.6%, which is above the monthly goal of 94. Year to date, we're at 96.1. Which is the same as year-to-date last year. 9 out of the 11 branches on the Long Island Railroad, with the exception of Port Washington and Hempstead, operated at or above goal for the month of June. Year-to-date, all 11 branches have met their goal. 100% of all trains met established compliance requirements during peak periods for the month of June. 10 incidents this month that resulted in 10 or more late, canceled, or terminated trains. The most significant operational event was a track condition east of Plandome Station that was caused by a heat kink, which affected trains over a 2-day period, June 25th to the 26th. 67 trains were affected. Our OTP was reduced by 0.3%. Long Island Railroad track work programs. Through June of this year, Long Island Railroad Maintenance of Way Forces have performed significant state of good repair track work across our system, in addition to the capital program project efforts. Year to date, Long Island Railroad forces have installed 7,766 wood ties, 12,606 concrete ties. We've surfaced 34.4 miles of track, replaced 7 switches, and welded 638 rail joints. We have a significant amount of track work and project support planned for the remainder of the summer and into September. First, with respect to the Jamaica Capacity Improvement Project, on the weekend of August 13th, 14th, both main tracks will be out of service on the Atlantic branch between Jamaica and Valley Stream for approximately 48 hours while a signal cutover of the new Beaver interlocking is performed. This effort is part of the Jamaica Capacity Improvements Project. With respect to the annual track program, on the weekends of August 13th, 14th, and August 20th to the 21st, both main tracks on the Hempstead branch will be out of service for approximately 48 hours while 5,000 new concrete ties are installed and the existing rail is replaced. This effort is part of the railroad's annual State of Good Repair track program. With respect to the mainline expansion project, I'm pleased to report that the project will reach 2 major milestones next month. The first section of the new mainline third track between Queens Interlocking and Maryland Avenue will be commissioned and will be in service on Monday, August 15th. This will be followed by the commissioning of the second section of the new mainline third track between Maryland Avenue and Carr Place Station on the 29th. I'm going to provide some more details regarding some of the related service impacts later on in my report. Back to Metro North, June performance. Turning to Metro North performance for the month of June, Metro North's east of Hudson service operated above the annual 94% OTP goal at 96%, and year-to-date performance is above goal at 97.2%. All 3 main lines performed above goal. There were 4 major incidents in the month of June that resulted in 234 delays. One incident on June 3rd, it was a trespasser incident in the vicinity of Tremont Station on the Harlem line, resulted in 27 delays. On June 4th and on June 22nd, track circuit issues between CP 113 and 19 on the Harlem line disrupted service, which led to 101 delays. On June 23rd, a trespasser strike in the vicinity of Larchmont Station on the New Haven line resulted in 23 delays. And on June 30th, a track circuit issue between Grand Central and Harlem 125th Street affected trains arriving and departing Grand Central Terminal. This incident resulted in 83 delays. West of Hudson, the June west of Hudson service operated above goal at 95.3%. Year-to-date performance is also above goal at 94.1%. Fleet availability for the month was 100% consensus compliance, above the goal of 99%. So maintenance work on the Metro North side. So far this year, Maintenance of Way Forces have installed 14,701 ties, 8 miles of rail, surfaced 33 miles of track, replaced 12 switches, and welded 557 rail joints. Crews continue with the switch replacement at one of our critical interlockings on the Harlem line between Crestwood and Scarsdale, and also continue with the replacement of the obsolete miter rails with new thick web miter rails on the Saugatuck River Movable Bridge in Westport, Connecticut. On to news from both railroads. There's been a lot of news on the Long Island side, so we're going to start there. Since we released the draft new Long Island Railroad service schedule for Grand Central Madison in June, we've held 3 public information sessions and 1 virtual public meeting on July 13th. Given the extensive interest in the new built-from-the-ground-up Grand Central Madison draft timetables, last week we announced 2 additional virtual public meetings so that senior Long Island Railroad leaders can receive feedback about the proposed schedules. The next 2 meetings will be held on the following dates: Thursday, August 4th from 6 to 8, and Thursday, August 11th from 6 to 8. Members of the public will have the ability to offer public comments on the new timetables at those meetings that will be live streamed on YouTube and Zoom and do not require registration to view. I want to remind everyone that these are draft schedules and we are listening. While there are physical limitations based on our infrastructure, we can adjust schedules if possible and will continue to push for infrastructure needs to benefit Long Island Railroad customers. But I do want to reinforce and underscore the myriad benefits that this transformative project is going to deliver to Long Islanders. There is no railroad or public transportation system that is getting a larger service increase than the Long Island Railroad will be getting in a few short months. In one stroke, we are increasing service by more than 40%. It's a staggering number for a system that normally adjusts by a percentage point or two during routine schedule updates. As a related point, the commissioning of third track, this is a really exciting leap forward for the railroad. As I indicated, starting in July and continuing in August, we're going to be advancing work that will allow to the commissionings that I mentioned earlier in my remarks. For that purpose, schedules need to be temporarily adjusted for a series of switch installations near Mineola. On Thursday, the 26th through Monday, the 29th, the mainline expansion project will commission the new mainline third track, as I said, between Maryland Avenue and Cora Place. During this time, the project will take one of the two existing main tracks out of service around the clock between Maryland Avenue and Cora Place to perform track, signal, and third rail activities that are necessary to put the new track into service. The work will support Block 2 commissioning for Maryland Avenue into Cora Place, and the new south platform at Mineola Station will also go into service. On the weekends of August 27th, 28th, September 10th and 11th, and September 17th through the 18th, both tracks on the main line will be out of service between New Hyde Park and Hicksville for approximately 48 hours for a series of switch installations and signal testing and Queens interlocking as part of the Queens reconfiguration project. The annual track program will be piggybacking these outages on the 10th and the 11th and the 17th and the 18th to perform the installation of almost 5,000 new concrete ties in the third track corridor. Another Long Island Railroad expansion milestone is the road opening of the completed Denton Avenue bridge replacement in Garden City. This was the last of 7 bridges that were replaced by the project. The road is scheduled to open tomorrow morning. So now on to the M3s, which has been a lot in the news recently. It's not really new news. We've known for some time now that we were going to need to bring them back to be able to support opening day service for Grand Central Madison. We've been rehabilitating them and bringing them back over the course of the summer. They're performing well. I don't think any of our customers should have any concerns about the safety or reliability of these trains. They're going to require maintenance, but all our fleet requires maintenance. The M9s are continuing to arrive. We took possession of some M9s just over the course of the past couple weeks, and we're going to have plenty of M9s to support opening day service for Grand Central. The M9A procurement is also advancing. As the M9As are procured and ultimately arrive on the property, that's the point at which we'll be able to phase out the M3s, but the M3s will continue to support Long Island Railroad service for a couple of years. Now back to Metro North and some Metro North news. The July 10th schedule change, which we reported on last month, was implemented successfully with some new and expanded rush hour and reverse rush hour service on the Hudson and Harlem lines, and with new New Haven line service featuring 3 new round-trip express trains between New Haven and Grand Central, with the shortest schedules in more than a decade. We also worked with our partners at CDOT to institute historic levels of new service on the Waterbury branch between Bridgeport and Waterbury, increasing service from 15 weekday to 22 trains. On July 11th, Connecticut Governor Lamont announced these new schedule changes at a news conference that was held at the Bridgeport Transportation Center. He was joined at that event by Connecticut Department of Transportation Commissioner and former Metro North President Joe Giletti, Connecticut Commuter Rail Council Chairman Jim Gilday, me, and other elected officials and guests. Would like to report a little bit and bring the committee up to date with respect to recovery efforts that were associated with the storm that blew through the region last Monday, July 18th. Metro North frontline workers were out in the system Monday evening responding to heavy rainfall during the rush hour commute. Crews worked through the night removing downed trees and clearing tracks of high water to ensure Tuesday morning's commute would run smoothly. Our crews were deployed across all 3 lines to respond to high water conditions in the Bronx and Westchester County that affected service into Grand Central. On the upper Harlem line, crews worked to remove a downed tree across the tracks near Croton Falls that suspended service between Goldensbridge and Southeast in the early afternoon. A downed tree also caused a temporary suspension of service on the New Canaan branch. Metro North employees stepped up, and it's thanks to their diligent response that we were able to restore service in a timely fashion and be set up for a normal morning commute. But many, many thanks to our customers for their patience as we responded to these challenging conditions. Both railroads, we've had Connect With Us events scheduled. On Monday, the 18th, just a week ago, I was joined by the PD and senior Long Island Railroad managers at Port Jefferson Station for a Connect With Us event to talk to customers and answer their questions. News 12 was on hand, and Assemblyman Steve Englebright stopped by to welcome me to his district. The next Connect With Us event, this time on the Metro North side, will be at Mamaroneck on the 18th. Finally, I would like to acknowledge 2 upcoming retirements at Long Island and Metro North. First, I'd like to acknowledge the service of Roe Mitchell from Long Island. Roe was hired as a summer ticket clerk in May of 1986 and was rehired May of 1987 for a second year as a summer ticket clerk. Upon graduation from the State University of New York at Albany, he was hired permanently in 1988 as a station appearance maintainer in the passenger service department. Within 3 months, he was moved into a ticket clerk's position and was selected to train all agents and ticket clerks on the very first generation ticket vending machines. In 1990, he was selected to take part in the Future Managers Program, and after completing the first year of that program, was offered the position of Assistant Terminal Manager at Penn and was part of the team of the first major renovation of Penn Station. He was promoted to branch line manager of the Hempstead, West Hempstead, Long Beach, and Far Rockaway branches and had the opportunity to be part of the renovation of the entire West Hempstead branch along with the major renovation of Hempstead Station. In 2001, he was promoted to terminal manager of the Ronkonkoma branch, which included managing the Ronkonkoma garage, and a few years later became the terminal manager of Jamaica and Atlantic Terminal. In 2016, he was promoted to Director of Terminal Operations, and this position was responsible for the operation of Jamaica, Atlantic Terminal, and the Hillside facility, and was the representative for the Stations Department for the Eastside Access Project, Midday Storage Yard, and LaGuardia Air Train projects. During his career, he was fortunate enough to be part of or involved in such projects as Eastside Access, Jamaica Terminal renovations, Harold Interlocking, Herrick's Road, the Summer of Hell, Customer Service Ambassador Program, Long Island Cares, the New York City Transit Strike, just to name a few. Roe is retiring after 34 years of service, and he's been a strong, integral part of the station's department management team and is a huge, huge proponent of excellent customer service on Long Island. His strong operations and customer service skills have gotten us through many a large event and large service disruption, and he'll be missed by the entire railroad. So a brief round of applause for Roe, and thanks for his contributions. Lastly, I'd like to acknowledge the contributions of Jim Heimbecker, who is the Vice President of Maintenance of Equipment for Metro North. Jim came to Metro North in 1990. He already held an E2 unlimited electrical journeyman's license in the state of Connecticut. He held the position of MOV electrician and worked in Harmon, New Haven, and Brewster. In 93, he was promoted to a special appointed technical rate at the Brewster Maintenance Facility. 2001, was promoted from general foreman, served as superintendent of the Brewster District from 2004 to 2010. Promoted to assistant facilities director of New Haven and then deputy assistant chief mechanical officer overseeing all shop and yard operations on the New Haven line. He supervised the disposal of the M2, M4, and M6 fleets and assisted with the integration of the new M8 fleet. He worked closely with the state of Connecticut during the construction of the Independent Wheel Tree Facility, the CCO shop, and the New Haven Rail Yard Improvements Program. He was promoted to CMO in 2019, and in 2021 was promoted to Vice President Maintenance Equipment. He served as the first Brewster District Local Safety Chairman and served as an EMT and Metro North Fire Brigade Lieutenant, represented Metro North in the APTA International Rail Rodeo in 97 and 2001, received an AS in Business Management in 2013, and received the prestigious Metro North President's Award in 2017. His knowledge, expertise, and sense of humor will be greatly missed at Metro North. So again, round of applause for Jim and all his contributions to the railroad. And with that, that concludes my remarks.
Replacing him?
So we are actually making some changes to the management in the maintenance of equipment department at this point in time. So no replacement at this point in time.
Rinaldi, I think at this point we're going to have some remarks and presentation from Chairman Lieber.
Listen, I was going to do a quick presentation to remind all of us the significance of the Penn Station, the progress that has been made on Penn Station, because it's so important to both railroads to have a first-class facility when East Side Access, not only East Side Access opening, but gives us an opportunity to really to attack physically the problems that Penn Station has. And the plan was that I was going to give you a quick presentation. I want to be respectful of time, and I'll hold it for another committee meeting. But the key is the governor made it a priority. I just want to acknowledge that the governor made it a priority to fix Penn now, as she said, rather than waiting until 2035 when the whole Gateway program is done, which is important, but that's a long way off. And she said to all of our partners, Amtrak, New Jersey Transit, and most important, the city, that we needed a plan to fix Penn now. And that, obviously fairly controversial, but the land use plan that was approved last week by our old friend Neil, Kevin Law's ESDC board of directors really opens the door to that. So now we're attacking the federal money, and we're going to try to move it forward. But I just want to, I'll skip making the presentation in light of time, but very important milestone for both railroads that we are moving forward with the plan to fix existing Penn, which is so long overdue. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, and I think I'll probably try to, if we have time, do it at the CPC committee, but I will circulate it. Thank you.
Terrific. Do we have any other matters to address? Yep. I believe we, safety. Yep. Next, we have the Long Island Safety Report. Long Island Railroad Safety Report.
Good morning. We're reporting on our safety performance through May of 2022, and that could be found starting on page 27 of your book. The average reportable customer injury rate was 2.23 injuries per million customers, and our employee lost time injury rate increased to 3.78 injuries per 200,000 hours. Again, that will be adjusted as the hours worked becomes more readily available. Do want to acknowledge that we've gone through an unprecedented level of hiring. And as part of our investments in our employees, there's a significant amount of time that's devoted to training employees both at the beginning of their career and as well as throughout their career to prepare them for the unique hazards that they're going to encounter in the railroad environment. So a snapshot of those various training programs are included in the highlights section that we're offering this month. I want to acknowledge the employee training team, Arthur Fugner, Greg James, Michelle Matchek, and Ken Klein, as well as their folks for the unprecedented level of training in these very challenging times. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Board Member Brinkman?
Actually, this isn't a question. It's more of just a statement. Unfortunately, I was unable to get a seat at the table for the safety meeting. It was brought up about the possibility of getting some more dedicated train patrols, or at least more of a police presence on the trains. And as you know, we're still under the mandate to have masks in mass transit. But compliance on a Long Island Railroad is probably about 50% if we're lucky. I don't know if it's similar up on Metro North. I would say it's probably maybe a little better than that on the subways, but still, we need some, if we want to keep people to wearing masks on the train, we need to have compliance, and the only way we're going to have compliance is by enforcement, and we're not going to have enforcement unless we have manpower on the trains. The another concern that was brought up at the public comments is there is a concern from ridership about motorized personal transit. Some of these things are ridiculous. I got a photograph from one of our council members over the weekend. This thing was like the size of a full-size Harley, and they were trying to get it on a train. That thing fell over on somebody, it could break somebody's leg. I'm not kidding. I know the MTA is working on a policy going forward, and actually Pat Warren had some conversations with us recently, so we were able to give some input. At the very least, we'd like to see some of these larger, or definitely the motorized things, permitted. Not permitted, but forced to have a permit so that someone from MTA looks at it and says, yeah, that's okay to come on our trains, or no, that's not okay to come on our trains. But again, we would need someone to actually do the physical enforcement. And when and if we do get the dedicated train patrols, we do need them to patrol. On the instances where I have seen police officers on the train. Usually they'll come into one car and they'll stay there for the ride. We need them to walk through the cars. That benefits the riders who want to be mask compliant, and it also benefits Vinnie's people, gives them a little sense of safety. And that's it. Thank you.
Board Member Mack?
Thank you. You're echoing what we have been talking about. We have to separate and not depend upon other agencies to enforce our rules and regulations. We need to hire more police officers. Chairman Jano just has to bite the bullet and help safety and security.
Thank you, Mr. Mack. Next, we'll move on to the Metro North Railroad Safety Report.
Okay, good morning. Metro North Safety Report can be found starting on page 30 of the committee book. And for the 12-month reporting period ending May 2022, the FRA reportable customer injury rate was 1.97 per 1 million customers, which was down from 2.40 on the prior reporting period. And the FRA reportable lost time employee injury rate was 2.16 per 200,000 work hours compared to 1.96 in the prior period. And as my colleague mentioned, those the employee injury rates will be updated as the Kronos work hours are updated. And as noted on the highlights page, a couple of safety program events are noted for the month of June. A couple of events out of the many for the TRAC's Public Education and Outreach Program at the Stamford Station, and a track cleanup event held at Grand Central Terminal on June 18th. So that concludes my report, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Seeing none, I'll ask, welcome, Chief Mueller.
Thank you. I can talk about the numbers, but they're in your book, and I thought it would be better just to talk about philosophy today. The numbers are relatively flat. Mr. Zuckerman, I saw a previous board meeting where we looked at 2019 versus 2022, which is probably more apples to apples. The numbers are fairly flat. It was 17 major felonies in the month of June, and went up from 4 to 8, and 6 to 8 for Long Island Railroad, Metro North, respectively. But I just wanted to talk about some of my philosophies and where I think, I want to go with this agency. It's a great agency. I want to thank everybody for making me feel so welcome. I can tell you, rest assured, you have a very professional police department that is very focused on visibility and customer service. And I'm just looking to enhance that. I've decided not to make a lot of operational decisions in the first 100 days, unlike LBJ. My job is really right now with my officers and the board and all of our partners is basically to look, listen, and more importantly than anything, be helpful. So that's really what my goal has been for the first 100 days, which I'm probably only just not even 30 days into it. As far as some of the concerns that have been raised, my philosophy is one of a precision policing philosophy, which really is an offender-centric approach. So what we're not looking at as much as crime patterns, we're looking at people. And the reason I bring that up is because you can see there are individuals that just continue to offend and reoffend and reoffend and reoffend, and we have to focus on that because that's what will drive our numbers down. That's what will enhance safety and security. Just a quick example, in the Metro North, we had one of our officers, Officer Cabrera, do a fantastic job on June 29th, arrested a person. The offender assaulted him when he was trying to steal bikes. I bring this one up because this is a perfect example of that. So this offender was arrested on April 14th. He was arrested again on July 17th. He was arrested again on April 14th, June 17th, June 21st, and then finally Officer Cabrera arrested him on June 29th. And when you look at that criminal history, he had 12 arrests. He has not shown up to court even once, so he had to be returned on bench warrants. And so when you look at this outsized effect this one individual offender can have on crime and quality of life, that, when someone loses a bicycle like that, it really does sour people. So it's very important for us to make sure that those offenders are held accountable. So The police and MTA in particular has done a fantastic job with this. They make arrests. We're closing out cases. I think the key here is to engage in what I refer to as prosecutorial advocacy, where we need to go to the prosecutors. You're talking about probably a dozen prosecutors' offices that we deal with throughout the system. Each one has different philosophies on how to handle crime. But I think it's still incumbent upon us to make the case when we're seeing people that have an extensive criminal history, that continue to offend and reoffend, and to go and see what we can do to hope that these offenders are held accountable. And when you start doing that, you're going to see crime go down. At the end of the day, we all know that we don't need to follow the old model of just CompStat, where we're just using a very, very wide net. If you just focus on this small subset of offenders that really seem to just crush us in every crime category, and it could be quality of life things too, like panhandling. When you focus on them, services, accountability, consequences, you're going to see a change in how business is done. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm hoping to advocate very heavily, especially assaults on transit workers. Absolutely unacceptable. You know, these folks that move people around every day do not deserve to be spit on, or mistreated, or assaulted, and we're going to make sure that we advocate very aggressively and robustly to make sure that there are consequences when one of our transit workers is assaulted or one of our police officers. Right now, I'm just basically, as I said, I'm going around visiting. I have scheduled to visit every single district, all 9 districts, on looking and listening and trying to be helpful. Like I said, that's my real goal for the first 100 days. Looking at facilities, listening to the officers. I believe in a procedural justice approach for how we manage our workforce, which is really just giving them a voice, explaining to them why you're doing what you're doing, and approach any situation with objectivity. And that's extremely helpful, because this is what I'm sensing already is this is a real client-based enforcement operation, where it's all about making our clients feel safe when they have an issue, to make sure that we're receptive. And I've come to learn in my 30 years in policing that when we really create an environment within the police district, within the individual officers and the supervisors, that they're treated with respect, they're listened to, they're consulted with, they're held accountable, and all those things, that type of approach gets transposed on all of the ridership that they deal with each and every day. So it's really, really crucial. Partners, fantastic. I couldn't thank enough the security, different security units at New York City Transit, Long Island Railroad, the Metro North, been extremely helpful. Obviously, it's a force multiplier. We really utilize and leverage services, as far as what we do well, what they do well, what their wheelhouse is versus ours. So that's a really a great opportunity for all of us to just get together and work closely together. Work with the NYPD. I'm developing a relationship with Chief Wilcox, true professional. He and I are getting to know each other and working hard. And I think that relationships have to extend out to the outer boroughs, Nassau and Suffolk and Westchester and Putnam and Rockland and Dutchess, where we are making sure that everybody knows each other. Obviously, my wheelhouse is Westchester County, but I love to take that model to every borough and talk to those police agencies, talk to those prosecutors, and make sure that we're all on the same page. So again, thank you for having me. I tried to make it quick. I know that the CEO mentioned we're going over, so I don't want to go too long for my boss. So thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, Chief Wheeler. And if there's anything we could do to help you bridge those relationships, I'd be glad to have a conversation with you about that.
That's greatly appreciated. It's all about relationships, whether it be with the internal police department, with the board members, with our security partners, and everybody. It's all about relationships. You don't want to have to learn to know somebody and get to know somebody during an emergency. It's very important to have those relationships built out well in advance.
But thank you. Board Member Mack, did you have?
Chief, you're right on the money.
Oh, sure.
I congratulate you. We have to start the numbers of the repeat offenders are not only here on our transit system, but they're throughout the state. And hopefully we'll get a change in that, and the prosecutors will have a little more teeth. And I look to our board members to help with the legislators to make sure this happens. It just doesn't happen because the police department wants it. We want it. We're here. We all represent different areas in Long Island, upstate, and New York City. Very important. Our riders are going to feel safe, and they're going to come back, and they won't worry about the subway, the Long Island Railroad, or Metro North, or the buses. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Mack. My co-chair has a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief, for your report. I just have a quick question. In terms of MTA Police Patrol in the stations in Metro North, how does that happen? Is there MTA Police in each station? Do they patrol several stations? Do they go? How do they cover?
So that's a great question. The Metro North, the MTA system is so vast. I think it's 5,500 square miles. Did I get that right? So vast. So you're talking about districts, and those commanding officers deploy their resources based on a number of metrics. So it could be quality of life complaints. It could be crime. It could be ridership complaints that may necessarily be non-criminal, but it's still a level of concern. What we're looking to do is take a look at those analytics and make sure that we are what we would call putting the cops on the dots, to make sure that in terms of high visibility, very, very important for a commuter railroad police department, which in the commuter railroad is our core business. So we have to focus on that, making sure that our officers are out there, they are visible, and they're interacting with our public. You know, the truth is, you know, policing in general has been through a lot in the last 2 years, and being out there talking to the officers and talking to people that use the system, and I try to do that every day. I use the Metro North myself to come to work every day. They want to see the police, and they want police that are going to be attentive and responsive and visible. And so we're going to continue to emphasize that, you know, like I said, through analytics. But those commanding officers are really tasked with deploying their people when and where they need to be. And you know, that's something that we have to be situationally agile. You want to make sure you continue to look at that. Things can change overnight. Things might be the same for a month, and then they change the next month. So, you know, the name of the game for police departments anywhere really is just being situationally agile.
Thank you. And just one last comment. Is MTA Police part of the Real-Time Crime Center that is or participates in the Real-Time Crime Center from Public Safety from the County of Westchester?
We are, and we are in a number of fusion centers. So for the listening public, Real-Time Crime Centers, and I'm glad you brought it up, is a way where we use this as a fusion center. So you have officers embedded in different areas where information is entered in, it is synthesized, and then it is pushed out to everybody. Having a seat at the table in these different fusion centers gives us real-time information in terms of national events, maybe hyper-local events or a state event, where we can react based on what our issues are within the MTA PD and our ridership. So yes.
Right, any other questions? Board Member Brown?
Yeah. Have you identified, for this purposes of deployment and identifying your problem children here, which, say, the top 5 trains for violations that you've dealt with this year as opposed to 2019? Is it the same set of trains? Is it the same locations, the same platforms, the same? There's a variety of different ways to look at it, but, you know, our people tell me it's the same trains that they've historically been problems, and the same stations they've historically been. Do you track that, where the specific crimes are going? And then once you identify that, do you deploy resources to those more specific locations, or do you spread the wealth of police confidence to all riders everywhere rather than on the stations where the problems are?
So ideally, you know, obviously we would like officers in every single station, but obviously that's not realistic in terms of how we deploy our people. What you're describing is something that I believe very strongly in, and I'll be looking at this more. I can't tell you right now at this moment, as I'm still assessing what I have in front of me, are we putting the cops on the dots per se. But you're right. What you're looking to do, what you're describing, is just refining that prism where, you start with a railroad, and then you get to a station that has high problems, and then you get to a time of day that has that type of problem. And then you can marry up some different things there with calls for service, quality of life, and then again, it goes back to those top offenders. You will find top offenders in every single crime category. And when we're advocating for jail time, when it's appropriate, for those offenders, you will see a palpable difference in quality of life with those offenders and how that affects things. So yes, I will be assessing that. Not there yet, sir, but I'll get there quickly.
Thank you.
Excellent. Any other questions? Thank you, Chief Mueller. Now I'll turn to President Rinaldi for any agency information items.
So we have one joint information item, the first mile, last mile study policy, and Bob Haley and Emily Provence are here to report on that.
Thank you. So the Transit-Oriented Development team has been working on the first last mile study, and we presented it to this committee in March, and this policy proposed today is another step in that process. The proposed policy will facilitate access to MTA suburban stations by making it easier for localities to use MTA properties to support biking, walking, shuttles, and shared rides by streamlining our licensing processes. The goal of the first last mile study is to provide alternative ways to access transit, reduce the need for private vehicle trips, reduce demand for parking at stations, and encourage equitable and sustainable transportation. The first last mile study is being undertaken in coordination with all 7 counties in our suburban operating territory, and the pilot projects would be done in partnership with local municipalities and counties. Local municipalities often own station areas, and they control the street networks that access our stations. So many of these improvements would necessarily need to be undertaken by localities. MTA's role in this process and in the first last mile study is to provide localities with options, provide them with the tools that they can use to implement projects, and in this case, to try and facilitate the coordination with MTA where necessary. Next slide. And just to review, recent trends in commuting, including non-central business district working destinations, more discretionary travel, non-commute travel, flexible work hours, work from home, all of those have prompted the need to reevaluate and accommodate our changing customer preferences for how they access stations. These trends really demand more on-demand, multimodal, other kinds of choices for our customers to create seamless travel options to and from stations at various times of the day. The photos in the slide that you see are just some of the options that exist today and that we hope to see expanded through the first last mile study. The next slide, thank you, shows an image from the toolkit, which is going to go live on our website next month. This image just shows a station area planning catchment area that a locality would use, and embedded in the toolkit are industry best practices and layers of data that will enable the localities to understand the needs of their residents and help them select choices ranging from scooters, micromobility, bike sharing, ride sharing, carpooling, on-demand microtransit, fixed route transit, and other means. It will also help them identify access gaps and barriers that our customers face when trying to use these modes and access our stations, and it will provide a step-by-step guide to enable localities to develop a project proposal. So in conjunction with rolling out this toolkit, we'll launch a pilot program where we'll be partnering with local stakeholders in the suburban territory. Next, please. So this policy is just a piece of that, and it's intended to encourage localities to access our property without the cumbersome process that we often have for licensing, and this was developed in conjunction with MTA Real Estate, Metro North and Long Island Railroad Stations Department, legal, planning, and strategic initiatives. So The purpose of this is simply to facilitate a seamless method for localities to work with MTA. So the next slide. There's a lot of information on this slide, but it's really a process diagram which shows how localities would work with MTA as they develop a pilot project, and if they need to use MTA's property, how that would unfold. Each project would be evaluated by stations department staff, MTA staff, to determine the appropriate, safe way to implement these projects. All of the licenses would follow the standard real estate protocols and would use a standard MTA legal document for licensing. Just to summarize, this is one of the things that MTA can do to facilitate these kinds of improvements, and so we're looking forward to seeing these roll out over the course of this year, and we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Palley. I would love to follow up with you more on this. I think the first last mile options are not only a great opportunity for us to potentially help get more ridership back, also there could be significant environmental benefits. Acknowledging a concerned grandfather. I think I got that right. Thanks. Yeah. Board Member Lopez.
Thank you. Absolutely. I know that the MTA has been in talk with several communities or municipalities in Westchester County, and if there is something that the Department of Planning for the county could do to facilitate any additional outreach for your pilot phase, we'll be more than happy to assist.
Appreciate that. We've been working with the county planning department, as we have with the other counties throughout our operating territory.
Great. Thank you.
Great. Any other questions? Board Member Brown.
Yeah, under what circumstance, as far as integrating the intermodality here between the last mile, first mile things, under what conditions are battery operated vehicles of any type, the hand scooters, the mopeds, all those the whole array of battery operated bicycles, under what circumstances are they even allowed on our trains?
So let me just say that there is a separate bike ped study which is looking at those issues, and fortunately the project manager for our first last mile study is also the project manager for our bike ped study, and Emily Provancha is the project manager. So Emily, if you want to answer that question.
So I can't really answer that question. I would defer to Metro North and Long Island Railroad Safety about what would be allowed on the trains. I know there's a hazard study going on for e-bikes and e-scooters. So, of course, this pilot program and our work would not conflict with anything that Metro North and Long Island Railroad wouldn't allow.
And just as somebody mentioned a little while ago, the consolidated safety group is in the process of analyzing that specific issue for the various, both railroads and transit as well. So we'll continue to keep the committee updated with respect to the progress of those recommendations and ultimately the development of that policy.
Board Member Tessitore.
I'd like to make a suggestion, because it's coming up more and more, right? In train crews fare collection manual, anything motorized is not permitted, right? So that's the first problem that we've been trying to rectify, and I think it became a legal issue at some point, because something that's motorized can also be used manually, I guess, if it's off, but it defeats the whole purpose of the safety piece. We did away with the bike permits for a good reason, to motivate the use of bikes and to make it free, right? Which were great ideas, but in this example, I think it's backfiring on us. I would really strongly suggest that we bring back bike scooter permits, make them free, but at least then you can't get a permit if it's something that's we don't feel safe to bring into the system, because it's coming more and more of an issue. And as ridership grows, which it's going to, it's going to be a problem. The trains are loaded with them. We see them now in the summertime. You have a lot of hardworking people taking big bikes with giant tires to work as messengers, and there's no rules, really, because we don't have a real true permit, and you really can't expect to just go online and try to educate people. So I would be, I strongly suggest we bring back the permit, make it free, make it still friendly, put an end date to it. You know, it used to be lifetime, give it a 5-year end date. We don't even know how many bikes are in our system. With a permit, we'll at least have an idea of how many legal permits we have.
Board Member Brink?
Yeah, thank you. I passed Valley Line train I rode this morning. There were 2 of those things. So whatever rules we come up with, we need to make sure that New Jersey Transit is on board, because it's a joint service. And I think London Transport simply banned them. And a lot of people have complained to me that they think they're unsafe. And I'm on that pattern as well.
So what I think probably makes sense is for us to just give you an update on the status of that whole effort at the September board meeting, or September committee meeting, I should say, if that works for everybody? Yeah. Okay.
Any other questions on the first last mile? Moving on.
Okay, moving right along. So there are 2 Long Island Railroad information items. The first is the track work programs, including the fall schedule adjustments. The second is the quarterly update from MFW. Both of those are in the book if there are any questions. Hearing none, moving on to the Metro North information items. Similarly, the track program quarterly update and the Grand Central Terminal retail development update. David Florio is here from MTA Real Estate if there's any questions about the latter. Otherwise, they're in the book. Okay. There are no procurements. I'm sorry. Okay. There are no procurements from either railroad. And the agency reports for both railroads on operations, performance metrics, finance, and ridership are all in the book. Touched upon many of those in my report, but we're all here in case you have any questions.
Unless there are any other matters, I think this is a good time to accept a motion to adjourn. Second, all in favor?
Aye.
So moved. I didn't break anything.
Like a pro. There you go.
Monica's here, good. All right. Morning, everyone. I'd like to call to order the New York City Transit and Bus Committee meeting. Let's get started with our public safety announcements, please.
Your safety is of foremost importance to the MTA. Therefore, we ask that you listen to the following instructions. In the event of an emergency, notify emergency personnel in the room and 911 should be called. If an alarm sounds, wait for a public address announcement and follow instructions. If told to go to another floor or to evacuate the building, leave all unessential items behind and use stairwell A just across the main hallway or stairwell D down the hallway past the elevators. An automated external defibrillator, AED, for use by trained personnel is in the main hallway just past the elevators. Thank you and have a safe day.
Thank you. We'll now move to our public speakers.
Good morning. We have 15 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we will limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you when you have 30 seconds left to conclude your remarks. The first speaker will be Yuki Endo, followed by Charlton D'Souza. The next speaker will be Charlton D'Souza, followed by Raymond Martinez.
Yeah, ready. Yeah.
Go ahead, Yuki.
Nanin is you can know I am upset with a blank local bus network design with the Q50 bus not going to cross city during the off-peak hour, and BX29 from the city island not going into Club City also. I also stand with a senior citizen, senior and 88 people at the North Haven community to restore the BX 32 bus stop at the North Avenue East 140th Street. And then also the other people are also angry across 121st Street with the alienation of the N100 and the BX15 bus. Yeah. And then also in the September 2022, they're going to be big on the festival at the London's Island. And then last year, N35 bus was very close loaded. So NJ needs to apply X80 bus this September for the big on the food festival. And thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Charlton D'Souza, followed by Raymond Martinez.
Good morning, everyone. I have some concerns to raise about what's going on regarding the Bronx bus redesign. We've gotten complaints about Co-op City. I was also at a bus stop yesterday on the BX32, and y'all need to reinstate that bus stop that was covered by Greg Marker and Pix 11. We're very concerned about it. I was out there yesterday, and I didn't like what I saw. Y'all basically moved the bus stop, which was a nice bus shelter, and y'all make people go to an isolated, desolate area to pick up the bus, which actually is across the street from a hospital. So that needs to be looked into. As far as communication, communication needs to be improved. A lot of people are tweeting. and texting overnight that New York City Transit, but we're not getting like a response back. And there's been a lot of train delays of late and bus cancellations. So what I want to know is how many bus drivers are still on the job from the newly hired bus operators that came about 4 months ago. And then as far as train operators, I'm getting reports a lot of train operators are leaving. Even the retirees that were brought in to fill slots have also left. So that leaves me to wonder what's going on at the MTA. Are we able to make service? Why are people waiting 45 minutes for subway trains on weekends in some cases? Or waiting for like bus cancellations like the Q2, which trips are being canceled left and right, and people are being left stranded. So we need answers. Same thing with the express buses. A lot of cancellations. People are paying a lot of money to ride these buses, and we're not getting answers from New York City Transit. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Raymond Martinez, followed by Vittorio Bugatti.
Good morning, everybody, and I am speaking on behalf of my neighborhood of Co-op City. So on June 26th, they took out the BX29 and the off-peak Q50, and basically they left us with the BX23, and the proposed frequency improvements were supposed to be a good thing. I had good anticipations for it, but since day one of the redesign, the BX23 has had canceled trips leading up to waiting times of 40 minutes to an hour. And that is just unacceptable. And I usually commute on middays from the Co-op City all the way down to Brooklyn. And whenever I need the BX23, it just simply will not show up half the time. And I have to take a longer bus ride on the BX28 to go to Gun Hill Road, or pay an extra $6.75 to take the BXM7 express bus, which is not always the cheapest option for me. So I'm just requesting that they monitor the BX23 and make sure those scheduled trips actually run, because that is our only bus going to Pelham Bay if it is not a rush hour. So please, please, please monitor the BX23 and make sure those trips actually run. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Vittorio Bugatti, followed by Michael Ortiz.
Good morning. I'm Vittorio Bugatti, leader and founder of the Express Bus Advocacy Group. I'm here to discuss our safety concerns pertaining to the floor-to-ceiling shields being installed on the new express buses. A number of commuters in my advocacy group have raised grave concerns about being trapped in the event of an emergency should the bus operator lose consciousness while at the wheel, which happened in 2013. It was the heart of rush hour on a packed BXM18 bus to Riverdale. The bus operator had a medical episode and passed out. 25 people injured. The accident ended right in front of a school on Madison Avenue in East 81st Street on the Upper East Side. Luckily, dismissal had occurred earlier, and two quick-thinking passengers were able to run to the front of that bus and steer it to safety. But we could have been talking about fatalities and many more injuries. I was on the bus behind the one involved in the accident, so I got to see many of the shaken-up passengers that were not injured that were transferred to our bus. I will never forget that day, as I was supposed to be on that bus heading home to Riverdale, but luckily was stuck in my office finishing a project. We, your customers, do not want to be sitting ducks on these express buses in the event of an emergency. The MTA will argue that these doors open easily, and our argument is that every second counts. I have seen these floor-to-ceiling shields on buses when I lived in Italy. I have never seen them block any entrance or exit. There are shields on the local buses here that also don't block any entrance or exit. So why should they on the express buses? We have no issues with bus operators being protected, but we do have a problem with us not having to say about our safety. Some customers have noted that they have claustrophobia and cannot be in such. We, your customers, have never been consulted about about our concerns in terms of getting off these buses in an emergency. You must reconsider the designs of these shields as they compromise passenger safety. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Michael Ortiz, followed by Bradley Brashears.
Hello? All right. So one of the things I want to bring up today in this meeting is safety in our subways. a lot of homeless people have been roaming around the subway system. Every end of the line subway system has homeless sleeping. And somehow there's no police presence in sight. And I would like to have a solution for this. One of the things is to have social workers in every end of the line subway system. I also want to say great work to the people who are operating our trains and buses. Now, one of the things is we need more police presence in our subway system. And we need private security guards to check to see if there's weapons being used, because we cannot have more of those held. Now, another thing I want to be discussing about is our bus system in Staten Island. I want to know why there's no subway service in Staten Island. There is nothing there. I would consider having an R train extension from 95th Street to the island. This will accommodate people now because now we are in a global crisis right now. And all SIR trains have to use a truck to get to the Coney Island yard, which is absolutely unacceptable. And those trucks burn tons of fossil fuels. And I would consider an extension with the interlining as well. And another thing is that because Staten Island is mostly a transit desert, and students who go to the College of Staten Island have the 93 that run from Bay Ridge to the college itself. That ends at 9:30, but there's people that are staying there till 10 because of classes. And I want to know why is there no bus after 9:30? Why can't they extend service till like 10:30 or 11 for Brooklyn riders? Please explain that to me because we need that service. And I'm hoping to conclude my remarks right now. Thank you for all the work you do, and I hope to speak again later. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Bradley Brashears, followed by Lisa Daglian.
Good morning. I'm Bradley Brashears, Associate Director at the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. First, we appreciate the revamped Transit Committee book with a new look and focus on service and other metrics that directly impact riders. Making MTA data more accessible and digestible is an important part of better equipping riders, advocates, and all stakeholders with the tools we need to fight for a better transit system alongside you. We look forward to seeing more creative implementation of the MTA Open Data Law in the coming months. As 2022 progresses, it's clear that subway ridership is plateauing. But while weekday ridership struggles to climb past 60% of pre-pandemic levels, weekend ridership continues to be encouraging. The weekend of July 16-17th, subways saw nearly 80% of pre-pandemic ridership, a pattern that continues to unfold around the transit system. Even as many New Yorkers commute to work less, they still take transit for elective trips, seeing friends and family, running errands, or for other activities like the subway series, which, by the way, would be even more convenient with an accessible Met's Willets Point station. We're confident that weekend ridership would only continue to increase with better off-peak service. This doesn't mean taking away rush hour service on weekdays when New Yorkers still depend on subways and buses, but instead reducing the often 15-minute headways riders experience on weekends. Making sure that riders who choose to take transit on weekends and nights have a fast and efficient trip will be key to keeping them on board in the coming weeks and months. We know this will take long-term recurring sources of operating funding, and we're committed to fighting for the state and federal action needed to make it a reality, without service cuts or fare hikes. Now more than ever, transit is an essential service that should be funded as such, especially as larger percentages of commuters depend on transit to get them to jobs supporting our other essential services. These new ridership patterns may be here to stay, and it's important that the MTA and our city and state governments adapt to our new reality. Millions of riders still need transit to get them where they need to go, and they need funding for the MTA to deliver reliable service. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Lisa Daglian, followed by Elizabeth Abraham.
Hi, good morning. I'm Lisa Daglian, Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA. Thank you for launching the new ridership survey with its focus on customer satisfaction and getting riders back on board. Yes, I took it, and I urge everyone else to do the same. Maybe we'll have lunch. The survey showed that personal safety and security, homeless people, and people behaving erratically are top of mind for subway customers. Addressing these issues is key. Improving service by reducing wait times on weekdays for bus riders and weekends for subway riders is also key. That'll take money and crews, but more on that later in finance. I am one of the 62% of subway riders who is satisfied or very satisfied with MTA staff helpfulness, and would like to give a shout out to the booth agent at my home station, Vernon Jackson, who's always helpful and pleasant, and who this morning called in a person behaving erratically on the platform that I reported to him. Booth agents and other visible MTA staff, station ambassadors, if you will, do make a difference. We encourage more. Also making a difference is the work that's happening with the homeless population. The presentation that Pat Warren gave today at the Safety Committee showed the results of the ongoing collaborative efforts throughout the system, with 5,000 service referrals and 600 who remain in shelter. There's still a long way to go to resolve the root causes of homelessness, obviously, but many are well outside the MTA's responsibility. But you are doing a lot, and as Pat said, safety and security go together. Since it's top of mind for riders, I'll again urge you to make the Safety Committee a more permanent fixture, and also recommend that you consider sharing the homeless outreach presentation at the next transit and joint committee meetings, since riders of the entire system are directly affected by the work that's underway, and the efforts being undertaken should be more prominently recognized. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Elizabeth Abraham, followed by Jean Ryan.
Everyone, and I get very excited coming here, and I just love Accessorat. Love you guys. But I want to present two issues. One of the issues is why not? Why can't we do this? And the idea is that we have a multicultural community. In a few years, it's going to be immense. And for that reason, I feel that they should present something as a multicultural where there could be some training of the workers where they could have something in, for example, as I mentioned before, that I could have something in English and Spanish. The driver's in his car, and he's want to communicate to someone, and he doesn't really speak much English, but on the Spanish it says, oh, in English you could go up, down, go around. In Spanish, para arriba, para abajo, alrededor. And that be comprehend the importance of educating the people, and people would say, hey, we appreciate that, thank you. It's a little sort of education because they're speaking regarding this area. And I think that funds should be made for that, and we have to think of the future also. And one of the things I also want to mention is we should have as I said, speak in a training in terms of that for the future. But another issue too is that we need to have some enforcement that, for example, the brochures, if I'm saying this right, they're not, we're announcing, when I take a transportation, for example, get in a car and they tell us, I always have to ask, okay, make sure, what kind of car? Is it a color? And they tell me that it's a black. There's a lot of black cars. So for that reason, I feel that the broker should have some type of enforcement of use the logo, because if it's a black car, at least he has a logo right there, and it's number 1, 2, 3, or 4, 5. Why are they not proud of doing that? Are they embarrassed? And in other words, why not? Why we can present an issue of the future with a multicultural community, and why not that these people that are using their vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jean Ryan, who will be followed by Alita Dupree.
Hello. I'm Jean Ryan, President of Disabled in Action of Metropolitan New York. Regarding the Hunter College elevator, we and 12 other disability rights organizations want it where you are putting it on the northeast side of the intersection. You are the experts. Our 13 groups urge you not to delay further. I had to quit my wonderful job teaching at Hunter College in 1998 because I could no longer travel by subway to and from my job. Accessoride had become too arduous with horrible scheduling and long trips that took too many hours every day. Yes, we want that Hunter College elevator on the northeast corner. What are Accessoride's plans for evacuating many people with disabilities in an emergency like what happened during Hurricane Sandy? There will be another emergency. Previously, the big vans or buses with lifts had 3 wheelchair spaces to evacuate people. But with most riders now using broker cars and Accessoride using the broker cars, how will that work? For-hire vehicles and taxi drivers are independent operators and may not want to go where we are, since they already don't want to pick us up in the outer boroughs. What about if an emergency happens on a holiday or at night? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Alita Dupree, followed by Christopher Greif.
Thank you, Chair Haida Mahalsis. Hope I got that right. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. Thank you. Good to be back. I'm going to talk about some different things today. As I've said before, I think our subway and bus system should work on renewable energy, and I think we should have a power content label. I don't have any background today because I want to do some show and tell. This is what a power content label looks like. It's from BART. I know, don't strain your eyes. It's that you find on the website. But I'm seeing the benefits of reducing emissions that BART is doing. You can see how the bars are just disappearing. And I think that we need to talk about, actually, I think some of the power authority contracts are going to expire, which means that we can find providers that will be able to generate and transmit renewable energy to run our system. So thank you, and enough about that. And it's important to continue the work on Omni. I think we need to have an Omni report because I think the pilot is going to expire at the end of this month with the fare capping, and I hope to use it soon. I still haven't made it to New York. I guess I'm enjoying the 60-degree weather in California. But fare capping is helpful. It's frustrating on systems where I don't have fare capping. And the ADA work must continue. I don't want to see elevators and the like delayed because I want to be able to use the system freely. Because even though I can climb stairs, there are many who can't. And sometimes I'm just having a bad day. I'm a little tired. I need some help. So the escalators and elevators are very, very important. So it's a pleasure to be with you, and I hope to be back on the system soon. It's not just a system to get around on, but a system that I enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christopher Greif, followed by Brenda Price.
And good morning, everyone. Christopher D. Greif. Thank you, Caitlin. Just want to make this very clear to everyone. First, I want to wish everyone a happy ADA 32, which is tomorrow. So everyone, please enjoy the ADA 32. One thing that I'm going to comment, because as an advocate for people with disabilities as well as seniors, we need to make very clear when we do the redesign, we need to remind that there are NYCHA houses, hospitals, like with the BX32 bus. The bus stop was discontinued, but you still need a bus stop to make sure that seniors and people with disabilities can get on. They shouldn't be walking 4 to 8 blocks. That is not safe for them, especially a lot of them who uses walkers, who have not all disabilities are shown. So please, let's make that very clear. We need to bring this bus stop back. This is at 143rd Street and Morris Avenue. So please, let's try to do something for that senior disability, which NYCHA does have a lot of low income, plus a hospital right up the block as well. The main thing is also to make sure, as we do celebrate, we need to make clear that we all support getting more funding for elevators, ramps, and more accessibility buses. The more new vehicles we get, the more we can keep advocating. So our elected officials who are listening, please make sure you put that funding in. We need the funding to make sure we have beautiful new stations, beautiful elevators, especially ADA accessible. Once again, happy ADA 32 to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brenda Price, followed by Andy Pollock. Ms. Price, please unmute yourself.
Thank you. And good morning. My name is Reverend Brenda Price. I am with the Convent Avenue Baptist Church in Manhattan, and I represent the church and my community. We are asking the MTA to reinstate the BX19 bus in Manhattan at 145th Street and Convent Avenue. These bus stops on 145th Street, eastbound and westbound, are placed between two very long and very steep hills. And the removal of these bus stops has strained or stranded the community from essential services. Services such as access to and from 6 different subway lines, the 1, the 3, the A, B, C, and D. It also stranded our senior citizens from the senior citizen center that was at that bus stop. They are forced to either go down a very steep hill or come up a very steep hill. And so that bus stop is essential to getting seniors to the center for meals, social support, as well as in times like this, the cooling center. Additionally, there are 3 different churches in the area with attendance of over 1,500 people, and they are being denied access to their places of worship from the removal of this bus. Please return the BX19 to 145th Street and Convent Avenue in Manhattan. This proposes a danger in the winter because people will have to travel down or up very steep hills in inclement weather. These buses are important. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Andy Pollock, followed by Jason Anthony.
Thank you, Kate. Good morning, everyone. Andy Pollock from Passengers United. So let's talk about the Queens Bus redesign. As I was trying to elaborate back in June, the Q30 is at risk of being eliminated. So what does this mean? Well, this is going to mean that we've no direct bus from the Little Neck Shopping Plaza or Queensboro Community College to the Jamaica Long Island Railroad Station at Sutphin Boulevard, Archer Avenue, and Fresh Meadows will also be losing a bus along Utopia Parkway. Also, it has been brought to my attention that the Q8 bus route from Jamaica to Erskine Street in Brooklyn is also being at risk of being eliminated to the Gateway Shopping Plaza. And the Q41, that's also at risk of being eliminated. It's a bus route that goes from Jamaica to Howard Beach. So I don't understand why are these routes being eliminated. It really doesn't make any sense. And my last point I want to bring up for this month, I took the subway last week on Tuesday from Forest Hills, and both at Forest Hills and Kew Gardens. I understand that there's a new contagious COVID variant going around, but we need to bring back the hand soap in the subway stations because, you know, a lot of people aren't washing their hands. And the main reason why a lot of people are getting infected is because they don't wash their hands. So please make hand sanitizer more accessible at subway stations going forward. And especially because we're expecting another COVID surge during the winter months. So with that, Richard, with that, Heda, with that, everyone, thank you all very much, and I expect to speak again in the fall. Take care.
Thank you. Our final speaker will be Jason Anthony.
Good morning, everyone, from Grand Central 42nd Street on the Lexington Avenue line. I've been seeing a lot of people one, not showing their faces, two, a lot of people not mentioning one thing. Our subway operators and conductors should be recognized, especially those who were in action during the 36th Street incident on the 4th Avenue line. It is so sad seeing those people that brag so much about being advocates, but not talk about this. So, why I'm here today at Grand Central? Because of that. And also, I'm here right now on the Lexington Avenue line, southbound platform, and it's so sad that most people here are not, I repeat, not wearing masks. And every time I go to work at 4 o'clock in the morning at Whitehall Street, South Ferry, I'm seeing BRC outreach workers there. It's a good advancement, but I want to see them in Brooklyn in my home station, Atlantic Avenue, Barclays Center. And I've been seeing lately TikTok videos about subway surfers. I want subway chief Jason Wilcox to take a look at this. So I'll see you guys in about 20 minutes in MTA headquarters.
Thank you. Our final speaker will be Murray Bowden.
I guess I make mistakes. This is another one. I thought I registered. This is a continuation of what started at safety when I started talking about the manual and uniform traffic control devices. This is about safety on buses and getting in accidents. You're all talking about this manual and uniform traffic control devices. This is the copy that was written in 1988, and you're using the same lines on the road today that you used then. You got computers that look, automobiles that drive by themselves, they need to know that the line on the left is yellow, the one on the right is white. You can't get that straight. I can't make them do it. I've been trying to do it for 20 years. They've stopped. They've taken the uniformity out of the manual. And when you've got cars and buses that are driving themselves, Jamie, Kathy taught me the value of consistency. I didn't make this up. When she was at the thruway, she told me, you make everything the same and you reduce accidents. You got her right here on your staff. Ask her. You go to New York City and you make them make every road for every lane yellow on the left, white on the right. You increase bus speeds. You reduce accidents. This is all about bringing people back to using your buses. Well, do it that way. I'm going to leave right after this because I'm going to prepare for New Jersey Turnpike meeting tomorrow. They got the same problem. They refuse to make it yellow on the left, white on the right. They refuse to use a dotted line so people understand that this lane goes somewhere else. And until you solve that problem and make it consistency, you're not going to get faster bus speeds, and you're not going to get safer bus speeds.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment session.
Thank you to all our speakers. I'd now like to entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the January 2022 meetings. Andrew, I'm sure you have a...
I have a couple.
Yes.
On page 13, the first sentence, it says remaining loose to when it should be close to.
Okay.
And then on page 28, it says, given that many of the significant crimes committed in the system are come from, it should instead of coming from. And finally, on page 43, on the top, President Davies' name is misspelled. It's missing the E.
Okay. All right. Do I entertain a motion to accept the meetings as amended? Randy? Do I have a second? Sharif, thank you. All those in favor? Against? Abstentions? Ayes have it. Okay. We're now, Rich, we're going to move to the work plan. Any changes to the work plan?
No changes to the work plan this month, but I'm sure as you've all noticed and was commented by a few folks that we have a new board book, which I'll talk about in a moment, but no changes to the work plan.
Great. Okay, Rich, please start us off with the President's report, which I understand is going to cover updates for subways, buses, paratransit, and safety.
That's right. The committee will probably get sick of hearing my voice, but in the name of streamlining this report a bit, I'll give the report on behalf of Transit, but then, of course, want to engage in conversation, question, and dialogue. The Transit senior team is here to delve in deeper if there are questions. So over the last 2 months, the Transit leadership team has been, frankly, less focused on looking backwards and more focused on driving outcomes that will strengthen our relationship with our customers. The old performance metric playbook has been enhanced with the customer satisfaction metrics with a focus on improving the customer experience and winning back our customers in the post-pandemic era. As a result, we want to report out and discuss with you the new committee book of key performance metrics each month going forward. I'll also, as I mentioned, present on behalf of the Transit team, but we welcome input, open dialogue with the entire team, of course, in this forum and throughout. The report is anchored on a monthly customer satisfaction pulse survey we have launched, the first of its kind at Transit. At the same time, though, continuing with our deeper biannual customer survey where we have hundreds of thousands of folks respond. Working with MTA's market research team, they have tracked and reported the overall satisfaction for our customers across all modes every month. The combination of direct feedback and our operational performance data will allow for increased satisfaction in attracting more riders back to our service across all three modes. The monthly report that we will report on each month will include service reliability, wait time, station announcements, train and bus announcements, travel time, and MTA staff helpfulness. We will also report on the areas where customers tell us what would increase their satisfaction and what would encourage them to use our service more frequently. The new committee book is aligned on how we are managing and driving change for service delivery at MTA Transit. The performance metrics pinpoint specific areas where we can take action and allow us to measure these impacts in terms of improved service and rider experience. The historic metrics will continue to be made available for the public and for, of course, the committee and board. And I do want to thank both the transit team, but in particular Juliet Michelson, Katie Swift, Monica Murray, Jackie Haldo, and Suri Gruskat, who really put a lot of work into making this report as you see it today. And of course, feedback is welcome from the committee where we can improve on the metrics and what we're doing to respond to those metrics going forward. So let me talk a little bit about what we found in June. In June, we found from our survey results, as already mentioned, that subways, that our customers are telling us that personal safety, homelessness, and people behaving erratically in our system are top of mind. On the other hand, our bus customers are reporting a greater need for improved wait times, crowding, travel times, and bus speeds. And on paratransit, we remain laser focused on pushing our vendors to increase the supply of drivers, as driver availability is the root cause for no-shows and performance where it is lacking. Now let me highlight a few of the findings that we found. First, and really I think most gratifying, is that satisfaction with the helpfulness of our MTA employees is the highest in both subway and bus. Almost 80%, 79% to be exact, of our customers said they were satisfied or very satisfied with the helpfulness of our bus operators. And on subway, it was over 62%. So not a surprise, but just another, I think, indication that the teams out there delivering that frontline service are doing great work. On subways, several initiatives are underway to address the safety and security current raised by riders. You heard from Pat Warren earlier. You'll hear from the chief momentarily. But from piloting cameras on board trains, our end-of-line outreach efforts, and a continued partnership with NYPD to increase their presence along the system are critically important. When it comes to cameras, we have now fully deployed 200 cameras on 100 subway cars. We are going to be commencing or have commenced 60 days of testing with those deployable cameras, and then we'll determine next steps as to how to scale that across the system. What I might suggest is perhaps a closed-door briefing in the fall, Madam Chair, to get a little more detail into how that's working. But I would just tell you at its base, so far, so good. Subway service was delivered at 92.2%. This is projected to improve as we continue to bring more operators, conductors, and train operators into our system. As mentioned, by at least one, perhaps two speakers, we continue to focus very much on hiring operators for both subway and bus, which I'll talk about in a moment. We're also looking at operational improvements and focusing the customer experience on the A, B, C, and D lines, where trains are losing time. We are strategically deploying staff and looking at our end-of-line operations to improve terminal operations. So we are leaving on time with appropriate crews. What we, of course, finding is if we're not leaving on time, it's impossible to catch up any time along the route. And so making sure that at the point of departure, we are leaving on time. That gives us a much better chance to be running the service and the headways that our customers expect. On buses, bus customers will enjoy faster journey times as they've been asking as we look at enhanced bus lanes, working with the city to roll out 150 bus lanes over the next now 3.5 years. Automated bus lane enforcement. We are continuing to add cameras onto our buses, 300 more this year for bus lane enforcement. And our network redesigns, which we heard some feedback from folks today. By and large, the Bronx bus redesign has gone extremely well. We've received great feedback from our customers, and I would say the data looks good. Jana will have more to say on that at the Wednesday board meeting. But I will say this, we continue to monitor the progress, and for the bus routes that were mentioned today, I saw Judy taking frivolous notes. We are going to look at, for both the Bronx and, of course, for Queens, which is still in design, opportunities to make improvements, which may include reinstalling bus stops or making further adjustments to service. But again, customer satisfaction is our North Star. Feedback from our customers will inform that. On accessibility, accessibility in our subways remains a core focus, so all New Yorkers can take advantage of our system. We look forward over the coming years to be installing ramps or elevators and achieving at least 95% accessibility across our system. At the same time, today we watch our elevator availability closely, which was 96% in June. Not bad. We can do better, I believe, but making sure that accessibility where we have it today available is available for all. One other point I want to raise is weekend ridership and weekend service. Again, a note that was made earlier that we're seeing recreational ridership come back probably more quickly on nights and weekends than we are for weekday service. Historically, we've been performing lots of maintenance activities, right? This board has been taking lots of votes over the last few years for significant C&D work across our system. At the same time, we did, as an operating team, a review of our weekend service diversion operations and determined that we can step up our planning and execution. I think one issue that we noticed is there is a multitude of departments involved in the effort, but no one person with the authority, accountability, or ultimate ownership to own the entire customer experience in the weekend. So in the coming weeks, we will be appointing a weekend service czar to oversee the planning, coordination, and execution of our weekend service. More to come. The station environment is also a key contributor to how customers feel about our system. I briefed you last month about our station refresh program, which I am announcing we are branding Mop My Stop, with an exclamation point. Although it takes more, it's catchy, exactly. Although it takes more than just mopping the station. Demetrius Critchlow, who's Senior Vice President of Subways, and I on Saturday had the opportunity to visit on the concourse line at Nord and 205th Street, the work that's happening there. Power washing, concrete floor repairs, tile replacement, light replacement, repainting the ceilings and columns, fixing platforms, adding tactile strips, and water intrusion. Show and tell time. This is not a psychedelic mushroom or a corn muffin. What this is water intrusion mitigation. What we saw is these pins literally being shot up into the ceiling, and this grout, I guess, Demetrius, what would you call it? Sure, grout, all right. Being placed into the cavities that are created as a result of water intrusion over the years, which is probably the biggest issue at this station and a huge issue at a number of our stations across the system. So this is not just mopping my stop, it is a full-on effort to mitigate some of the challenges that we have in our stations. But I'm excited about this program. There'll be more to come about the stations we will tackle here in 2022 and beyond. The other things I want to highlight quickly, as I mentioned, is hiring. There was a question from someone in one of our customers earlier in the comment period about bus and subway operator and conductor hiring. I can tell you that New York City Transit Bus, in fact, all, has hired over 1,300 bus operators this year, and our operator availability is quite now good. In some of the boroughs, up to 99%, and so we are feeling good about the opportunity or the ability to deliver the service that we're advertising for our bus customers. The target for Subway remains a bit elusive. We are still on target for the first quarter of next year for both conductors and train operators. We did graduate 48 new train operators in June, and then just began our largest class of train operators as well. As you know, that training is more lengthy for a bunch of different reasons, and so we will continue at it. But the lack of available crews on Subway continues to be the #1 reason for us to not deliver service. So attacking that and getting qualified folks back into our system, as well as improving our availability, is a key focus for Demetrius, Craig, and myself. We've also heard about employee assaults. One is too many. We have way too many, I can tell you. So to that end, we are establishing, or recently established, joint management and labor task force in both subways and bus to really look granularly and deeply at the things that we can be doing here at Transit to make sure our people are safe and taken care of. And so whether that's looking at continued ways to improve the operator environment in our buses. For example, we have seen an uptick in assaults through the window because operators, now that it's warm, have the window open. Are there redesigns or engineering improvements we can make? We are working very closely with labor to come up with very tactical and specific solutions. You know, ideas like cockpits and others might be good, but those would be years away from a bus procurement. What can we do now? We've challenged our teams, and we're looking at opportunities and ways to improve our employees' safety. Lastly, just in terms of the follow-up is our transit talk. And so we've had an opportunity to get out in the system. We're in June at 3rd Ave and 138th Street on the 6th. A couple weeks ago, we're at Queensboro Plaza to talk to our customers, to see what's happening. We are choosing, by the way, the stations that are performing worst on our customer satisfaction survey, not the best. We want to see what's happening out in some of these stations. And so thanks to Chris and the customer service team, they have had, and we are not, by the way, spiffing these stations up prior to arrival. We have told folks that we want to see the operating environment and make sure that we're experiencing what our customers are seeing as well. Fare evasion, reducing homelessness, individuals behaving erratically, again, from the feedback we've heard from our customers in person. You know, again, Chief Wilcox will shortly provide some information on the efforts and partnerships that we've had together to address these issues, and appreciate his continued partnership and leadership there. And then lastly, I want to just echo, you're going to be taking an action, or being asked to take an action later today, on the purchase of 5 all-electric buses to advance our commitment to sustainability and advance our responsibility to our environment. We are going to be also sharing with you, I think, Sunil, we have those? Perfect. We'll pass those out as we go to potentially questions. But our transition plan to zero-emission bus, right? So this is not just about purchasing buses. It is about improving our infrastructure to make sure we have not only the powering infrastructure in place, but also trained, employees. And there is a lot of work to be done to get us to zero fleet emission. Sunil and team have put together a really impressive, I think, transition plan, which we wanted to share with the committee. I think it's leading the country, by the way, in what we're doing. So wanted to just share that with you. And lastly, while Frank Anacarno is not here, Safira, of course, is ably sitting in for him. I was pleased to appoint him the permanent senior vice president for all of buses at the beginning of July. He has really pulled together a strong team and are looking at not only the service, improvements that I mentioned, but also things like predictive bus maintenance, which we will talk about at a future committee meeting. But just excited for his leadership and excited for the team that we're pulling together. So, Madam Chair, that's all I have.
Thank you, Rich. Any questions for Rich? Okay, if not, we're going to move on to Q. Q, you want to update us on accessibility, please?
Absolutely. Good afternoon. July is Disability Pride Month, and tomorrow we celebrate the 32nd anniversary of the signing of the Americans with Disabilities Act. Earlier this month, MTA Accessibility partnered with the Transit Museum for a panel highlighting a range of projects that enhance accessibility throughout our system, from wayfinding apps for blind or low vision customers to digital screens enhancements. The program included Senior Accessibility Outreach Coordinator Sarah Barry and the Director of Products, Josh Gee. Rider Products, Josh Gee. We also participated in Disability Unite Festival in Central Park to celebrate with the public and our riders, alongside a dozen other city agencies who, for the first time in 3 years, have come together to celebrate Disability Pride Month. In addition to these public events, we are highlighting colleagues across the MTA who do exceptional work to advance accessibility here. We launched a series featuring members of various departments on MTA's internal TV networks and throughout our employees' newsletters. And we encourage all our employees and those passing through our offices to check out these images and articles to learn about how departments across the MTA are contributing to system-wide accessibility goals. You've heard me say it before, but I am just the facilitator of this here at the MTA. It takes a village, and I'm happy to have so many folks around the agency on board to enhance accessibility. We're very happy to share that we are launching an updated mandated ADA training for all employees from across the agencies here as part of our 2022 annual employee training cycle. This new interactive online training module will cover topics such as language and etiquette, customer service and sensitivities, and key accessibility features on all operating systems. The training will ensure all MTA employees, whether frontline or office-based workers, know the basics and are ready to help make our system and work environment feel safe and welcoming for all customers and our colleagues. Lastly, work continues on subway elevator replacement projects and tactile edge installations. Tactile edges were installed at Grand Avenue Newton MR stations in Queens and at the downtown tracks of the Liberty Avenue AC station in Brooklyn. The new Manhattan-bound elevators at Roosevelt Island F station was recently placed back in service, with work beginning to replace the Queens-bound elevators later on this month. With that, thank you.
Thank you, Q. Any questions for Q? Okay, if not, we're going to turn it over to Chris Papandreou. He can update us on our new monthly customer service survey.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. We know the customer experience is the driver of satisfaction, and the customer department is working lockstep with our partners in subways and buses to help deliver improved performance results, beginning first with capturing and analyzing perceptions that are specific to our customers' travel experience in a more nimble way. In May, we began using flash surveys. This lets customers give us feedback a lot faster about the issues that are most pressing during their journey. Here's what we learned from our customers in June. The percentage of satisfied and dissatisfied customers were about the same for subways, buses, and paratransit. Waiting time and service reliability remain stable for both subways and buses, and we are keeping a keen eye on those indicators. Top of mind for subway customers under needs improvement are environmental surroundings, personal safety, security, reducing homelessness, people behaving erratically. For bus customers, wait times, crowding, and travel times were cited as needing improving. Most notable are the high ratings about our frontline staff. Customers rated MTA staff helplessness. That is, our bus drivers, subway, train, and station teams are among the highest across all the categories scored. We also saw improvements in better announcements on both subways and buses during service disruptions. These are gains. We should continue to build on that. A little shout out to our friends in market research, Janice Pepper and James Rubin, for leading these efforts. Okay, we recently hosted our first Customer Appreciation Luncheon. 20 customers were randomly selected from the pool of survey respondents. They came to 2 Broadway and had lunch with President Davey and some members of leadership team to talk about various topics specific to their travel and concerns. Our customer teams were out in full force meeting with customers at Atlantic Avenue's Barclays Center, one of our business transit hubs, to promote Omni and ways to save using fare capping. Using our help desk, we engage with customers as they walk through stations to bring awareness about ways to pay the fare, including, New York City's Fair Fares program. We want customers to use their eligible opportunities to save money, to take the subway and bus. Outreach teams also emphasize the impact that fares have on providing sustainable subway and bus service throughout the system. We will plan more of these, especially before school returns to full sessions. President Davies spoke earlier about our recent Transit Talk event at Queensboro Plaza. I wanted to let everyone know that our next Transit Talk is being scheduled for mid-August. And we'll be sure to let everyone know the details on that. And Brooklyn, here we come. Thank you.
He's saying sorry because I like to have them more frequently than once a month. Not that I don't like to have them.
Yeah, we're going to definitely return to a lot more frequently come the fall.
Thank you, Chris.
All right, thank you, Chris. Any questions for Chris? Okay, if not, we're going to move on to Chief Wilcox. Chief, you want to update us?
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. It's been a busy month. So one thing that I like to provide a context of, transit crime accounts for about 1.9% of the total New York City crime picture right now. But we are experiencing total increases in our major crime categories of over 55% when you compare us to the crime numbers from last year at this time. In the larger view, when you go back to pre-COVID crime levels and you compare our overall crime numbers now to 3 years ago, to 5 years ago, you will see actual decreases in our overall crime figures. We have been able to hold to a daily crime number of around 6 crimes a day. Prior to those COVID years, you would have to go back to around 2014 to see similar daily figures. It has been a challenging year, but again, we are working very hard in a very determined fashion to keep crime down. It's all about safety, President Davey. We acknowledge that. Our focus on fighting crime and restoring a sense of order in our subways has not wavered. Through the middle of July, total arrests in transit are up over 65%. Felony arrests are up 44%. Misdemeanor arrests are up 69%. Gun arrests are up 36%. And arrests for cutting weapons are up over 105%. A critical commitment that we have stayed focused on since the beginning of this year is to expand our uniform presence on the trains and within the stations. This too has not wavered. Combined efforts by both our transit officers, precinct officers, and housing patrol officers performing vertical patrols and station inspections at subway stops and hubs throughout the system have yielded nearly 550,000 such patrols this year. That's about 2,700 a day. Transit officers from every district and unit have proactively done over 200,000 uniformed train patrols this year. Since the middle of May, our train patrol force, our TPF, has done 2,500 multi-borough, multi-district train patrols during those critical overnight hours. This TPF team and this TPF concept will be expanding in the near future. In addition, our Transit Anti-Terrorism Unit, our ATU, which operates 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, are actively working throughout the entire system to keep the subways safe. They have performed thousands of train patrols and done thousands of team-led train sweeps, also known as TOMs, this year, and they have done hundreds of tunnel and emergency exit inspections. The Transit ATU plays such a critical role in our efforts and strategies to deter terrorism. Touching on something that we talked about last month, I want to commend our Transit Citywide Vandal Squad for a recent but timely arrest from last week. A vigorous investigation and review of posted social media videos led them to identifying and arresting a 15-year-old male from the Bronx that was actively involved in both subway surfing incidents as well as going into train tunnels and tagging graffiti onto train cars that were being laid up overnight. Many of us responded on a recent Saturday afternoon on July 9th to West 137th Street and Broadway train station in Upper Manhattan, where a 14-year-old male youth had been seriously stabbed. A dispute that started on the street but then quickly came down into the station, culminating in a violent altercation on the platform. That 14-year-old would soon succumb to his injuries at an area hospital. This is so terrible when you consider that neither the victim or the suspect in the stabbing had even reached their 16th birthday. Within a very short time, within an hour really, we were able to obtain excellent MTA video footage from that station. These images of the suspect were immediately provided to investigators and to responding officers. This proved to be of critical importance that helped lead to a swift identification and apprehension of that suspect in this violent crime. And just last week, on July 19th, we saw another dispute between 3 males turn quickly violent at the Rockaway Boulevard train station on the A-line. In this incident, 2 adult males received stabbing and slashing wounds from the 3rd male, who was armed with a cutting instrument. Once again, MTA video was quickly obtained and images of the suspect distributed by our detectives to patrol. Transit District 23 officers on train patrol the next day observed the male from the wanted flyer and stopped him. This led to a 29-year-old male being arrested and charged with both of the above stabbing and assaults. These 2 incidents bring me to the overall issue of assaults in transit system this year. We have seen an increase in the area of 18% in felony assaults and 41% in misdemeanor assaults. Felony assault accounts for a quarter of our total major crime statistics, and stabbing, slashing incidents account for 32% of our total felony assault incidents. So many of these incidents have started as a verbal dispute that then quickly escalated. We have also seen increases on assaults on MTA employees and assaults on police officers. We have seen over a 55% increase in assaults on police officers this year. The majority of these assaults on police officers began as the officers were engaging persons who had committed fare evasion and/or other quality of life violations on the trains and stations. We are very focused on this type of crime when it does occur. A robust patrol and investigative response occurs for every such incident. 64% of our felony assaults this year have arrests attached to them. Our overall felony assault arrests are up 15%, and our misdemeanor assaults arrests are up 23%. Just recently, starting on July 5th, our city saw a 40-year-old male armed with a serrated edged knife go on a very terrible and violent stabbing spree that targeted the homeless as they slept on the streets, leaving one dead and others seriously injured. This highlights how vulnerable the homeless can be, and it also highlights, to me, the vital nature of our combined efforts in transit to help the homeless. As part of the Mayor's subway safety plan, we continue to work vigorously every day, every night, in a collaborative partnership to address the complex issue of homelessness in the subways, with the goal of connecting them to service and connecting them to shelter, to get them into a place of safety. This is very important work and very much a team effort with the Department of Social Services, the MTA, and our other partners, from the officers on the platforms when those trains come in, to the immediate in-station contact from our partners at DHS, BRC, and the nurses and clinicians providing homeless services, all the way to the contracted vendors providing the critical service of swift vehicle transportation of those homeless accepting shelter. Everyone involved plays an integral role in the success of this effort. Between our efforts with the joint response teams on the trains, the many end-of-line initiatives, and the dedicated nightly work of our Subway Safety Task Force, we have made nearly 33,000 homeless contacts, done over 21,000 train inspections, made over 3,000 train runs, and most importantly, made over 5,000 shelter placements or referrals for the homeless in the subway system. I wish to close on some important and recent personnel and personal issues affecting us. Our NYPD transit team is currently dealing with a shocking and tragic loss. Inspector Zahir Aziz passed away suddenly last Thursday evening from a medical episode while at his residence. He had 20 years of dedicated service to our city with the NYPD, where he's been an executive since 2008. He has been in leadership roles in the Transit Bureau since 2015. He was the commanding officer of Transit District 11 in the Bronx for 4 years, and most recently, since 2019 until the present, Inspector Aziz was the commanding officer of Transit Bureau Brooklyn, overseeing the 4 transit districts and officers patrolling the subways in Brooklyn. His importance to the Transit Bureau cannot be overstated. His patient and steady hand helped Brooklyn Transit get through the many tribulations of recent years, including COVID. He also responded to the terror attack on the N train at the 36th Street station on the morning of April 12th and played a key role in helping us maintain that scene and immediately working to establish focus and safety in the days that followed. His leadership and his presence will be greatly missed, and we join together in praying for and providing support to his family. On a different note, but a far better note, 2 of our district commanding officers have now moved on to new challenging leadership assignments in the NYPD. Deputy Inspector Ken Gorman has now moved from Transit District 1 to become the commanding officer of the 114th Precinct in Queens, and Captain Edison Gutierrez has moved from Transit District 23 in the Rockaways to become the new commanding officer of Housing Police Service Area 8 in the Bronx. We thank them for their great work they have done in transit and wish them continued success in their new roles. We also welcome newly promoted captains Lauren Foster, Senta Caleb, and Alexander Mesa to our Transit Bureau team. Coming from rich prior experiences on patrol, in transit, and investigative backgrounds, they will make excellent additions to our team. One more good note for the month of July to report. On July 1st, the NYPD held a Police Academy graduation ceremony at Madison Square Garden. I'm happy to report that we received 57 new police officers out of that graduating class. They are now members of our Subway Training Unit, or STU. Overlapping with the prior class that graduated in April, our Subway Training Unit now has in the area of 120 young officers out patrolling the trains and stations during the PM rush and evening hours. We are very, very glad to have them. Finally, I was fortunate recently to sit down with the new MTA Police Department Chief, John Mueller. When I was in Bronx Detectives, we had a very strong and very positive working relationship with the Yonkers Police Department, from where Chief Mueller is coming from. I look forward to working closely with him as we partner together to face the many challenges ahead. Thanks again for your continued support, and I'll take any questions.
All right. David, just let me ask a question. Chief, how many, you don't have to give me the specific number, but how many police officers do we have a day patrolling our subway system?
So, within the Transit Bureau, we have over 2,000 police officers, over 2,500 uniformed members. But what's critical and has been very beneficial to our strategy is getting the extra support from patrol, from housing, coming in and doing vertical patrols into the station. We've done hundreds of thousands this year, such vertical patrols. So we're looking at in a ballpark figure, well over 1,000 different officers coming into the system to supplement our normal post coverage on a daily basis. So very, very important to our strategy, very important to our success. So, I mean, that's basically what we're doing.
All right. No, I asked that because, as Chris reported earlier, the number one issue that people feel is the lack, I don't want to say the lack of safety, but safety. So I'm saying if they don't see the police officers, they have that sense of not being safe.
Right. So, I mean, just go back to when I first got here in January, and I've said it at this meeting, and it's been sort of my mantra, uniform train patrol. That's what we're constantly trying to push forward and make better and be more visible. We know our mere presence in uniform on a train or in a station or in a mezzanine makes people feel safer, and that's what we're trying to push forward.
Okay. No, I appreciate the fact that you touched on that. David?
Yes, Chief, I guess I'm going to go back to an old issue. I looked on the issues of tab summonses and arrests. Basically for fare evasion. It's in our booklet.
Yep.
It seems like there's been a dramatic increase on all those levels. And I'd like to know why the dramatic increase, and also my recurring interest in the demographics of who's being stopped and who's being arrested, since at least in our understanding that fare evasion seems to be system-wide. But the question, is it being concentrated in certain stations? That's A. And B, being the question of the demographics of who's being stopped and arrested. This has been a recurrent theme of mine and concern of mine. I certainly want enforcement of fare evasion, but I want to see it equitably distributed.
And so do we. Fare evasion is a priority for us. We're trying to, sort of bend the curve back. We think we might have lost some ground on this in the last few years. It accounts for about 3/4 of our total tab picture, which may have been more in prior years, because one of the things we're definitely trying to focus on is quality of life violations on the trains. And we're definitely doing that. Our tab summonses for quality of life are up well over 130%. So we're focusing a lot more on that. We're giving greater attention to quality of life. But you're right, fare evasion summonses are up 24%. Some of those fare evasion summonses lead to arrests for various reasons. They have warrants, they're transit offenders, etc. Those are also up. We're giving greater attention to all offenses occurring in the system. We're trying to restore order. We're trying to restore a sense of calm to the system. But to your point about targeting one community or one neighborhood, absolutely not. In fact, when you look at one of the most, with fare evasion, one of the most diverse transit districts is District 4, and that they lead the city in fare evasion summonses. And that goes from Chinatown to the wealthiest neighborhoods in New York City all the way up to 125th Street. So, you know.
And the issue of what the demographics of the arrests and stops? Who's being arrested and stopped? That's what I want to know. I say this goes well before your time, sir.
No, I understand that.
But when I was first told about this 6 years ago, it was 95% black and Latino. And yet, I think everyone who rides the system knows the question of fare evasion virtually stretches through almost every community. And yet, it seems that the targeted groups always seem to be the poorest and people of color. So I raise that not to criticize you and what you're trying to do, but my ongoing concern of the issues of equity that we have in the city of New York.
I share your concern, and when we deal with fare evasion, we try to be fair. We are committed to fairness. We are committed to not targeting any group, absolutely not. And we address the condition throughout the system, throughout all the communities, you know, wherever we come across it. We're definitely putting a harder look at it, but we're applying it, I feel, with a strong level of fairness.
Okay. Thank you.
Andrew and then Lisa.
I would just add, Chief, I hope you are targeting one group, those that are avoiding paying the fare.
That we are doing.
Lisa.
Thank you, Chief. Excuse me, losing my voice. 3 questions. Are there any specific stations that are of more concern than others? The arrests are going up, but does that mean anything if they're not keeping them in jail? Or is there any follow-up to know once these arrests are made, are these individuals coming right back into the system and recommitting the same crimes? And I think my biggest one is with the homeless population. Are they being removed, or are these just conversations? And I'll tell you my opinion so that it's clear, and it may not be a uniformed opinion, but my personal one is if they're homeless and mentally ill, they should be removed and provided with services. There was a big challenge about offering them services, which is respectful of who they are, but does not help if they're not getting the services that they need. So, thank you.
So I'll start with that one, with the homeless. Obviously, a very long-standing and complex issue that affects the transit system. I dealt with it when I was here a decade ago, and others dealt with it decades before me. So but what's happening this year, which I think is critically important and to remember is, and I mentioned it, is this collaborative effort. It used to be done maybe ad hoc or at certain operations, but the consistent daily, nightly effort that's being put forth by the NYPD, by the MTA police officers, working hand in hand with DHS, Health and Mental Hygiene, Department of Hospitals. This is new. This is important. It's born out of the mayor's subway safety plan. We are committed to it, and I think it is significant when we look at over 5,000 homeless that have been referred or placed in shelter. That's very important, and we can't, you know, I don't want to negate the importance of that. Are there still homeless in the subways? Yes. We've also, on top of the homeless initiatives, we've taken maybe 2,000 homeless to hospital for medical care, or that are suffering from critical mental crisis. Do they get back out of the hospital? Yes, the majority of them do, and then we deal with them again. But we will keep dealing with them. The goal of the plan, and that I'm committed to, is to getting these people service and shelter, long term. So it's not something, we've been at this since January, really February, and there's a long way to go, and we're not going to waver on that. It's important. It really is important, and I think what we saw this month with the person that was murdering and stabbing homeless that were sleeping in parks and benches highlights how important this is. We take it very seriously, but we take the aspect of dealing with the homeless with care and compassion equally seriously. I know I do. So I want to just go back to the other point about certain stations. The stations that often that have the most crime, you wouldn't be surprised. They're the busiest stations. They're the critical hubs. There's so many more people there. They tend to, have more crime incidents. Doesn't mean that they're unsafe, but that's just, the way it happens. We're fighting every district. We have 12 transit districts, and we're fighting this every day, trying to make every station safe. The level of attention that's given to any major crime in transit is tremendous, Our commanding officers give great focus to whether it's an assault, if it's a robbery, a pickpocket, or somebody's bag was stolen when they fell asleep on the N train. Whatever it is, we give a tremendous amount of attention. And I also want to give kudos to the detectives that work hand in hand with us. I know them all because they worked for me last year. We are so fortunate to have such a great detective, investigative cadre of people that work hand in hand with us, whether it's arson explosion with fires or just the transit squad working a normal case. They are excellent, and we are fortunate to have them, and I'm very blessed to have a strong network bond with them. Recidivism, I think you mentioned recidivism in terms of, obviously, we make arrests, we bring them to the district attorney's office, and there are, certain obvious, well-documented, well-spoken of situations that we have to deal with. Certain things are non-bail. They're going to get out. We've had people that, and I've talked to Mr. Pat Warren about this, people that have done track intrusions again and again and again, and we've arrested them again and again, and they get back out. So, this is an issue that we deal with every day. But, we have to and we will continue to work closely with our borough district attorney's offices. It's on an important case, we demand or direct our commanding officers to do an executive conferral so that if somebody needs to stay in jail or needs a high bail, we make sure that our voice is heard.
First of all, I want to thank
Yes.
you. There isn't enough money to be paid for the work that you all do, so I applaud you for that.
Thank you.
And as it relates to the homeless, it wasn't a non-compassionate question. It was really because I see the mentally ill and the homeless, and I wish we could pick them up and provide them the service. So the fact that you put this plan and the mayor supporting it is amazing.
It's a team plan, and it's
Right.
everybody in this room. It's the MTA police behind me. We have weekly conversations with DHS, Commissioner Jenkins from DSS. We are committed to this.
Thank you so much for all your service. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Chief? All right, if not, thank you, Chief. We'll move on. Lou, I think we got some procurements.
Yes,
Three?
thank you. Good morning. The New York City Transit procurement package includes 3 actions in the amount of $238.2 million. The first item, as Mr. Davy mentioned earlier, is the procurement of 5 low-floor, 40-foot all-electric buses from a New York State-based bus manufacturer, Nova Bus, in the total estimated amount of $8.2 million. This procurement emphasizes New York City Transit's commitment to transition to a zero-emission bus fleet by 2040. These buses will continue to provide additional operational experience to expand on planned deployments of electric buses as part of the capital plan. The price per bus is $1.43 million, and the contract includes diagnostic equipment for testing, spare parts, and special tools. The first bus will begin in-service evaluation in October 2023, with delivery of all 5 buses by April 2024. The next action is a request to extend New York City Transit's contract with WSP USA for inspection and testing services for 2 years in the estimated amount of $20 million. WSP, under our program, provides a rigorous, highly successful worldwide program for the inspection and testing of products and materials to ensure strict specification compliance for New York City Transit and for C&D. In order to expand best practices and leverage economies of scale, it was determined that the renewal RFP for this program will be expanded to include the requirements of Long Island Railroad and Metro-North. Additional time, therefore, is needed to ensure uninterrupted service while the expanded RFP is developed, solicited, and awarded. The final action is a request to extend the New York City Transit and MTA bus contracts with Sprague Operating Resources for the continued provision of fuel for 1 year for the fleet of approximately 5,000 buses in the combined estimated total of $209.9 million, based on projected fuel usage and costs. Multiple proposals are currently under evaluation in response to a consolidated RFP that for the first time includes revenue bus fuel alongside the previously consolidated all-agency spend to leverage MTA's massive fuel requirements and maximize pricing efficiencies in the marketplace using a category management approach. Additional time is required to continue the evaluation, conduct negotiations, and make recommendations for award. This extension is needed to ensure that Sprague will continue to provide this critical commodity without interruption. I submit these procurements for board approval.
Lou, I have a question. In the second procurement, you say that you're going to include Long Island Railroad and Metro-North. Who did it before for LIRR and Metro-North?
They've done it on their own,
Okay.
independent. Now that we're looking at everything from a category management standpoint, we think it makes most sense to include this as part of the larger picture for the
Got
rest
it.
of the MTA.
Okay. It does make sense.
There should
Thank
be
you.
benefits.
Okay. Any questions for Lou on the procurements? Okay. If not, do I hear a motion to accept the procurements? Randy? So moved. Second? Second, Lisa. All those in favor? Okay. Against? Abstentions? We move on. Okay. I'm now going to hand it over to Judy to give us some information about service changes that are coming in the winter. We're planning ahead, Judy.
Good afternoon. We've been looking at how ridership has changed in our post-COVID world, how it's changed by time of day and day of the week. We have begun working to revise our schedules to better align service to our current ridership travel patterns. As a start, we are proposing to shift some number 4 and number 7 line trips earlier in the AM and PM peak periods. For each of these lines, we are shifting 2 trips in the morning from the late morning, the 9 to 10 a.m. period, to the early morning from 5 to 7 a.m. That's when we're seeing relatively higher demand. In the evening, we are shifting 1 to 2 trips on both the 4 and the 7 lines from the 5 to 8 p.m. period to the 3 to 5 period. The details of these changes are in a staff summary that has been provided to you. These schedule changes will be implemented in December 2022 and will save approximately $300,000 due to changes in pay hours. The overall net number of trips will not change on both of those lines.
Great. Thank you, Judy. Any questions for Judy? Okay. If not, do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting? Motion, okay. Second? Okay, those in favor? Thank you. Meeting is adjourned.
Call the meeting of the Audit Committee in order, please. Michelle, are there any public speakers?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have one member of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that the public speaker adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speaker that in the interest of time and fairness to all, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. The registered speaker will be Jason Anthony.
To the Audit Committee. Hi, Rob. You resurrected from the dead, it looks like. Jason Anthony from the Amazon Labor Union. It is good to be back another month, but dealing with the same issues. I want to address the Audit Committee because we want to spend our money in the Metropolitan Transportation Authority wisely, but in a very, very good way. We know that for sure. But like our beloved friend Bob Ferran, that I hope that he is enjoying his retirement, he prognosticated that our beloved agency will be in a downfall in a couple of years. But it is up to us that we won't fall into that. That's why we should do an audit in everything that we spend. Like, for instance, myself, I work in Amazon as a picker. I should make sure that I don't make mistakes when picking items. So that's why you guys over here at the Metropolitan Transportation Authority don't make mistakes when wasting money in things that are not necessary. And I hope that Rob gets a message to Governor Hochul of passing the warehouse protection bill, that we need that protection for workers like myself in Amazon. And I hope that our beloved friend Bob doesn't forget about us. And I'll see you guys in finance, shall we?
Thank you, Jason. Madam Chair, that concludes the public speakers.
Thank you, Michelle. Next, we have the approval of the May 23rd Audit Committee minutes. Any correction or changes? May I have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
A second? All in favor?
Madam Chair, I excuse me, I
Yes.
abstain because I wasn't present.
Thank you. The minutes are approved. Michelle, are there any changes to the work plan?
No, Madam Chair, there are no changes to the work plan.
Okay, first up, we have our independent accounting firm with 5 items that will require a vote. We will take all 5 votes at the conclusion of their presentations. Jill Strohmeyer, the Managing Director, will begin with a presentation on the results of the review of the first quarter 2022 MTA Consolidated Interim Financial Statements. The financial statements will be issued in final form after the Audit Committee review and approval. Jill?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Deloitte is in the process of completing our quarterly review for the MTA's consolidated interim financial statements for the 3-month period ended March 31, 2022. Just a reminder, our review of interim financial information consists principally of analytical procedures and making inquiries of management. It is substantially less in scope than an audit, the objective of which is an expression of opinion on the information. Based on our reviews, at this time, we are not aware of any material modifications that should be made to the interim financial statements for them to be in accordance with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States of America, or GAAP. So they're consistent to what was reviewed in the May meeting. And that concludes my prepared remarks related to the first quarter review.
Great, thank you, Jill. Are there any questions on the first quarter 2022 consolidated interim financial statements? Okay, next, we have Jim McGovern, MTA Deputy Comptroller, to provide management's review of the 2021 employee benefit financial statements, including a discussion on management's analysis and the required supplementary information to the financial statements. Jim?
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. What I want to do is just walk you through a summary of the financial statements for the employee benefit plans. Because I'll probably forget, I want to thank Joe Cornwell for his assistance in helping prepare, and also my colleagues here at Deloitte for their work and participation in this process. We have 6 benefit plans. The MTA Defined Benefit Plan, the MAB-STOA Defined Benefit Plan, the Long Island Railroad Additional Plan, the Metro North Cash Balance Plan, the MTA Deferred Comp Plan, that's our 401k 457 plan, and our Retiree Welfare OPEB plan. The Long Island Railroad Pension and the Metro North Cash Balance Plan are closed plans at this moment, and obviously the Defined Benefit Plan participants are Long Island Railroad, Metro North, MTA Police, CERTOA, and MTA Bus, whereas the MAB-STOA plan is all MAB-STOA employees from New York City Transit, Long Island Railroad additional plan are for employees that were hired effective July of 1971 and prior to January of '88. I think there's only about 23 active people in that plan right now. As you can see, the assets of the plan, $5 billion, $5.7 billion, 31,000 participants in the defined benefit plan. MAB-STOA, $3.6 billion with 16,000 participants. Just a couple other things I wanted to point out to you on this slide. MTA employees participating in the NYSERS plan on the footnote at the bottom. And NYSERS plan are New York City Transit and TBTA employees, whereas in the NYSLRS plan, it's primarily the MTA employees. Oops, sorry. The financial statements are prepared in conformity with generally accepted accounting principles, using the accounting standards established by the Government Accounting Standards Board. The 4 sections of the financial statements are the MD&A, the basic financial statements, fiduciary net position, which is the balance sheet, statement of changes in fiduciary net position, that's the income statement, notes to the financial statements, and required supplementary information. I guess the interesting part today is our net pension liabilities as per the financial statements of the benefit plans. I think the only couple things I want to point out to you, in the 4th column, the funded ratio, you'll see 77.5% for the DB plan, MAB-STOA at almost 83%, the additional plan at 58%, and the cash balance plan is pretty much funded. The multi-employer plans for the cost sharing, which is NYSLRS and NYSERS. If you look in the first column there, you'll see our percentage participation in those plans, 0.31%, and for NYSERS it's 22%. And you'll see that the funding for those plans is pretty much almost 100% for NYSLRS and 93% for NYSERS. Overall, the funding for our plans is about 87.3%, which is, I think, pretty good. And I'll give you a relativity schedule to follow. The OPEB plan, we have a liability of $24 billion, $25 billion, and for all purposes, there's really no funding in that plan, which is not unusual for OPEB plans, which I'll show you in the coming slide. I think the other thing I wanted to point out in this slide, we have total pension liabilities of $34.6 billion. We funded $30.2 billion. The unfunded net pension liability is $4.4 billion. This slide pretty much just kind of gives you a high color, the colors show you the funding level across the states. MTA, if you look at the little box at the top, is at 87.3%. You'll see most of the states pretty much between 80 and 90%. And so the MTA plans are, I would say, relative to the rest of the country, pretty well funded. I don't think there's an issue there right now. In terms of OPEB, that's a different story. I think the best slide is this slide, I think, which basically tells you very few states have funded OPEB plans, and the ones that do are not, much differently funded than the pension plans. And we are on a pay-as-you-go basis for funding our OPEB right now. That pretty much gives you a high-level, quick overview of the pension plans and benefit plans. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to take them.
Thank you, Jim. Robert, did you have a question?
Just one question. On the funded ratios, has there been a change from the prior year in terms of the funding ratios? So are they relatively the same?
Yeah, hang on one second. The prior year ratios.
Just the bottom line.
Yeah, it was about 75%, so they've done
So
a
it's
little
been
better.
higher.
A lot of that is appreciation in the markets. Now, one thing I forgot to mention is the market conditions today obviously are not as robust as they were reporting this. So the cost of that will probably be reflected in our 23 financial statements. So I just want to kind of just highlight that recent market downturns are going to be reflected prospectively.
Anybody else? Okay. Thank you, Jim. And to continue the discussion on pension plans, Jill will discuss the results of the audit of the various pension plans. Jill?
Thank you. Deloitte is in the process of completing our audits of the 2021 MTA employee benefit plans for the 6 plans mentioned by Jim. We perform our audits in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards issued by the AICPA. We are not aware of any significant changes in previously adopted accounting policies or their application for the year ended December 31, 2021. We are not aware of any significant changes to accounting estimates or in management's judgments related to such estimates. There were no uncorrected misstatements or disclosure items passed identified during our audits. There were also no material corrected misstatements that were brought to the attention of management by the audit team. We have not had any disagreements with management during our audits, and we've received the full cooperation of management throughout the performance of our audits. And that concludes my prepared remarks related to the 21 pension audits.
Are there any questions? Okay, next Jill will provide the results of their federal and state mandated single audits of the MTA and NYCT. Jill?
Thank you. So the 2021 single audit report starts on page 406 of your package. I just want to point out that pages 414 to 546, those are the financial statements. So they're the exact same financial statements that were presented to this committee at the end of May and approved. They're included here again as part of the single audit reporting package, so I'm not going to spend time going over a good chunk of the package. But we are in the process of completing our federal and state single audits for the MTA for the year ended December 31, 2021. The MTA had a total of $1.959 billion in federal expenditures in 2021 over numerous grant programs. As part of our single audit, we selected one program as major and tested during 2021. And that program was the Federal Transit Administration Cluster, which happens to be your largest program with $1.456 billion in expenditures in 2021. So we selected that for testing. I also want to point out that of that $1.456 billion tested, approximately $600 million was related to COVID funding, which was subject to our testing work. And we tested this program for compliance as set forth in the 2021 Office of Management and Budget Compliance Supplement. We had no findings related to our compliance work in 2021. As part of our single audit, we'll also issue a report on internal control, our Yellow Book report, and there will be one significant deficiency that will be noted in that report included in the single audit package, and I will discuss that single audit deficiency here in a few moments. Related to the state single audit, the MTA had a total of $225 million in state expenditures in 2021, all related to one program, the statewide Mass Transportation Operating Assistance Program. It was selected as a major program and tested by Deloitte. We had no findings related to our compliance work. And that concludes my prepared remarks related to the single audits.
Are there any questions? Okay, Jill will now provide a brief statement on the management-led reports and answer any questions you may have. Jill?
Thank you. So in your package, there is a management report starting on page 570. These management letter comments relate to the 2020 audits, so the financial statements that were approved by this committee at the end of May. Just to remind the committee, there are 3 levels of severity of deficiencies. There is a material weakness, a significant deficiency, and then just a deficiency. All but one of the comments within this letter relate to the lowest level severity, just a deficiency. One comment is considered a significant deficiency, and we believe it's important enough to bring it to the attention of this committee. The one significant deficiency relates to MTA headquarters, related to controls over non-operating revenue, account reconciliation, and the consolidation process. During our audit procedures related to non-operating revenue and the corresponding receivables, it was determined that inappropriate amounts were recognized for various types of non-operating revenue. The payroll mobility tax revenue was overstated by $11 million. Supplemental aid trust was overstated by $116 million. Mansion tax was overstated by $92 million. And the New York City Assistance Fund was understated by $26 million. I do want to point out that this was brought to the attention of management, and management did make this correction to the financial statements before they were issued at the beginning of June. In addition to account reconciliations related to non-operating revenue, there were also some deficiencies that we noted related to the review of the consolidated financial statements and certain footnotes related to debt, capital assets, and component unit information. Again, any amounts or disclosures, errors that we noted during the audit were brought to the attention of management and once again corrected before the financial statements were issued in June. Our recommendation here is really for management to enhance their review procedures over both the account reconciliations related to non-operating revenue, as well as enhance their controls related to the consolidation review process. Between MTA headquarters and TBTA, there were 4 low-level deficiencies, all related to account reconciliations, related to accounts payable, accrued expenses, operating expenses, and projects in progress. Our recommendation here is also to enhance those review controls in these areas and perform a more detailed review of the detailed documentation supporting amounts in the general ledger. There was one low deficiency at Metro North related to inventory counts and quantities that were counted in the warehouse, not agreeing to counts that were recorded in the inventory system, which ultimately interfaces and feeds the financial systems. Our recommendation here is for management to update the inventory system based on the counts performed so that they're in agreement. And then lastly, there are 16 comments in the letter related to information technology. And these matters span various systems that the MTA has, financial systems that MTA has. But mainly they cover 5 areas. One being password length, complexity, expiration or reset parameters, so making certain that passwords meet certain MTA policy related to length, complexity, being changed every so often in accordance with the policy. The second relates to the removal of accounts once an employee is transferred or terminated. The third relates to periodic review, recertification of accounts and access to ensure appropriateness. So if someone moves job title, making certain that their access is changed as well. Segregation of duties, overlap with the creation and approval of system changes. And the last one relates to maintaining evidence of the monitoring of automated scheduling tools and batch processing. All of the IT matters were mitigated by other controls or factors. And that summarizes the management letter comments. I'd be happy to answer any questions if the committee has any on the comments from 2021.
Any questions for Jill? Okay, then for the final item from Deloitte, Jill will brief the committee on the results of the review of the MTA Inspector General 2021 Office Operations and Expenses based on agreed-upon audit procedures. Jill?
Thank you. So we have performed our engagement, our agreed upon procedures engagement as prescribed to us by the MTA related to the IG's Office of Budget and Accountability for the year ended December 31, 2021. There are 14 procedures that we perform. These procedures consist primarily of comparing information, comparing employee and payroll information to HR forms, payroll registers, reviewing disbursements and petty cash vouchers for approval and supporting documentation, and comparing expense information that's maintained at the IG's office back to the MTA's books and records and budget information. As a result of these 14 procedures, we have no exceptions to report to this committee. It's a clean report. And that concludes the IG report.
Thank you, Jill and Jim. Any questions? Okay, I need a vote to accept the 5 reports. The first quarter 2022 consolidated financial statements, the pension audits, the single audit report, the management letter reports, and the review of the MTA Inspector General's office. Do I have a motion to accept all 5 reports? A second? The reports, all in favor? Okay, the reports are accepted. In addition, we need to take a vote to submit to the full board the 2021 audited financial statements and the 2021 investment compliance report that were approved by this audit committee in May, as well as the management letter report that was just approved. Historically, these reports have been approved at the audit committee and uploaded by the corporate compliance into PARIS, which is the Public Authority Reporting Information System. However, we have been informed by New York State Authority's Budget Office that these reports must be first approved by the full board. As such, may I have a motion to recommend these 3 reports, the 2021 audited financial statements, the 2021 investment compliance report, and the management letter report to the MTA board for review and approval by the full board on Wednesday's meeting? Do I have a second? All in favor? The motion carries. The reports will be recommended to the full board for their approval. Next, we have Lamont Kierce, the MTA Chief Compliance Officer, who will brief the committee on selected aspects of the Enterprise Risk Management Program, the Ethics and Compliance Program, and the Financial Interest Reports. Lamont will also give a brief update on the implementation status of prior audit recommendations. Lamont?
Okay, thank you very much. I will try to make this presentation as quick as possible. All right. So I'm going to skip through a few slides and just kind of get right to the heart of the matter. So the first slide I'm going to show you is a breakdown of what we call due diligence reviews. Due diligence reviews are basically anything that comes through our office which requires our review, our thought, our analysis. Now, I will qualify this by saying this does not represent everything that comes through our office, as you probably heard from others. We are a little bit short-staffed, so if something has to go by the wayside, I hate to say, some record keeping, some data entry had to get pushed aside, but the core of what we do is here. So by breakdown, headquarters obviously leads the way with 459 due diligence reviews that we handled in the last 365 days, followed by obviously New York City Transit and Metro North. We also break down due diligence reviews by inquiries versus issues. We always like to see obviously more inquiries, that's asking before you do something, versus issues, which mean, oops, I did it, what do we do now? Right now we have about an even split between inquiries and issues, which is particularly consistent with what we've seen. We break down the due diligence by source, how they come in. The vast majority are coming in via email. Now this has become particularly problematic post-transformation. Pre-transformation, these inquiries would go to various departments within the agencies. They're now all coming to headquarters. Now, as much as I love emails, I know we all love emails, it does get to be a little overwhelming. So we have put in a system called ethics requests, which is an automated system where employees can put in their requests so that we can manage the workflow. I'm going to take a quick second just to show you what those ethics requests look like, but just as a note, we just started it and we're already at about 16% coming in through the ethics request. The leading one is what we call prohibited source events. So when our employees and our staff decide they want to go to a conference, they want to speak at an event, all of that has to be vetted for any potential reputational risk, any potential conflicts of interest. So that leads the way of these requests, followed by policy waiver requests. Anytime there's a deviation in a policy at MTA, that request comes to us to evaluate whether or not we can grant a waiver for that request. If we break it down by categories, not a surprise, the leading is everyone's favorite subject, financial disclosure. We get it, the largest number of our due diligence reviews are dealing with financial disclosure issues, followed closely by travel authorizations, prohibited source events, et cetera. So let's talk about financial disclosure. Unfortunately, the largest percent of what comes through on financial disclosure are employees who don't make the deadline, right? Now, I need to just do a really quick explanation because I think most of us in this room, we finish our disclosures on time on that May 16th, and we think that's it. This is an ongoing process. Every month, new employees are coming on board, and that clock to get their filings done starts. So this is an ongoing process. So this isn't everyone that didn't get it done in May. This is an ongoing process. And so, you know, when these especially new employees come on board, they get this email that used to come from Ethel. We tell them from IT security, ignore weird emails. So you get an email from Ethel, what do? Right? You hit the delete button until you get a notice from us saying you're delinquent. What are you doing? Get it done. So again, you know, these are still ongoing. We try to resolve as many of these as we can before it gets to this committee. We also are dealing with exception requests. We have lots of employees who file for exceptions to not have to file. Unfortunately, no one on the board can do that, but we do have employees who can do that. I also want to take a quick look at conflicts of interest. We're doing a lot more in the area of managing conflicts of interest. The largest category of conflicts of interest deals with family relationships. As you know, we're a very large organization, and we're managing those employees who have relatives who work for them to ensure no one's supervising their son, their daughter, their cousin, their uncle, et cetera. Followed very closely, obviously, by other areas, including future employment negotiations, as well as post-employment restrictions as well. Part of what we've also done is we've put in a new system called OHM's Outside Activity Management System. So we're now tracking in greater detail the outside activity requests that are coming in from many of our employees. This is not all of our employees, but again, anyone who has system access is going through this system. There are employees who don't have system access, and we are still working on how to capture that and track those as well. But again, the largest percentage of outside activity requests are coming in from our headquarters employees, followed by Metro North and Long Island Railroad. Just a quick slide about, luckily we go through this, we meet with the employees, a lot of the outside activity requests are approved. There are some that are what we call voluntarily withdrawn. So, as they meet with us, we have a nice discussion and we say, well, you might want to think about withdrawing this request because it probably is not going to get approved. But of course, there's some, about 8 employees who said, well, we're not going to take that advice, we're going to apply for it anyway. And then we unfortunately had to deny them. But this is various phases that they're in. It's a multi-step process that we go through. Let's talk about training. We did 26 ethics training courses in the last year, and training 2,249 employees and board members as well. So let's talk about factors that are going to impact this going forward. So I've talked about internal transformation. You've heard me talk about that before. But I want to talk about external, right? So there was I'm sure everyone here knows, there was an Ethics Reform Act of 2022. The Joint Commission on Public Ethics is no more. It is now the Commission on Ethics and Lobbying in Government, right? One of the things that's going to impact the MTA the most, it expands ethics training to every MTA employee. Now, prior to this, we had to train anyone who filed a financial disclosure. That was around 7,000 to 8,000 employees. This new requirement now means we're training 60,000 to 70,000 employees. And the training is live, right? That could be WebEx, but it has to be live. We have about 22,000 employees that we know of that have computer access. So we are facing a logistical challenge, a financial challenge, and an operational challenge of how to get this done. The commission is obviously in the middle of reorganizing themselves and working on their issues as well. We are working with people, organization, labor to figure out how we are going to clone me so that I can go out and do all this live training with staff. But it is an issue that we need to be aware of because it is a requirement, it is a legal requirement, and we're trying to figure out how to get that done. The other thing that it did, it took the training, which was on a 3-year schedule, it's now every 2 years. So those of you on the board who did their training and thought you had a little extra time, yeah, sorry. So we will be reaching out to you to talk about where your training schedule is and get your ethics training done, okay? We do have some new initiatives, right? We are going to be launching an annual conflict of interest certification as a better, again, continuing to look for ways of improving how we manage conflicts of interest. We hope to bring a revised code of ethics to the governance committee this year, and we are working on consolidating our outside activity approval process across the various agencies. We continue to coordinate with various departments, and I'm going to now switch over to risk management. And I will move through a few slides very quickly to get to the heart of the matter. So we conduct risk assessments every year. Since the inception of the program, we've done 1,823 risk assessments. We did 763 in 2020. We've done over 1,200 in 2021, and we've started the program for 2022. We also do controlled self-assessments. We're working with the departments to evaluate the controlled environment. Last year, we had a 94% pass rate with 5% that did not pass, which was about 71 that did not pass. Of that 71, there were only 13 that were worthy of having a deficiency noted. Most of the others were just minor deviations, minor documentation-only type situations. We continue to monitor those 13 across the organization, and we continue to look at factors that are impacting the program, both internal and external, in terms of key risks that we need to be aware of. And that's about as fast as I can talk. Any questions on the presentation? Everybody's ready to do their ethics training.
Thank you, Lamond. Any questions at all for Lamond?
How many people do you have in your department?
We are budgeted for 32. But they're handling corporate governance, risk management, ethics, regulatory disclosure, compliance. So it's a very broad spectrum. We're only budgeted for 32. I think at the last count I had 18. So the cloning experiment is going to be key.
Yeah. Wow.
But,
Okay, any other questions? All right, last we have Michelle Woods, the Auditor General, to brief the committee on status of the 2022 audit work plan. Michelle?
Thank you. Just waiting for the presentation to get up. I'm going to be faster than Lamond. So I'd like to update the committee on the work performed by MTA Audit Services during the first 6 months of this year. Year to date, we've completed 42 operational assurance audits, including onboard and pension QA support projects. We've identified 72 findings and made recommendations to improve transparency, governance, and internal controls. These audits identified potential cost savings and efficiency opportunities of $13.1 million. We also performed 340 reviews related to capital projects. The third-party question costs were $15.4 million year to date. Audit highlights include operational audits of New York City Transit medical prescription drug costs, as well as operating contracts for the Easy Pass Customer Service Center, Long Island Railroad maintenance and inspection and repair services of elevators, and New York City Transit buses exterminating services. These audits identified significant areas for improved cost efficiencies, as well as other project management improvements necessary to ensure the contractors were in compliance with the terms and conditions of the contracts. This is just a snapshot of the Sandy Audit Unit. We continue to perform those Sandy audits, which were required by the grant funding agreements. In 2022, we showed this slide at the beginning of the year, which gives you just kind of a snapshot of where the audits are in the different functional areas. The check marks are those audits that are in progress. The double checks are those audits that were completed. I will tell you that we are not going to complete the entire audit plan. We dropped from a budgeted headcount of about 87 to 60. We have 62 employees approved for the audit department, and I have had about 10 vacancies all year. So we went from 87 down to what we are currently at about 50, which is going to impact our ability to complete all the audits. We have been working with HR to hire. They have approved. There was never a problem getting the heads approved in audit, even when we had the hiring freeze and we had the vacancy control committee. We worked closely with HQ and executive management to get those positions approved and to continue hiring. It's just a really challenging hiring atmosphere out there, and so we're having the same difficulties that everyone else is. I would say that we are prioritizing the audits. We look for those areas that have the most risk. And we also talk to operations, the agency presidents, to get their opinions on where we have coverage. We want to make sure we have coverage across the agencies and across the functional areas. Just quickly looking ahead, what I just said, we're prioritizing the remaining audits for 2022 with input from the agency presidents and the HQ tower leads. We are also working with management to focus on those areas where we can achieve MTA's strategic priorities. Our office does a lot of work with the external parties, the external auditors, the city and state controller's office. We help coordinate those audits with the MTA Chief Compliance Office, the MTA Inspector Generals, and one area not on here is the construction oversight. We work closely with them. We always have in the past. We're going to be working even more closely with them as I'll be working with that group directly. And so that was fast, but if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. We provide you guys with a lot of information through the process. You probably would have recently gotten a quarterly report where we kind of summarize every single audit we do, and we also give you a packet that includes all the specific recommendations that we're following up on all of the agencies, and we work with the agencies for them to close those out. There's been a bit of a delay over the past year because we have a new system actually that tracks the recommendations, and they're required to upload actual documents to show that those recommendations actually get implemented. So that's new for the MTA, but it's really a better process because now we have the documentation to prove that something's implemented when we say it is. And that being said, I will...
Thank you, Michelle. Any further questions? No? Finally, then, we need a motion for the Audit Committee to adjourn. Second? And a vote? This concludes the Audit Committee meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Welcome to our new board members, our long-suffering board members, and to everybody, to the staff, to the July Capital Program Committee. Do we have members of the public scheduled to provide comments, Ms. King?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. We have 3 in-person registered speakers and 1 remote, for a total of 4 people today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. The first speaker will be Mark Winthrop, followed by Bradley Brashears, and after Bradley Brashears, it would be Jason Anthony.
Hi, my name is Mark Winthrop. I live at the corner of 68th and Lexington Avenue, and I attend services at Park Avenue Synagogue on 68th Street, and I'm very friendly with my neighbors at Hunter College. I'm here to express my continuing concern about the elevator being relocated from the original southeast corner of 68th and Lex to the northeast corner. If you look at the renderings, which were provided, and I have copies if anybody would like one, it's clear that the aesthetic of the original design far exceeds that of the new design. The stairs in the elevator are crowded into a small sidewalk space where there's very little room to maneuver when you exit the elevator, whether you're handicapped or pushing a stroller. And anyone coming up the new stairway will be walking right into a very busy garage driveway. It's only a matter of time until a child runs up the stairs and into a moving car. If you look at the elevator on the south side, it's a gorgeous design. It's beautiful architecturally, and it's a beautiful addition to this corner, and it makes everything work together. It was done excellent. It provides protection from the elements to folks using the elevator, and the safety and convenience far exceed the northeast corner, since one only need to walk a few feet to get to the bus stop without having to cross any streets. It's my understanding that the reason this was moved is because CUNY and the MTA could not agree on who would be responsible if there were structural problems during construction related to liability and the potential for future use of the CUNY building. We should not be making a bad urban planning decision because 2 taxpayer-funded agencies can't agree on liability. And to add to this, I think the folks at Hunter believe that this is the best use for that space. I'd urge you to take a hard look at whether or not we're doing the right thing by everybody in the neighborhood, leaving it on that corner. And in closing, I'd like to say that the guys at Forte are doing a really nice job on the construction. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Bradley Brashears.
Good afternoon. I'm Bradley Brashears, Associate Director at the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA, PCAC. Another summer, another season of downpours, tropical storms, and extreme heat. We all know what that means for our transit system: flooding, delays, and service outages, and unsafe conditions for riders. We saw this last week and thank the MTA's impressive crews for restoring service as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the worsening climate crisis means all of us must come together to protect our city, region, and transit from the elements. We're encouraged by the work you've already begun to make the system more resilient in the face of extreme weather. Last month's board presentation identified many of the problem areas around the subway system, and know that your proposed solutions like raised entrances, covered grates, and other flood-proofing measures will help. But as the MTA IG pointed out in their report last week, preparing for the next Sandy or Ida will require extensive coordination and forewarning both within the MTA and with the city to ensure that these tools can be deployed effectively. Amending the capital program is an important step toward making the structural improvements, including at the already identified Dykeman Street trouble spot, which saw torrential flooding that resulted in closures and delays. It won't be cheap, but the cost of delaying resiliency upgrades are far greater than proactively acting now. This also means investing in improvements that will help us face other weather events beyond hurricanes and rainstorms, including but not limited to extreme heat and fires we're seeing around the globe. Congestion pricing will continue to be one of our region's greatest tools to fight the climate crisis, both by reducing greenhouse gas emissions caused by driving and by funding these critical improvements to our transit system. We know the MTA cannot face these threats alone. Continued work by the city to increase the capacity of the sewer system and to protect our waterfronts will be critical. We're glad to hear that you're coordinating with the agencies to identify and address vulnerable locations. Transit is the antidote to climate change, and investing in resiliency will be the antidote to the effects we're already experiencing. Riders need resiliency to be a top priority to keep them moving through rain, snow, heat, or sun. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Jason Anthony.
Hey, Jano. Jason Anthony from Amazon Labor Union. First of all, I want to address one of our public speakers that first, tomorrow is the 32nd anniversary of the American Disabilities Act that was passed 32 years ago. And that public speaker should know that that is a federal law. We should know that our subway system is not fully ADA accessible, and 68th Street, Hunter College, should be accessible because other systems like SEPTA, Washington Metro, CTA in Chicago, LA Metro, the urban train in San Juan, Puerto Rico, among others, are fully accessible. So, Mark, we should know that our subway system should be ADA accessible, because if not, if we don't comply with that federal law, that Metropolitan Transportation Authority is in violation of that federal act. That's right, Jerry. Our subway system is in federal violation, and that applies to Metro North and the LIRR as well. And every subway system, in other words, the whole 472 subway stations, including all LIRR stations and Metro North stations, should be accessible as well. So I'll see you guys in finance.
Thank you for your comment. Our final speaker is Andy Pollock.
Thank you. So, hi, Jano. Hi, everyone. So, a couple things that I want to address this month before the end of the summer. Number one, let's talk about the M3s. Well, they're coming back to the Long Island Railroad, but some people in Long Island are not realizing that these trains are going to be around for another 5 years because the M9A fleet is not ready. There's still production delays in Nebraska. So I understand that, again, people are upset about this. You got to realize that in 5 years' time, you're going to miss these trains. They're not going to be around anymore. So take some pictures, look out the rear window, make the most out of your time on the M3s, because once it's 2027 and once we get that new fleet in, you're really going to regret it. So last point I want to make, and this is a bigger issue for me, the brand new buses are taking longer than usual to get to Queens Village Bus Depot. And that means we're stuck with the same Orion 7 old gen fleet on the Q46, Q27, and the Q88 bus. So I know this is hopefully going to be temporary, but we would like some new buses in Northeast Queens because it's long overdue. And especially because I remember when the RTSs were still on the road. Yeah, so we don't want to have longer than usual wait times for the new fleet to come. So with that, I'm going to conclude my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the public comment session.
Thank you, Ms. King. Copies of the June Capital Program Committee minutes have been distributed and are available on the website. Are there any changes or comments on the minutes? Oh, my
Wow, look at that.
Actually, Mr. Chair, I apologize. My name was misspelled, so
Oh,
it'd be
boy.
correctly spelled.
You know, we all, for a moment, were cherishing the situation where Mr. Albert was going to let us pass.
I'm sorry.
But we never want to misspell the names of our board members, especially new ones. I've tried to misspell Mr. Brown's name for years, and I won't pull it off. Okay. With that clarification, can I have a motion to approve?
So
Second,
moved.
all in favor? Minutes are approved. Michael, are there any changes to the work plan?
No, Mr. Chairman, no changes to the work plan.
Thank you. Let me before I turn it over to Jamie for a President's update, I want to acknowledge with the retirement of Tom Savio that the Office of Construction Oversight has been realigned to report to Michelle Woods, who leads our audit operation. Michelle is going to work closely with our newly consolidated capital program team at MTA C&D and will oversee the IEC. Michelle, thank you for taking on this important role. Jamie, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I'll also express our appreciation for working with Michelle and also Michael Jugerald's acting as the acting head of construction oversight, and the relationship we have with the independent engineer is something that's quite unique for the MTA, but very productive, and we appreciate it and seeing it move forward. We have a busy agenda today, Chair, with a few items, so let me make a fairly brief preview of that and a report. There are three big things on the agenda today. First of all, we'll be introducing or previewing a capital plan amendment to go to the full board on Wednesday of this week. This is generally following a best practice for transparency, which has been recommended by previous audits of the capital program. And so it's a good practice for us to do that on a regular basis, as you'll hear, but it also reflects important updates in how we're accelerating certain priority projects and acknowledging some important realities related to inflation, ridership, and delivery of rolling stock. Second, our Deputy Chief Development Officer for Planning, Frederica Cuenca, will give us an update on the progress on our 20-year needs assessment leading to the next 5-year capital program, including this month the approach that we're taking to evaluating some of the long-term project ideas that have been put out there in the lead up to the next program through a comparative evaluation. I want to emphasize up front that projects being on that list doesn't mean that there are hard commitments of the MTA at this point, but rather, for the first time, we're taking an objective approach, as you'll hear, to evaluating their costs and benefits so that we can look at them all on a level playing field. We'll also hear from Barney Gray, who runs our stations group today. Last month, the board heard about the MTA's historic commitment to make 95% of stations accessible by 2055. The stations group is the unit that's responsible for that commitment, seeing it through, and we're ramping up their capacity to do so. As we've said many times before, we've made 15 stations accessible since 2020, which is a considerable increase in our pace. We've awarded 23 more stations through contracts to be made accessible, and we have 13 more awards planned for this year. And as we've mentioned, we're using every tool available in our toolbox, bundling, using design build, using a new innovative public-private partnership model for advancing station accessibility work. So that's all very exciting. But also I wanted to emphasize that our stations group is responsible for rehabilitating stations, renewing components, which is critical state of good repair work that we're deeply committed to. And we're also using every tool that we have available to us to do so. As has been noted in the last few days, we recently also announced an initiative to do station refresh work with New York City Transit to improve those exterior conditions in stations that are most apparent to the riding public, so that when we're closing stations or conducting outages to do serious infrastructure work, we also are giving back those stations looking great and cleaned up, taking advantage of piggybacking on those outages in order to do it. And we recently did this on the concourse line, the B&D, started doing that, and we'll continue to do that throughout the upgrade of the concourse line. Also, Chair, this last month, we released an RFP to move forward with the design of Penn Station reconstruction. We expect to be back to the board in the early fall to proceed with this contract. And I also wanted to note that we're briefing the Finance Committee in the next hour on a negotiated expansion of our transit wireless arrangement, which puts us on a path to expand wireless cell signal service to all of the tunnels throughout the entire system, and also Wi-Fi to the rest of the above-ground stations in the system as part of over $1 billion in benefits to the MTA and our riders over the next few years. With that, Chair, I'll pass it back over to you to introduce the capital plan amendment. Or I can if you want.
First, we're going to give you a preview of the capital program amendment. The capital program amendment now follows, which will be voted on by the full board on Wednesday. Jamie, if I'm going to throw it directly to Tim, you're going to have some opening remarks, and then we'll hear from Tim Mulligan, Deputy Chief Development Officer, to go through some details. Jamie.
Thank you very much. Just to open things up, I wanted to just place this in context. It's important for us to continue to do capital plan amendments on a regular basis, but the context for this is that we're making lots of good progress on our capital program. That's one of the reasons why we need to do some amendment work. Of course, the committee is aware that there were disruptions related to COVID that led to essentially a pause in the capital program for about 15 months at the beginning of this 20 to 24 program. So nonetheless, we've made a significant amount of progress implementing the program since then. As you see on the slide, we've committed 17% of the 20 to 24 capital program since through June. We're on track for 27% by the end of the year. And I also want to note we've been as transparent as we can be. We have now announced, and it's listed on our website, what our planned advertisements for future contracts are leading deeply into 2023. So we've put a lot of information out there about what we're awarding, and we're making good progress, also having accelerated $2.3 billion worth of work during the COVID pandemic. Implementation of the program is back on track and ramping up, and I acknowledge our Deputy Chief Development Officer for Delivery, Mark Roche, who runs our delivery unit. We did initiate $8 billion in projects in 2021. We're on track for $8.1 billion worth of projects for this year, and we're continuing to ramp up that pace of commitments. And what that means is, as I mentioned earlier, we're getting stations made accessible. We've done $3 billion or more in state of good repair. We've brought CBTC signaling into operation on the Queens Boulevard West line with additional projects underway and a lot more work that's underway right now. We anticipate hitting approximately $9 billion in completed projects this year in 2022. And, very importantly, and certainly a focus for me in working at construction and development, is the effort to contain costs. We've talked a lot about that. We have more to come that we intend to introduce to the committee to update you about what we're doing. But just to emphasize, we brought the median contract, the typical contract, in 8% lower than our estimated cost last year, and in fact have been even more successful in certain contract types, including what we call the A+B bid contract that came in over 15% lower than estimated costs. We also told you last month that we achieved almost $100 million in savings on our insurance costs for the next year. And as I mentioned earlier, we're deploying every tool that's available to us to try and really succeed in bringing projects in better, faster, and cheaper. So that's the context for the plan amendment. And with that, I'll pass it on to Tim Mulligan to walk you through.
So why a plan amendment? As Jamie mentioned, this is part of the regular course of business for us to administer the capital plan. Capital plan is a forecast. It's merely a plan. As you execute the projects, you get low bids, you get scope adjustments, you incur inflation and other market conditions that require you to periodically level up the projects and put the plan back into alignment with the execution you're experiencing. So the Crow audit back in 2019 recommended that we do this on an annual basis. COVID has thrown us off that cadence a little bit, but we're coming with the first comprehensive plan amendment. We did a targeted letter amendment back in December that was really focused on facilitating the design, build, construction award for Penn Access, but this is a more comprehensive plan amendment. So moving to the substance, the plan amendment includes funds for new projects and accelerated projects. We're accelerating Metro North's Park Avenue Viaduct project, which was originally to be split over two plans over the next 10 years. For the first phase, we've combined phase 1 and phase 2, 7 contiguous blocks, and we're doing that all at once. There's obvious design, construction, and mobility savings associated with doing that, as well as less community and customer impact. And we're excited not only because that is a major, brainstem of the Metro North operations, where all the lines come together to come into Grand Central, and it's essential to service, but also has a lot of community expectations of how we can improve the streetscape and lighting and the conditions in the community around that project. We're accelerating ADA work on Long Island Railroad by increasing the number of ADA stations. So we'll be progressing with construction at Amityville, Laurelton, Lyndhurst, and Massapequa Park, and design for Forest Hills, Hollis, Douglaston, and Cold Spring Harbor. Additional new projects that we're adding coming out of the track trespassing initiative, including platform screen doors pilot, as well as cameras and other technologies that deal with protecting our customers and protecting the track from intrusion. And resiliency projects that were mentioned by some of our speakers are in fact being put into the program as part of this amendment to deal with the increasing challenge of flash flooding. Bridges and Tunnels is adding projects that address bike and pedestrian accessibility and expand our micro-mobility initiatives. Another major element of the amendment is continued support of the expansion projects. Penn Station Access, which, as I said, we awarded the construction for in December. At the time, we acknowledged that there was additional expenditures to come for that project, including the procurement of rolling stock, as well as a new yard that is essential for opening day operation. So that yard is an option under the awarded contract. We need to award that option by the end of the year. This amendment funds that yard and funds 2 of the 3 elements of rolling stock necessary, the locomotives and the auxiliary power vehicles that are necessary to run Metro North service into Penn Station. The amendment also funds the design funds necessary for Penn reconstruction. And, as mentioned before, there's also just a lot of small adjustments across the program that adjust for the inflation. Obviously, the inflation we're experiencing is higher than the inflation that was forecast back in 2018 and 19 when the plan was put together, and we're adjusting for that inflation for the projects we've awarded and the projects that are in the pipeline to be awarded. Also, the rolling stock schedules have been a challenge due to the supply chain disruption of COVID, and rolling stock is a perennial challenge in terms of on-time delivery, and that's only been exacerbated by the current market conditions. And while that's disappointing for operations and for our customers, it does provide us a little bit more flexibility financially, as we can, sort of cash flow. When you get the equipment later, you're able to pay the invoices later, which gives you more flexibility on funding other priorities. One of the major elements of the amendment is the resequencing of signal modernization, and we got into this a couple months ago in this committee, but obviously when we put the plan together, we really had to divide our investment between reliability, state of good repair, and capacity needs. And because of the challenges in the rolling stock environment, as well as our post-COVID ridership reality, it allows us to focus more directly on reliability, state of good repair, and equity issues in terms of which lines we select. So we're really focusing on replacing our signals, that are 80 to 90 years old with this reprioritization, as well as prioritizing lines that serve essential workers and communities that are most reliant on public transit. So the Fulton line, which is the AC through Central Brooklyn, and the F line as it runs through the Central Business District, interlined with 3 other lines. Those 3 lines are the most challenged for reliability when you look at weight assessments. They're the only 3 lines in the system that have weight assessment. performance numbers below 60%, and all three of those will be addressed with this resignaling. This slide just depicts everything we're doing for signal modernization in the 20 to 24 program. Queens Boulevard Line East, which is out to Jamaica, has already been awarded and is being finalized design and being mobilized for construction. We talked about the AC through Central Brooklyn that also includes the crucial J Street interlocking, which is an existing choke point, which has bedeviled our customers in terms of even supporting our existing scheduled throughput. The Crosstown, which is an important service serving Brooklyn and Queens running through Bed-Stuy, and of course, a much more robust extension of 6th Avenue, not just dealing with the 63rd Street Tunnel, which was originally in the plan, but extending it all the way through Manhattan and into Brooklyn. As for the overall size of the program, it's very little changed. The envelopes increased by about $108 million, and that really reflects the $100 million that we received from the state to support PIN reconstruction design and preliminary work, as well as $8 million from the state of Connecticut for Metro North work in the capital plan. For funding, this chart sort of updates the funding chart you're familiar with from the original 20 to 24 plan, and I'll just call out the major change. It recognizes the additional federal formula money that the Biden Infrastructure Act has enabled us to receive within the 20 to 24 plan. Some of that extends beyond the plan into the next capital plan. So that brings in an additional $1.67 billion, and that is shoring up the funding of this plan, and it allows us to take down our reliance on MTA bonds and PAYGO from $9.8 billion to around $8 billion. Which, under the current ridership and financial market conditions, obviously makes the plan more stable. I just want to highlight that there's, a lot of funds and federal revenue that's available under the Infrastructure Act that doesn't come in the form of, this as-of-right formula aid, but is in competitive grants that have to be applied for and competed against other properties and locations around the country. Those funds are only reflected in the capital plan typically after we've competed successfully and been awarded those executed grants. So we look forward to additional grant funds coming in from the Infrastructure Act as we compete successfully for those awards that will allow us to do more work. Finally, this table shows you agency by agency the changes that are proposed in the plan amendment. It includes the December amendment, which is the second column, the changes that were made as part of that amendment, and the final column on the right is the incremental changes in this amendment, including the funding of the additional expenses for PIN access. And I just want to point out that the PIN access budget that was discussed in December has not changed. These are consistent with those funding obligations that we discussed in December, although we only took care of, from a funding perspective, the pieces that were necessary to award the design build award. It is not a change in the overall project budget. And then the bottom line reflects the rather modest change to the overall size of the plan.
One extra point that Jamie's going to make.
Yeah, sure. And I'll just note, as you were saying, that what is evident is that we are continuing to fund the Penn Station Access Project, which is a critically important equity project for a transit desert in the East Bronx and much improved service into Penn Station, the central business district for riders of Metro North. We also, to Tim's other point, are aggressively seeking federal funding that will allow us to bring in funding that is not seen here to fund Penn Access. And we have a real commitment from our delegation, Senator Schumer and others, to ensure that we do get that funding. So that's coming up, and that's a really important contribution to our plan.
So just to put a finer point on that, that would reverse some of what is in effect can you go back to it, Tim? The funding plan, that slide? Yeah. So the borrowings from the operating agencies that ended up in network expansion to fund Penn Access are potentially, and we're counting on the delegation. Remember, this was an element of the deal that Senator Schumer brokered between us and Amtrak when we were trying to cost allocate the Penn Access project, which has so much state of good repair for Amtrak on that line, but also expands from a 2-track railroad to a 4-track railroad with all of the expansion that we need. Part of that settlement was that supported by that commitment from Senator Schumer to help us to pursue funding from one of the new Biden infrastructure plan categories, and then called the Fed-State Partnership Program, that would allow us to reverse some of those parenthetical subtractions. So we view those adjustments as in large part borrowings that we hope will be reversible once we see that program is set up. It's not yet set up, and we have a crack with the delegation support at getting some money out of it, right? Okay, Andrew, Mr. Albert.
Yeah, I would just thank you, Tim, for that and say I agree with a lot of that. I think the J Street interlocking is vitally important. It's way past time that gets made modern. And to have CBTC on 6th Avenue when you have it on Queens Boulevard and on Culver, and they would meet and it would not be contiguous. We need 6th Avenue done. So this makes total sense. Thank you.
Folks, this is a big one, and we'll obviously be bringing it to the full board. But thank you for listening. It's super important. I just want to acknowledge how much tremendous work has been done by Jamie's team, especially led by Tim, to get us to this point. At this point, let's hear from Frederica Cuenca about that planning, the 20-year needs assessment, and our plans for how do we evaluate future expansion opportunities.
As everybody said, I'm here to give you an update on our 20-year needs process. I also want to introduce Mike Schiffer. He's our SVP for regional planning. And as you might imagine from his title, he is responsible for looking at all of these expansion projects and understanding the travel needs of our region into the future. Whoops, I went a little too far. Sorry about that. Okay. Every time I talk to you about the 20-year needs, I'm going to stress that we are taking a more uniform, robust, and data-driven decision-making approach to our process. And in this, we are following the recommendations of the 2019 Crow Audit, which we've mentioned several times here today. So in particular, we are focused on improving the data we use and strengthening the link between operational and capital decisions. We're also committed to transparency within the agency and with our external stakeholders. The planning process starts with the asset assessment and project evaluation. We're doing this now. We are compiling detailed asset inventories about condition, age, and importance of these assets. We use this information to drive priority and sequencing as of our investments to keep the system safe and reliable and easy to use. And we're taking the same data-driven approach to our potential expansion projects. In September of '23, we will publish the 20-year needs assessment, and the 5-year capital program follows the year later. Okay. The main focus of our planning process always has been and always will be to plan for the needs of our existing system. Given the truly staggering scope and complexity of our system that moves this entire region, that focus is critical to our future. Nevertheless, we do need to think about how our network should change, and we must be strategic in how we allocate our limited expansion resources. As we consider possible additions, we know what we want these projects to achieve. With COVID, there's a little less emphasis perhaps on adding capacity, but we know these projects take a long time, and we need to plan for the future when we will have growth and we may face capacity constraints again. At this time, we'll likely be more focused on expanding the reach of the network and serving the changing travel patterns that support trips to new business areas or sub-regional travel. We also looking to support local land use and economic development strategies, and we want to enhance the network resiliency, giving increased travel options and redundancy for the overall transit network. These projects that we have underway today check all of these boxes. And here's a list of potential projects. As you can see, there's no shortage of ideas on what the next project should be. These proposals came from a wide variety of stakeholders throughout the MTA region. Today, we're launching our 20-year needs webpage, which includes brief descriptions of all of these potential projects. We know IBX is a prime candidate, but we are continuing to analyze and advance all projects along with many others. All of these projects listed here will be evaluated as part of our comparative evaluation process. The comparative evaluation process helps us answer the question, how well do these potential projects meet the needs of the future? Here again, we're following the recommendation to be data-driven and transparent. For each potential project, we want to have consistent minimum level of information, ridership, travel time, contributions to network capacity and resiliency. We also need to consider geographic distribution and benefits based on income, race, or ethnicity, and age. And of course, we need to consider cost. We're currently gathering all of this information. While many of these potential projects have been studied previously, some of these studies are from a while back. So we need to make this information apples to apples. For example, on cost, we want to standardize our cost estimating process and get all of these costs into current dollars. Ridership needs to reflect the current model of how people move around the region. So all of these metrics will serve as the basis for a regional conversation among all stakeholders about the merits of these various potential projects. In mid-2023, we'll be ready to share this information, and we'll have stakeholder conversation. Some projects will, move to the forefront, while others might make more sense in the future. And frankly, some might just not make sense at all, based on that they just don't make sufficient contributions to mobility in the region. So the dialogue about these projects will be reflected in the 20-year needs, and that will be, published next fall. So thank you, and if you have any questions, I'm here to take them.
Can I ask a question? So Federica, thank you for that detailed report. When you mean stakeholders, is it RP, like who put together that list?
Yeah, so these come from a lot of different places. Some of them have come from elected officials, some come from staff, people in our own organization who know that others come from community groups, community ideas, in different areas. So this is really a compendium of all the ideas that have been out there and talked about and might have been studied by different people or problems that have been raised by different groups around the region.
Mr. Glucksman.
Thank you. Very interesting. Could we have the PowerPoint among the committee?
Sure.
All right, thank you.
I think that the answer to that question every time will be yes. You're entitled to have the PowerPoints are presented to. Right. And I think we always provide them, but we will in this. All right. Any other comments or questions? This is super important. We keep making reference to that Crow study, but what Frederica and her team have done is to just change it from something that had, I would say, more subjectivity and more feel in it to something that is really insisting on being data-driven at every point. They are using for the capital program planning process our enterprise asset management data, which is incredibly detailed information on the capacity and the condition of our assets. And this expansion comparative valuation analysis is in keeping with that. Mr. Brinkman.
Yes, I just wanted to say that I was very pleased to see the Lower Montauk on that list. If you look at a subway map, the older ones that show where the Long Island Railroad is, that runs right through a transit desert. There's no subways in that vicinity, so that could open up quite a bit of expansion for the city in general. So I'm very glad to see it. Hopefully it will be cost effective, but it was just nice to see that on the list.
All right, thank you, everybody. But on to the next issue. We're going to hear a report from Barney Gray on the station's business unit, followed by the IEC, not to forget the independent engineers reports. Barney.
Good afternoon, Chairman and committee members. My name's Barney Gray, and yes, I'm going to give you an update on the station's program since we met in January. I'm going to start with just an overview of some things that have occurred. We'll go into some work that has been completed since we last met. We'll talk about work that's on the schedule to be awarded this year, and then we're going to dive into some ADA projects, both 3 that have been completed and both 3 that are currently in progress. When we last met in January, we had 173 active projects. We're up to 194 now with a total of a budget of $10 billion. If you look at the pie chart, 5.2 of our program is dedicated to ADA. Keeping the system in a state of good repair is the second largest area of our program with $4.2 billion. We then have, and that also includes integrity of the stations and improving reliability of our existing elevators and escalators also. The small pie chart, which is 6% of our other part of the program, is just miscellaneous work and repairs that make up the rest of the program. In the 6 months that have passed since we last presented, we completed 5 projects just totaling under $600 million. We kicked off the year with the opening of 3 new elevators at 170th Street on the 4 line. We increased accessibility to the complex at Times Square and made the shuttle accessible. And we added 2 new elevators at Livonia on the L. I will highlight these projects later in the presentation also. I do want to point out the completion of 23 total elevators at 10 stations collectively, consisting of both hydraulic and traction elevators, increasing our ADA reliability at those 10 existing stations. 3 out of our 5 projects were completed on time. Livonia did experience a delay, and the replacement of traction elevators was completed 2 months in advance. So despite delays in the schedule at Livonia, all 5 of our projects were completed within budget. In addition to completions, we have an ambitious commitment plan this year. We're seeking to award nearly $3 billion in projects, so both the 3rd and 4th quarters will be really busy for the station's business unit. I just want to talk about building capacity for just a moment. This slide represents just how fast the pace of project awards in the station's business unit has accelerated. If you look at the blue bars at the bottom of the chart, they represent the increase in commitments over the years, while the orange line represents a significant increase in the volume of construction activity since the inception of MTA Construction and Development, which, by the way, also coincides with the COVID pandemic. With $1.4 billion in awards, 2021 was a record year for stations, and this is a testament to our growth, and we expect to double that pace in 2022, and that continues for the remainder of the capital program. While it will be tough, there will be some inherent challenges. Strategies like bundling projects into larger contracts and alternative procurement strategies such as design-build give both myself and the team confidence in our ability to successfully deliver the program both this year and in the years to come. I did mention earlier accessibility is our primary focus. From 2020 to now, we have awarded projects to make 23 stations accessible. We have an additional plan for this year and another 18 for the following year. And you can see from the map on the right the borough equity in our commitment to accessibility, as it does incorporate all 5 of the boroughs. I want to highlight 3 ADA projects in construction. This project, 149th Street Grand Concourse in Tremont, was discussed in our last CPC meeting in January, and it does remain on schedule and within budget. There is, however, a potential for delay on this project, but we feel the delay will be mitigated. You'll hear more about this report in the IEC's report here just shortly. ADA Package 1, the second project I want to highlight, is also on schedule and on budget, and was also reported in our last CPC meeting. This project is now 45% complete, up 10% from the January meeting, and as you may remember, from the bids for this project came in significantly lower than the estimate, validating our new bundling and design-build procurement approach. We do recognize there's potential delay of 4 to 6 months on this project due to delay in obtaining agreements with National Grid for utility relocations. However, the project team is working with the contractor to come up with what I believe a recovery schedule with acceleration, which should mitigate most of these concerns. ADA Package 2 was awarded in December of last year and is anticipated to be completed by the fall of 2024. This package includes work at 8 stations, which will install a total of new elevators at 6 stations, the replacement of 5 elevators at 2 stations at both Marcy Avenue and Flushing, and renewal work at one of the ADA stations at Woodhaven Boulevard, which is also reflected in the rendering on the screen. We're currently working with stakeholders to expedite commercial agreements to further advance and move this project along as well. So now let's take a look at one of our first ADA projects we completed this year. And I'd like to direct your attention to the pie chart in the upper left, which highlights we completed this project on time and on budget also. It includes both ADA and state of good repair, which is a testament to our commitment to really looking at the work we perform while at a station and being just a little smarter in the way we do things. Second project we completed since our last presentation is the Times Square Shuttle. This was completed in March of 2022. Again, completed on time and on budget. And if you have not had a chance to visit the station, I would encourage you to stop by and see not only the work that we perform, but also the amazing art that was part of the improvement at this station. The final project I want to highlight is at Livonia. It was completed in May 2022 within budget. However, there was a 2-month delay to implementation of a new two-way communication system that allows agents and customers to initiate emergency calls with the texting function. This texting function furthers our ADA commitment as a first-of-its-kind system for the hearing impaired. This project includes 2 new elevators and ADA accessibility improvements that are part of a larger project that includes state-of-good repair improvements like platform repair, installation of ADA boarding area with tactile strips, and the expansion of the control house at this station. This station and the nearby Junior Street Station, which will also be made accessible under the current capital program, will be connected with an accessible free transfer in the future. So in summary, let me say we have been very busy since our last meeting and the work doesn't slow down. I've covered just a snapshot of our efforts on just a few of our projects. But as I mentioned, construction work is just ramping up as we continue to award large project bundles. Our focus continues to be our commitment to ADA, and we will continue to surgically and tactically address the worst of the worst conditions. And we continue to look for opportunities to address additional station defects as funding permits. My team anticipates communication and coordination challenges in managing an enormous program. Many of our projects will have overlapping active construction schedules. Bundling of projects has allowed us to not only increase the pace and capacity of our work, but also reduce the impacts our work have on our customer. And as we explore opportunities to expand on ways to deliver projects better, faster, and cheaper, we continue to expand on procurement strategies into a variety of design-build methodologies. We will continually work with internal staff at C&D, other departments, stakeholders, and third parties to streamline the process and to ensure that any asset opening and closing or any changes are communicated to all stakeholders, public riders, and especially our ADA community. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any comments after the IEC does their report. Thank you.
Okay, so at this point, we're going to hear from the IEC, and then we'll hear questions from the board as well, right? Joe?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. The IEC reports begin on page 19 of your committee book. This month, the IEC is reporting on 4 station projects, which will provide 43 ADA elevators at 17 individual stations. The IEC monitoring of the C&D Stations Business Unit, as with other business units, is performed through a combination of continuous risk-based monitoring by our project managers, as well as exception-based reporting through the traffic light report, which was last reported to the committee in June. Regarding monitored projects, on Tremont Avenue and 149th Street Station project, the IEC sees the risk of a 3-month delay from July to October 2023 due to late supply of power by Con Ed to the electrical distribution room at 149th Street. Increased manpower and work shifts are necessary to accelerate productivity and recover lost time. Regarding the 8-station ADA Package 1, Stations is working to pull the project back to its original substantial completion date, which requires the contractor to accelerate their work activities. Absent a recovery plan, the IEC is forecasting a delay of up to 6 months due to previously reported issues, as Barney mentioned, with National Grid utility relocation work. ADA Package 2 and 68th Street Hunter College remain on time. All 4 of the monitored projects are reporting as being on budget, and the IEC concurs with this. Risks remain around utility relocation, supply chain issues involving elevators and structural steel deliveries, as well as contractor resource availability, and these risks must be continually mitigated so projects do not incur delay. Also, as work moves to inspection, testing, and commissioning, New York City Transit's elevator and escalator group support becomes critical in bringing these elevators online for public use. It's the IEC's understanding that sufficient forces are in place for the current workload, and plans are being progressed for the added staff needed when Package 2 ramps up installations. Regarding the traffic light, the C&D Stations Business Unit is performing well overall, and 65 of the 65 station projects being reported in the June traffic light report, 95% of the projects remain on time and on budget, with only one project, a non-public facing one, experiencing delay. Some observations on the program. The recent MTA court settlement is a huge leap forward towards ADA accessibility. Combined with the necessary funding through legislation, it provides a framework to allow the MTA to reimagine capital plan delivery on a grand scale, and the IEC has seen that the planning is underway at C&D, as is industry outreach for additional qualified firms. In addition to a potential increase in competition among elevator and escalator manufacturers and installers, the MTA is also looking forward to opportunities such as economy of scale pricing, more bundling of work to maximize efficient project delivery, and inclusion of long-term maintenance agreements in construction contracts, which could potentially result in higher quality initial installation. The IEC recognizes that construction at the scale being considered will pose challenges to the MTA, such as resource availability, competition for track time, and as well as management and coordination of a much larger program across multiple geographical locations and at a sustained level. Close coordination with elevator, escalator manufacturing, and installation firms is crucial to minimize impact of supply chain issues that we've seen. A third-party utility agreement has been secured with Con Ed on one ADA project that was awarded in January and is being incorporated into subsequent design packages. Other utility stakeholder agreements are in progress, but need to be accelerated significantly to keep this program on track. Finally, as cited in our Package 1 IEC report in the book, machine roomless type elevators are now being utilized MTA-wide to deliver ADA accessibility more efficiently, often reducing the excavation and space-constrained locations while providing speedier and more efficient units with fewer parts requiring maintenance. These innovative approaches are being considered by C&D to deliver the station's program will aid the station's business unit in achieving their planned results. That concludes my remarks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Joe, and thank you to the IEC. Board members, anything, questions or comments for Barney, Mark, or on any of the issues that we've discussed today? Okay. As you can see, there's a ton of work. There's a ton of work going on. ADA is half of Barney's work. I just want to acknowledge, Barney, your leadership and what you and Tony Fabrizio and Bill Montanilli have done to create this new stations group within C&D. Since you came to us for Chicago, you've been shouldering a lot of burden, and it's already starting to show how much progress you've made, so congratulations. Okay. Mr. Cannon, would you do the procurements, please?
Thank you, Chair Lever. Construction and Development has 7 procurement actions being brought to the Capital Program Committee this month. 7 are in the competitive section, 1 is in the ratification section. There are 3 items requesting approval to award publicly advertised and competitively solicited design build contracts. The first one to Skanska Railroad Construction Joint Venture for improvements on the Flushing Line in the amount of $199,955,000. The second to Skanska USA Civil Northeast Incorporated to replace 17 escalators at 6 subway stations located in the Bronx, Brooklyn, and Manhattan in the amount of $114,970,000. And the third to EJ Electric Installation Company in the amount of $25,450,000 for replacement and relocation of the Queens Midtown Tunnel Refueling Station and Queens Service Building switchgear. There are 3 modifications to an existing contract for upgrades for the 53rd Street tube work being performed by TC Electrical and J-Track Joint Venture in the amount of $5,378,820 to address deterioration and corrosion of the electrical systems. The last item is for the ratification of a modification with Voltamp Electrical Contractors in the amount of $3,775,000 for the replacement of the existing transformer and rectifier equipment at the 41st Street substation in Queens. These items are described in detail in the staff summaries contained within your committee books, and I submit them for your consideration and vote.
Yeah, I mean, we go through this, we go through this formality, but obviously everybody knows that you receive a detailed briefing on every one of these procurements that David's just enumerated. Can I have a motion to approve? Okay, is there any discussion of any of these matters? Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? The motion is approved. I think that concludes today's meeting. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Thank you. We're at adjournment.
Okay, let's call the Finance Committee to order for the month of July in 2022. In my town board that I'm the chair of, the planning board, we say the Pledge of Allegiance first, but we're not going to do that here because that's not what we do yet. But maybe one of these days we'll do that. All right, so Mark, any public speakers, please?
Yes, we have 2 public speakers. The first speaker is Lisa Daglian.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Lisa Dagley, and I'm the Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA, or PCAC. The ominous weather is an appropriate backdrop for this discussion of the MTA's future financial situation. Lower than expected ridership return, leading to lower than anticipated fare box revenue, combined with the effects of the current economic situation and appropriate actions the MTA will take, mean that federal COVID relief funding will run out faster than expected. Soon, very soon, we'll be looking at the latest fiscal cliff, or tsunami if you prefer, with the MTA's only real options to raise fares, cut service, or lay off workforce. None of those are okay. It's time to treat transit as the essential service it is. That means working together and with our elected officials to find new, dedicated operating revenue streams, and we need to start now. Lurching from crisis to crisis year after year is exhausting for all of us, and we need stability in order to get riders back on board now and into the future. In addition to identifying new funding, it's critical to identify operating efficiencies, but we hope you'll learn from the past. Be cautious. Don't implement things like a blanket hiring freeze that will affect service and staffing levels for years to come. At this point, lessons learned from transformation should still be fresh and some likely still sting, so please don't repeat the same errors. Millions of riders rely on subways, buses, Long Island Railroad, and Metro North, and we need a strong and viable MTA that's financially stable. The world has changed. We're looking at a new paradigm of the way people work and travel. It's time for a new funding paradigm, too. More frequent and reliable service, which survey says riders want, requires funding. We're committed to working with you on this critical issue. We've launched a successful campaign to get congestion pricing passed, and we can do the same to see new dedicated operating revenue become reality. Thank you.
Thank you. The second and final speaker is Jason Anthony.
Thank you, Mark. Hey, Neil. Nice to see you. And nice to see so many faces that I haven't seen in so many years. Jason Anthony from Amazon Labor Union. Like Lisa Daglian said, we don't want to see the 2010 massacre, like I always say. We don't want to see another fiscal cliff. So this is why we want to bring more ridership to our beloved system. Recently, I was in Chicago. Chicago is one of those places that they have this. Their unlimited passes, they have it, get this folks, half off. For example, their one-day pass, they have it for $5. One-day pass, we don't have it here in New York City anymore. In cities like LA, they have their weekly passes. Get this, Jerry. You can ride their system for $10 the whole weekend. This is something that we could implement in Long Island Railroad and Metro North. So we should think outside the box to bring more riders to our system, but at the same time avoiding a fiscal cliff. But at the same time, not making mistakes and avoiding an epic fail. So I'll see you guys Wednesday inside Amazon JFK in Staten Island.
That's it? All right, thanks, Mark. Okay, perfunctory action, let's vote on the minutes of June 27th. Can I have a motion to approve those minutes, please?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any additions, deletions, corrections, sir?
One little correction on page 7, under July financial plan. It says brief overview of what board members should expect. It should be members. That's the only correction.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions? Okay. Motion passes. Great, thank you. A couple brief comments before I turn it over to Kevin. So first thing is this is an important meeting. We're going to receive a presentation on the July plan. And I think for at least this calendar year, maybe for the next couple, it's one of the more important presentations we're going to have. We all have a sense of what's coming. Our chair has telescoped it. Our CFO has. Our state controller has written about it prolifically recently. And we all have a sense of it. The ridership is down from pre-pandemic levels. There's a lot of points of light around the weekends and in many neighborhoods, but it is enough because our costs are not down the same. Simple arithmetic, but we'll hear the details of that. This is an information meeting, so I'd say it's important for the health of this organization, but we're not taking any vote today on that topic at least. It is a tough meeting in what we're going to hear, but it is not the act of any omission or commission. It is in many ways, and I'm not one to generally say this, but this has happened to the MTA like many organizations around the country. We've been fortunate to have the support of the governor and our electeds in Washington and locally, but this is something we will have to solve nonetheless. It's a busy meeting. We have this presentation. We have 10 procurements, 5 real estate actions. So we have a chance to engage. We're going to ask questions, but this is not going to be your only bite at the apple, so to speak. Wednesday, Kevin's going to repeat the presentation on the July plan. So we're going to give basically 45 minutes or so, maybe 50 for Kevin in this discussion, and then the remainder of the procurements. And the last to ask is this is going to be a long meeting. I'm going to ask for an extra half hour to go to 4 o'clock because we just have a lot of actions to do. You'll also notice I rejiggered the agenda a little bit. We're going to do real estate first instead of the procurements just to make sure we get some important work done. So with that, I want to thank our CFO for taking on this duty. It's how many months you've been in this job?
A little over 5.
Wow. All right. Well, that's a fun 5 months. Thank God you've got an amazing staff helping you through it. So over to you, Kevin.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Good to see you. I'm going to walk through the July financial plan presentation. Again, for new board members, the purpose of the July financial plan is really a mid-year update. So the February plan, which reflected the budget that was approved by the board in December, we now update in July and show a preliminary 2023 budget. Really to, again, as Neil said, there's going to be no action either asked from the committee or the board. It's really early information that allows stakeholders and the public to comment and think about it as we move into the budget cycle, which will be the November plan, which will have the actual proposed budget for 2023. This gives a lead in. So let's get to it. So what I want to first do is recap where we left off in February, and then we'll get into the July plan. So if you remember, in February, we were projecting that the federal COVID relief funds were going to be enough to cover operating deficits through 2025. We had a small piece of deficit financing assumed in 25. That was since replaced by some additional COVID relief. So where we were based on prior ridership covered by federal relief through 2025. The ridership forecast was based on the McKinsey midpoint that came from November 2020. The midpoint being McKinsey did 2 different scenarios, kind of a high case and a low case. And if you turn back, November 2020 was actually before the rollout of the vaccines. And a lot of the driving factors in the previous McKinsey analysis was, what was going to be the length of the pandemic, when were we going to achieve herd immunity, when were the vaccines going to be effective. We also had in the February financial plan regular biennial 4% fare and toll increases in 23 and 25, standard assumption. The 2021 fare increase was canceled. It was first postponed to 22 and then canceled thanks to additional state appropriations. But as you remember, Bridge and Tunnel, there was a toll increase of 6% in 2021. Based on the February plan, the fiscal cliff was expected to occur in 2026 with federal COVID relief sufficient to cover us through 25, and we projected a $2 billion plus deficit after the federal aid was fully exhausted. Again, that fiscal cliff was based on a new normal ridership based on the previous projections out in the horizon of achieving 88% of 2019 levels. But again, because of that less than 100% of 2019 and growth in expenses both on the labor and other expenses compared to historical fare increases added to the projected deficit. So that's where we were in February, and so let's see where we are now. So the biggest change in the July financial plan was a reforecast, which we've talked about, of our ridership recovery based on updated factors by McKinsey. We also did re-estimate agency expense budgets and debt service projections based on current year to date and new projections going out. There were really no material changes in state dedicated revenue. So what we had in the February plan was what was in the executive budget, and then the enacted budget a similar level. As I mentioned, we did receive an additional federal grant, ARPA, of about $700 million, and that's been now incorporated in the July plan. No change in the biennial 4% fare and toll increase in 23 and 25. So again, all the numbers you're going to see in terms of projected deficits already assume those fare and toll increases will take place in 23 and 25. We keep congestion pricing as a critical source of funding for the 20 to 24 capital program. Again, the biggest benefit of congestion pricing, as you remember, is to be able to make significant investments in state of good repair without having to issue MTA bonds that would otherwise just further add to our deficit. The forecast period, we extend 1 year each July. So in February, we went out through 2025, and now we're projecting out through 2026. And as we walk through this, our goal has to be how to put MTA in a position of stability through this period and beyond. So let's talk about the primary factors in revising the ridership forecasts. So here we have 9 factors listed that were modeled to project where we think and where McKinsey projected ridership would go from our current level, which is roughly, call it 61%. And the top 3, as you can tell by the size of the font.
You're not testing our eyesight with this, right?
Neil only sees 6 factors.
Things are much better than I thought.
So, but very good. So the top 3 factors, obviously the bigger, future of office work, how many days are people going to be working from home, fewer non-work trips, really the acceleration that the pandemic caused in terms of e-commerce, People feel more comfortable with telemedicine, shopping from home, ordering in, so forth and so on. Customer sentiment, which is a big bucket of things, everything from people's view of safety in the system, safety in the city, whether it's related to crime, whether it's related to COVID. And again, that consumer sentiment bucket, because of the ability for people to have the flexibility to work from home or do things through e-commerce, that makes those trips a little bit more discretionary. The other three items, well, you'll see all of them noted. I'm not going to walk through them, but clearly employment levels and population growth have a big factor, as does fare evasion, which you know has gotten worse since 2019 and so forth. So the forecast that we undertook, again, McKinsey did what we call a high case and a low case. So the low case, to start with that, is essentially that all these items, we get a little bit better as the economy grows, a little bit better, but really not a whole lot of improvement. There will be improvement in the percentages, but not any big shifts. Where the high case, each one of the factors, we are a little bit better. People do in-office work a little bit more, retail recovers more, safety, people feel better about the city and the system. Employment grows a little bit faster versus a little bit slower. But even in the high case, the important thing to remember is the top two items are really now viewed more as structural shifts, that it's not all of a sudden we're going to change and everybody's going to be in the office 5 days a week. For the sectors that have the flexibility to work from home, which is about 25% we have, 50% of our trips are work-related, and half of that are in sectors that have the flexibility to work from home. Those are more permanent structural shifts that really dampen the out-year projection. So let's go through it. This graph shows our previous assumption in the financial plan, where you'll see the blue dashed line shows the recovery, and this is for transit and commuter railroads. The bridges and tunnels are about at 100%, so they've fully recovered, and they're always assumed to fully recover. So the blue line, the blue dashed line, shows the expected recovery over time, again, versus what 2019 ridership was. And what you'll notice in 2022, for example, 77% this year was our expected average recovery. If you look what happened through 2021, if you look at the solid blue line, that's the actual ridership that we experienced. And if you'll notice, it tracked very well with the forecast until Omicron hit. And so Omicron, if you remember December, January, steep declines in ridership as activity, slowed down significantly. We've recovered from Omicron, but if you'll look at the actuals, you'll see throughout 22, we've somewhat plateaued in and around 61%. The other interesting thing, and I'll put up the McKinsey projection, is the duration of time of the pandemic and the lower ridership has really also impacted the structural changes, because the more people have been trained to work from home or to order online, it's become more of their routine, where if we had a very short pandemic, it would have been less time training people as to how not to use the system. So based on all of that, here is the new forecast in terms of percentages, where the green shaded area shows the new McKinsey projection, where the lower line is the low case that I talked to, where we recover from 61% to 73% over the financial plan period, where the high case, the more optimistic scenario, we go from 61% to out in 26 at 88%. The midpoint, just the average of those two, is out at 80% on the long end and 69% for next year versus our current level of 61%. So what you'll notice is again, the blue dashed line was the old midpoint, not the old high case or low case. The high case was above the, so if you compare that to the new midpoint, I think two things stick out. One, if you just look at the slope of the green line compared to the slope of the dashed blue line, the dashed blue line really assumed herd immunity in late 21, early 22, snapback in ridership, okay? Where now the solid green line shows a much slower return to ridership to a significantly lower level. Okay, so what does this mean financially? So these three lines show fare and toll revenue. So this is a combination of all our operating revenue, where the line at the top, the dashed black line, shows where we would have expected revenue to grow from 2019 through 2026 just by doing the 4% biennial fare and toll increases, but no real change in ridership from 2019. So the black dash line is the pandemic never happened, travel patterns never changed. We just, took action to raise revenue based on kind of the normal course. The blue line in the middle shows where our forecast was in February, where the solid blue in 20 and 21 represents the actual results for those 2 years. And then the dashed blue line is our expectation of where revenue was going to grow throughout through 26. And the green line is now our new expectation based on the new McKinsey midpoint of where fare and toll revenue would be, again with the same 4% biennial increases built in. So a couple things of note. If you look at 2022, in the February plan, we were projecting 7.1 billion of fare and toll revenue. We've now, in this July plan, lowered that revenue projection by approximately $1 billion to 6.1 billion. And the space between those lines in 23, for 2023 is also about $1 billion. And then it narrows to where you'll see out in 26, we're lowering our projected revenue by $500 million a year versus the previous projection. But if you look out on the horizon, if the pandemic never occurred, we would have been projecting 9.6 billion of revenue in 26, and now we're projecting 7.9. So roughly a billion seven. I think with the rounding, it's actually closer to $1.8 billion of lost revenue out in the horizon. So let's look at the next chart. This shows just the cumulative impact of each one of those lost revenues in each year over the 5-year period. So if you add all the big change and what's the big change, financial changes between the July financial plan and the February financial plan, the biggest driver is all the way on the left. The fare and toll revenue is projected now to be about $4 billion lower on a cumulative basis from 2022 through 2026. The other negatives, again, remember, if it's a cost, higher costs are negative. If it's revenue, less revenue is negative. So We have higher expenses, mainly fuel and power, that versus in the July plan versus February. Slightly higher debt service due to higher interest rates, some other adjustments. We do have a substantial surplus when we close the books on 21 that we can now incorporate, related mainly to a much lower expense run. A lot of that Omicron things kind of shut down, and we had as we always do, we carry over general reserve fund balances, which are like the contingencies that we can then release. And then federal aid and dedicated taxes are up. We had additional, as I mentioned, the federal COVID relief. Some of our real estate taxes have been a little bit higher. Most of that's the federal relief, for a net impact over the period of about $2.7 billion. So a couple of the big positives are offsetting what otherwise would be even bigger negatives. But let's take a look on what that means on an annual basis. Sure.
On the left column, lower projected fare and toll, since you've a few minutes ago said the bridges and tolls has returned to virtually 100%. Basically, that's lost fares on the...
Yeah, actually, the toll revenue is a little bit higher. The fare revenue is actually a little bit bigger than the $3.9 billion.
Yes, thank you.
I want to keep the questions until he's done.
And I can
so
flip
let's
back
just-
to slides if people have questions at the end. No problem. So what this chart shows is where the underlying deficits were in the February plan. Now, it's important to note, this is before we use federal aid to offset these deficits. So if you look at these, where we were in February, we had 2 years of actual deficits in 2020 and 21 of about $3.5 billion. They were offset with federal COVID aid. And then we had projected deficits 22 through 26 in February. Again, we were going to have enough, we calculated enough federal aid to cover those deficits through 2025. But importantly, now here's what the chart looks like when you add in the growth in the deficits due to the lower ridership. So, and where you'll see for 22 through 26, the deficits, again, before we can use before we apply federal aid, roughly $2.5 to $2.6 billion a year of underlying deficits based on the new McKinsey midpoint. Now, the other important calculation mentioned is, well, how long is the federal aid gonna last? And so what this graph shows is that we're calculating that the federal aid is sufficient to cover the deficits through 2024, not 2025. Again, it's actually more federal aid, remember. But when you have bigger deficits, you spend the federal aid quicker, which means you run out quicker. So we're basically out of federal aid by 2024, which is a year earlier. There's a little bit of a balance left over of $300 million that we could apply to 25 and 26. But the bottom line is our fiscal cliff is now in excess of $2.5 billion and is a year earlier than where just we were in February. So I want to talk a little bit about, these are all forecasts based on a lot of assumptions. I want to lay out the assumptions and talk a little about the risks, just to put in context, because the deficits could grow larger and obviously important. And not only can they go larger, when you think we just barely have enough money to cover us through 2024, any of these risks playing out would then also make our problem move into 24 rather than be 25. So the revenue forecast is certainly a risk. We've had to bring down the forecast significantly between the previous forecast and what we're using now. If we end up tracking the low case, which just is that more modest return of ridership, costs us $350 million a year in additional lost revenue. Dedicated taxes, is clearly a risk to the plan. Due to a slower economy or recession, as everybody knows, the Fed, in terms of fighting inflation, is pushing hard to slow the economy. And just to put it in context, if you think about all our economically sensitive taxes, between the real estate taxes, the corporate profits taxes, payroll taxes, sales taxes, it's easy, $500 million to a billion could easily be the movement in those taxes. Inflation is a risk in the budget. We've got built in the higher energy costs. But, if you look at, the economists are really forecasting that the Fed's going to win the fight and push inflation back down into the 2 to 2.5% level. If they don't, that certainly will cost us in terms of bleeding into additional expenses. And then the last two assumptions we have are, labor settlements and the fare and toll increase, where we've used, again, our standard assumptions of 2% on labor negotiations after the TWU, as everyone knows, comes up next May. And tied to that, we've assumed the same 4% biennial or 2% per year toll increases. And we've kind of laid out, quantified what the cost is for every 1% on labor. It's about $100 million. And then clearly, any deferral of the fare and toll increase out in 2025, that's $500 million a year just to keep, if that got deferred, that's the additional add to the deficit that would occur. Clearly our biggest risk is, and we're going to talk in a second, getting the additional revenues we need to deal with the fiscal cliff. These are risks in addition that would grow the deficits, not risks to solving the issue we have with the deficit. So I want to put out one thing to think about is where we can go from here. As Neil mentioned, I came in February as CFO, and I really wanted to take a fresh look at the financial challenges facing the MTA. What is the responsible way to attack the problem? As you see in this chart, I've extended the analysis to 2028 to look for more than just a short-term solution, but think, beyond the edge of the page. The punchline is, if we work together and start solving the deficit in 2023, we can lower the fiscal cliff by $1 billion a year. On the left, the current assumptions is spend all the federal aid early, delay taking any action, bond out the deficit financing. The result is a fiscal cliff that we talked about of $2.5 to $2.7 billion per year. This is not the responsible way to go. This is, in essence, just kicking the can. Particularly in light of now we have a new forecast that shows how entrenched the assumptions are on our ridership recovery. So what are we waiting for? The new normal is here. On the right, take the responsible course. Use the federal aid to not just buy time, but to lower the cost structure over the medium term. Tackle our debt service cost with some of the money. Spread out the benefit. do not do the deficit financing. Again, the deficit financing doesn't solve the deficit. It just delays how long until you deal with the deficit. Attack the problem sooner rather than later, which means solutions starting in 2023. As you'll note here on the right, what that means is finding additional revenue of almost $800 million in 2023, and then $1.6 billion a year from 24 on out. The benefit of these actions collectively, which can only be done by acting early, is to lower the fiscal cliff by $1 billion. So given what we know now, in my opinion, this is the only responsible approach to best fund and deliver transit to the region. So the key takeaways, the fiscal cliff is moved up. It's earlier, from 26 to 25. Deficits, if we don't do anything, projected to be $2.5 billion a year. We will work on our side on operating efficiencies, which we've done, for many years, to keep putting them in place to lower costs. A lot of that may be consumed just in managing the risks that we have that we laid out with inflation, so forth and so on. But again, the fiscal cliff can be reduced by up to $1 billion a year by using the federal COVID relief funds in a smarter, more sustainable way, avoiding a costly deficit financing to just delay the problem. But all that is going to take action in early 2023. And the new dedicated funding is necessary to avoid what we all want to avoid, which only cuts against what we're trying to do: large fare increases, service cuts, and layoffs.
Just for myself, I'm sure I'm speaking for others, say that was very crisp, very thoughtful, and stark. So here's what we'll do. Let's just do 20 minutes. So we've got a bit of an agenda. I'm going to suggest, not require, but suggest that people ask questions about clarification as opposed to opinion at this point. We can use Wednesday for opinion, I think, given it may take a little time to digest a bit of this. But obviously you can say what you want or ask what you want, but let's focus on questions of clarification, if you wouldn't mind. David, please.
Have you calculated, because elected officials seem to be very adverse to doing anything about congestion pricing, whether the dates you've indicated might shift out further?
Well, I guess important points about congestion pricing. Again, remember, congestion pricing is dedicated to the capital program. So it doesn't directly flow into the operating budget.
The debt service, however, will increase.
Right. So exactly. So to answer your question, we haven't calculated it, but a key important element to the 20 to 24 capital program is that any MTA bonds, and the MTA bonds which we've reduced in the amendment, are issued, are the last funding source of the capital program, out in 27, 28, 29. So to keep that as a practical assumption, and to keep the commitments to, all the state of good repair that's going on, which is critical. One way to lose ridership is to not have reliability. But what's critical to that is to be able to have all the funding before we have to issue the MTA bonds. If we have to issue them earlier, $10 billion of MTA bonds is $500 million a year of interest. You can see what that would add to. Fortunately, the state and the city have stepped up with their $3 billion commitments, and we're well on the way. The federal money, we've gotten more through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act. We're getting revenues, both state and city sales tax and the mansion tax flowing into the capital lockbox. But if we don't get congestion pricing, we're going to have two bad decisions. Do we continue to commit to do what we need to do on capital and make the problem worse on the operating budget, or do we defer important projects that we've decided to take on?
So when McKinsey, thank you, Kevin, by the way, it was very crisp and very detailed. When McKinsey redid their calculations in February, they just calculated, I guess, this Omicron variant, right? They didn't calculate another, God forbid, another variant coming into the.
Right. So I'm flipping back. Yes. So the McKinsey projection now is not, yes, it's not based on more views of
Another.
variants coming in and shutting things down and so forth. It, clearly when you look at the, I'll call it the consumer sentiment bucket, right, which is the, 15% of riders saying for one reason or anher, they're not taking it. A lot of it may be driven because they can work from home or whatever. My view is the more subvariants we have and the less effective, that just slows how much we just, get recovery from that. But yes, to
But
answer your
did McKinsey, and I'm sorry that if I'm not getting this, did McKinsey say that by 2026 people would be back in the office, or do they assume that you're still going to have people?
Good question. So the high case scenario, the optimistic McKinsey scenario in 26 says that on average, people will still choose to work from home 2 days per week for the sectors that can work from home.
Okay.
And their low case assumption is that people will work from home 3 days a week rather than 2. Now, the difference between the low and the high is not all work from home. It's it's all those factors getting better. To get from the low case to the high case, you not only need to have people just work from home 2 days a week, you need to have people feel safer about the city and the system. You need to have a recovery of retail of a certain amount, again, which is all tied together. You need a growth in the economy, both in terms of recovery of jobs in the region. You need, population growth, inflows overpowering, outmigration. So it's all those factors in together.
Can I offer one clarification? I would say that based on your briefings and McKinsey, that they would say that the range on all these variables between low and high is not extreme. That they portray both the low and the high as realistic cases. So you're not talking about huge swings in their portrayal, not huge swings. Just as we're talking about 2 days versus 3 days in work from home, they're similar. They portray it as the range of a moderate range in every variable. So they were at pains to emphasize that these are both realistic scenarios, both the low and the high. They're not, quote unquote, optimistic or pessimistic. They're both realistic scenarios, although a little different.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good point. Again, a little bit hard to model, but I don't think they've assigned a higher probability to one outcome versus another. Just as you said, kind of two potential outcomes based on different trends and all the factors.
But they forecasted the new norm, which is the And then one last question, and Neil, tell me if I should. So you say taking action early. What does that mean?
Well, to take action early means we need new revenue starting in '23. Okay, so like anything, like any problem, the earlier you address it, the lower the problem. If you look at this, our financial structure, by being able to take that federal relief money and apply it in a smarter way to reduce things like our debt service over that kind of somewhat extended period, okay, the only way you can do that is if you're not spending it as fast as possible, and the only way you can not spend it as fast as possible is if you have other resources to supplement, the lost ridership.
Okay, Robert, anyone, I just want to say, other hands, anyone else want to ask? All right, so we'll just Robert, then Norman.
Hi, Chair, it's Midori. I'd love to ask a question and be in the lineup.
Okay, Midori, Thank you, Midori. All right, Robert, then Norman, then Midori. Go ahead.
Just on the ridership estimate, I mean, you mentioned the Omicron variant. Right. I'm not convinced that any of this has anything to do with any variants anymore because people are continuing with their lives in every other aspect, including plane travel and everywhere else.
Correct.
So I don't think it's a COVID issue, right? So if we're looking at a reduction in ridership of 40%, which is where we are right now, right? We have less riders than 40%. So the issue that we have to deal with, in addition to the revenue problem, is the underlying revenue problem is the result of us having 40% less customers.
Correct.
So we want to operate a system the way we currently operating a system, even though we are serving 40% less people, in theory, right? So you present it as there's a revenue aspect to this. And on the revenue aspect, part of that is people who pay fares and people who don't. Prior to COVID, we discussed fare evasion because it was a growing problem before COVID. Anecdotally, I've heard that it's gone worse, not better. And we talked about coming up with new estimates. So what are the estimates? Because that's the big revenue stream. You showed $1 billion loss in fare box revenue. I don't know what the estimates are presently for how much we're losing through fare evasion or what we're doing about it. If we're losing that much for fare evasion and we're talking about revenues, we need to first capture the people that we've made a decision that fares cost X, it costs X to ride, but if we're not enforcing that fares, then we're just supplanting that and finding other revenues really to support fare evaders. So there are multiple facets to this challenge. One is also, how are we getting riders back? Right, this suggests that this is what it is. And if this is what it is, then we're not getting riders back. We're just saying we're going to operate an MTA with 80% of what it was, 70% of what it was, 60% of what it was, or whatever that is. We need a plan to say, how are we going to bring riders back or not? And we're saying, then we'll just, so that we're talking here about the revenue part of it. But part of this is as a business, right? We're serving customers, we want customers, or we're going to say it's a new MTA. We have a massive capital plan that's supported through congestion pricing, which was designed around, as I recall, vast projections of increased ridership in the MTA, capacity increases that we needed to support overcrowding, right? This presentation caused us to look at all of these things and understand, like, where are we actually going? So we have a short-term issue here, and you're presented as moves the deficit from 2025 to 2024. But there are many more issues that we kind of have to address besides just, are we getting new revenues into the system? Is it a different system? How are we going to deal with fare evasion? Maybe there's time to make new investments in new technologies in order to avoid that happening. We hadn't wanted to do that before. Maybe it's time. So I think this opens the door for a much broader discussion on how are we going to deal with bringing our customer base back, and if we're not, right, then we're just dealing with a different system, and a lot of the assumptions that a lot of the decisions that we made over, the past few years, right, have to be revisited, all of them.
Yeah, please.
So Robert's raised a lot of good questions, but so before we go on, if I can make just quick responses to a couple of them. One, how are we getting riders back? One, we had a system of discounts that we're going to continue to grow, which is meant to attract riders back. But the key is dealing with what riders are concerned about, at least what they tell us. It starts with dealing with what riders tell us they're concerned about, which is safety. And dealing with that is what more than 50% of our riders say is the principal issue. They have both lapsed riders, even more so than current riders, is issues of safety and concern. It comes in it's articulated in different ways mostly about people behaving erratically. The mental health population has found its way into the public space. So that's what our riders are telling us they are concerned about on the subway, which right now has the most dramatic reductions in ridership. Interestingly, the commuter railroads have actually surpassed the subway in terms of their ridership relative to pre-COVID. So service, reliability, safety. to your point about the capital program it did have elements that went to capacity, but as we just heard in the prior CPC meeting, capital program meeting, the element of the capital program that went principally to capacity, which is CBTC, the resignaling program, has been adjusted to focus even more on the oldest elements of the system to give more reliability, especially to historically disadvantaged communities, people who ride the A, the D, the B, and the F from communities, as I say, historically disadvantaged communities tend to be black and brown communities. So we have shifted our capital program, a big piece of our capital program, to make sure, honestly, Robert, that we are not just focusing on growing capacity, but we are really dealing with chronic problems of reliability that especially go to areas that have historically had some less than ideal service. But there are elements, but our capital program, to a great extent, you hear it again and again, is focused on zero emissions buses. That's not a capacity issue. It's focused on ADA accessibility, which I think in the long run is going to be a huge, strong point for us when we're trying to attract riders, because people with mobility issues and parents with strollers and our older neighbors are going to be more inclined to ride. But ADA is not per se a capacity. So the capital program, I would say, and then of course the 80% of the capital program that is state of good repair, right? So to your point, which is a good one, about whether our capital program is disproportionately focused on capacity, I would say at this point that is probably not the case. It is very much state of good repair plus some of these other key investments. But finally, to your point about fare evasion, I've been very upfront about this. Fare evasion has grown. All of our indications are they're not. The science of evaluating fare evasion ain't perfect, but we have seen our supporters in the NYPD, which polices the subways for us, has done more fare evasion enforcement. They are not doing more arrests. They are doing more enforcement where they deter people, and they're giving out tab summonses. But the other initiative, and I'm looking at David Jones because he's a leader in it, is we're trying to figure out a system where we can do more fare evasion deterrence, but without getting into the problems of criminalizing young people or people who make a first-time mistake. So that is the panel that I appointed, which is directly going at trying to come up with a fare evasion enforcement model, which will reduce the scale of fare evasion, but do it in a way that doesn't have these negative social consequences that Board Member Jones has been talking about. So those are the three issues you raised.
All right, let's do. Yeah, but we got to be. I'm trying to get one at a time. Only one per. We only have a limited amount of time. Robert, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to. I'm not suggesting that we revisit like the capital plan, but we should revisit any assumptions that we made with regard to capacity or that were based on long-term trends on ridership, which seems, if we're basing things on the McKinsey analysis, have changed, right? So we just go back and look, are there assumptions that we made based on ridership and growth, right? We should be relooking at those. On the issue of bringing our customers back, right? The consumer sentiment survey that was discussed today, right? To your point, right? If those are the reasons that people aren't coming back, right? They're not COVID related anymore. They're based on these things, and we need to come up with a plan to address those things. I know we have started, right? But people haven't responded to them. And then things like the free credits that we did or the discounts. I'd like to see if have those like any business, right? You do a discount, you give the coupons. Have they resulted in what you want, or did we just give discounts and we're getting the same ridership or even less? So are they working? That's something that we need to do. So on all of these things, we just need to see, are we doing the right things? Are we making changes? And are they resulting in the impacts that we want with regards to our customer base?
Okay, Norman and then Midori. I think the point is very clear on what Robert's saying. New world, new cost structure, I think is what he's saying. Norman.
Well, I think he was also saying new revenue structure you don't know where the money's coming from, you don't know where you're going to fall in this chart, the top or the bottom, all on that side. What I'd like to know is how do the projections fit in on the other array of MTA revenues that come into our reservoir of financing? How's the projections for mortgage recording tax. It seems to me the mortgage recording tax has probably done pretty well in this period. Urban tax, all those, payroll mobility tax, Uber tax, we have a whole alphabet of other sources. And we seem to not be discussing that because in the end of the day, while I agree with almost everything Robert said here, it is sort of a dilemma we have when it comes to what are you going to do about the fare box not providing that much support. And if the result is cut service, then you're going to end up driving more people out of the system. Because when you go down there, when you go down to the subway in the middle of the night and it says 18 minutes here, you start to look at everybody else on the platform and wonder if you're going to make it back to Brooklyn. And so it is a new world here. It's a new world as far as demand goes for our product. But it's also a new world for these revenue streams. Are we going to get more from the payroll mobility tax? I mean, obviously, I don't have any answers to these, but I feel that should have the same sort of projections of this is what we could get on the top, this is what we could get on the bottom.
Midori, go ahead, and then John.
Hi, thanks everyone. Sorry, I'm just on video today, but so we've been talking a little bit about this McKinsey report, and I know that this, Kevin, reflects a refinement of that report. I think the board will really benefit from more details regarding the new refinement of the forecast, especially as, we talk about kind of a new normal. There's definitely going to be a difference in what's happening with commuter railroads, buses, and transit systems. So we should get a sense of that, those kind of trends. If we're baking so much of our forecast based on ridership, which is based on a refinement of a McKinsey report, I think we just need the details. And that would just also help us inform our future thinking as well. I feel like it's a little bit difficult for the board to weigh in with some of those details. So that's my request. And, I hear people already talking about service, and Robert, I appreciate what you said about, really looking at this because as a business, if we're catering to less ridership, what does it mean? But we also know, and I think the chair has pointed out in prior occasions, that the system right now is just so heavily relied on by those who need it most. So, that's really important too, that what does it mean if ridership decreases, but the remaining ridership are the people, who are so critical to running New York City and the New York region. So I think we just have to keep that in mind. And then just thinking about what are the ways that even from things related to security and policing, what are the ways that we are going to measure return on investment? Because it sounds like we're going into a phase, not like it wasn't before, but we're going into a phase where every dollar really counts. And so we really have to understand what the metrics are and how we're going to define success for that investment of the dollar. And so if that looks like reduced crime statistics, I'm not sure what that looks like, but just a further refinement on the security and safety endeavors that the MTA is taking. I'm not talking about NYPD, I'm talking about MTA. What are those return on investment metrics that we're looking at? So those I think are like the three things I want to highlight, and the McKinsey report, any refinement of details on that would be super helpful.
Yeah. We will be publishing the McKinsey reports, obviously be available to everybody, including the public, on Wednesday. And of course, happy to, as board members read it and absorb it to answer any questions that anybody has. Again, it's a lot of factors. We can't apply false precision to each one of the factors because there's a lot of interrelationships. People responding to surveys is kind of our best data. And to Robert's point is there's things that in those factors, there's things we have, we can put effort towards, whether it's fare evasion, whether it's the consumer sentiment, feeling safety, and so forth. And as I mentioned, to get from the low case to the high case, or even anywhere in between, requires improvements on all the factors. So it can't be that we sit back and just let's hope that people come back to work one extra day a week. We actually, that'll be extremely disappointing in its results in terms of revenue if we don't make progress on fare evasion, we don't make progress on people feeling safe in the system and attacking all the issues that are keeping people away. It's not, it's got to be an active effort.
Okay, John, you're next.
Yeah, so just an observation, a couple observations and a question. The congestion pricing was referenced, and you spoke about that as being capital money, but the one thing that it does do is gives the MTA the ability not to take money from the fare box and pump it into capital. So I don't know what the budget line right now is that you have on pay-go capital, but I've had this debate at this board several times before about pay-go capital. It's operating money, and you put it into capital projects. So congestion pricing comes, we're flush with capital money. There's no more reason to have a pay-go. Sorry about that. There's no more reason to have a pay-go capital budget line, and it's been in the hundreds of millions of dollars, especially when we go into a contract negotiation. All of a sudden, all kinds of money is going out of the fare box into the capital plan, and that's the truth. And the second piece of that, congestion pricing's coming. We're going to find ourselves in a situation where the system nearly collapsed in 2016 because we were flush with capital money and had no operating money. And it would probably be a fairly simple act by New York State government to allow us to flex congestion pricing money into the operating budget, at least to get us through this crisis. And I think that's a logical step to take. It may not be a step that you all want to take, because you may be thinking that you're going to have to settle contracts that you don't want to settle because you'll have operating money all of a sudden. But it's a logical step. And the money is way more important to be on the operating budget side right now than it is on the capital side, or it will be then. And just the last thing is a question. You spoke about the federal stimulus money. How much of what you're talking about is American Rescue Plan money? Do you know?
Sure. The American Rescue Plan money is approximately $7 billion of the 15.1 in net.
Right. Okay. So there's, as you would know, there's extreme limitations on what you can use the American Rescue Plan money for, and it doesn't. The information that you put up there doesn't delineate how much American Rescue Plan money is being used for what. And I'd like to see that. I don't
Sure.
know. Yeah.
The American Rescue Plan money is all driven to close the deficits in the operating budget, irrespective of which line item we apply in the operating budget. So none of it's going to capital in either scenario I laid out. So.
All right, but there is
I
still
think
American Rescue Plan money left then.
Yeah, yes, under the fast spend approach, we would be out of it at the end of '24, and out of the, what I call the responsible, bring down the longer cost structure, we, spread it out a few more years, but none of it's going to capital. It's all going to close, basically to help close the deficit created by the loss of ridership, whether it's the loss of ridership this year, next year, or over the next several years.
And do you know how much? Do you know how much pay-go capital is projected in those out years, in from now into the out years that were put up on the screen?
I'll have to get back to you on the exact amount, but we have reduced the pay-go capital, and just to point to that, the pay-go capital also, at the end of the day, reduces how many bonds we issue. So, which, when we issue bonds, that comes out of the operating budget. So I understand your point.
Yeah, it is.
There's a timing issue, so I respect your point.
And just one last thing, I just looked it up on my phone, my trusty phone, because I wasn't sure. I looked at all the various committees. Perhaps it's time for the MTA to have a political and legislative committee to begin to affect positive legislation that will drive us forward. It's stuff that we've been doing in Washington without kind of any structure. I was doing it with Pat, and to some extent I'm doing it with Jano as well. And I'm sure you're aware, and Jano is certainly aware, that so much of the federal stimulus money that you're talking about was trade union driven. It wouldn't, in fact, that money wouldn't even be on the screen if it wasn't for the trade unions. advocating for it in Washington, D.C., and we continue to do it.
Can I defer
And
that topic to the governance committee, please? That's okay? All right.
I'm just making a point.
And it's a good one. Other comments or questions? I'll take one more. Anyone else? Going once? Going twice? Okay, so we're short on time. Pat, would you mind? Do we need to cover this? Do you feel like we have to cover this?
Finance Watch,
there
no,
any new
I
besides
think,
what's in the
the
book?
board received Marcia's email. There's
Correct.
a lot of good detail in there about our inaugural issuance of city sales tax bonds, so that was
You do
really
a wonderful job, but maybe this month, given the time-pressing
Okay.
nature, I'm going to skip over you. And then, Mark, the same on the information items.
They're
I think we're just-
standard.
Yeah, they're pretty standard. So let's just go right to Frederica. Frederica, we mind coming up, and we're going to do real estate first and cover the transit wireless piece that was mentioned last week. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm here to request your approval to expand our partnership with Transit Wireless. It's a great opportunity to make our customers' trip better, to bring private investment into the system, and to generate revenue. The cell service that we enjoy in the subway stations today comes to us via the TW installed and operated network. It was no small feat to figure out how to get all of that equipment and make it work in our old system, but they figured it out, and it works well for our customers, and it generates revenues for the MTA. Over the course of the multi-year build, the MTA also turned to Transit Wireless to meet our evolving technology needs. We leverage both the construction and the infrastructure itself at a competitive price to support things like help points and beacon countdown clocks, and we do make annual payments to Transit Wireless for these services. As ambitious as that project was when the partnership started, it needs to be improved. People today, they want to be able to send emails or texts or look at their news feed or do whatever through their entire trip and not have their connection phase in and out as they're going through the tunnels from one station to another. And Transit Wireless is uniquely positioned to support an expansion given its infrastructure. And I'm pleased to say, that the current Transit Wireless leadership has stepped up to a deal that provides more for our customers and is good for the MTA. For our customers, we'll have cell service in all the tunnels. Obviously, this is a tremendous benefit. And Transit Wireless will extend the Wi-Fi so that all of our stations, including Staten Island, will have Wi-Fi. And using the above-ground infrastructure, there are opportunities to enhance cell service coverage in above-ground stations as the carriers need to extend their cell services to those areas. For MTA operations, we'll get better access to fiber optic cable and Wi-Fi, which are foundational equipment and service for so many technology projects. Finally, our existing payments for services that I mentioned before will be phased out, and there will also be new revenue streams. So creating all this new service will require about over $600 million in private capital investment. It's a massive undertaking. To get cell service to every subway track between every station, a couple hundred miles of tunnel will be fitted out with fiber and cable antenna. It's going to take time. To get this done, we will have to carefully coordinate this tunnel work with the rest of our essential and ambitious state of good repair capital program. Fortunately, Transit Wireless is able to leverage its existing infrastructure to make this expansion easier, faster, and less expensive. They have a sprawling infrastructure with fiber that goes into every station, subway station, and ties back into data centers that are spread out throughout the city. This equipment would be essential for the tunnel service, and so it doesn't make sense to duplicate it. Our commercial terms incorporate what we've learned from our other private sector partnerships. First, the MTA gets operational benefits like access to fiber. These are baked into the economics of the deal. Second, MTA and Transit Wireless incentives are aligned throughout the project. So revenue growth and revenue share occur as the project is completed. And so we're both aligned to get it done as fast as possible and at the lowest cost. Because of the size of the investment, the term is long, up to 10-year build period with 20 years of operations. It makes sense to also extend our existing station agreement and the standalone Canarsie agreement to be coterminous with that, so the entire project, which really operates as an integrated infrastructure, expires at the same time. We're also asking for 2 5-year options at the end that will, be available to us if the project still makes beneficial economic sense for the MTA. We can recommend these terms because we've analyzed these from multiple different angles. We've tested the market with 2 previous RFPs. We've compared it against industry returns and other transit agency projects. So in total, this project adds up to well over $1 billion in benefits to the MTA and its customers over the life of the contract. So private capital investment of over $600 million, benefiting riders and MTA operations at no cost to the MTA. Our operating expenses are reduced through those declining payments that we make to Transit Wireless. We also get a minimum annual compensation guarantee that increases as the build is completed, and then we estimate that at about $200 million. And with the extension of the existing agreements at the back end, we get additional guaranteed revenue that's beyond 2038. And finally, which is hard to quantify, the support for operations through access to fiber and Wi-Fi. So in sum, this is the action that we're asking you to approve. Approval of the commercial terms that are in the staff summary, the extension of station and Canarsie agreement to be coterminous. And, we think this is a great project for our customers and for the MTA. I'm here to take any questions or comments that you may have.
Questions?
I have a question.
Please.
Federica, first of all, congratulations. I know you worked really hard on this, and you've done great work. The revenue sharing number, is that the $200 million, or is it additional?
So the $200 million is sort of our minimum, our sort of estimates of the minimum. So that minimum sort of increases as each tunnel segment is built out. Mm-hmm. So that's sort of, but once it's fully built, it's sort of kind of a run rate of about $5 million a year, escalated, inflated, So over the life of the 30 years, that's about $200 million. If there's revenue share, that comes in on top.
Okay.
And we do, the revenue share increases over time from 20% to 40%, and we also have some windfall protection. If the project is wildly successful, we'll get more money.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions? Can I get a motion? Second?
Second.
Any comments, questions? It's a great project, Rodrigo. Thank you. Looking forward to seeing that. And thankfully, we're not paying $1 of capital. That's great. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. All right, David, on to you for the rest of the real estate items, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real estate has 5 additional action items for consideration. There are 3 for the MTA. The first is the adoption of a policy to license property in support of first mile, last mile activities at passenger stations. The second is a policy governing the MTA entering into license transactions for non-revenue generating use as an MTA agency property. The third is a license with Northwell Healthcare for the installation of MTA PD radio antennas in Manhattan and Staten Island. The last 3 are all with New York City Transit, and they include a short-term license agreement with a prospective tenant for parking at 885th and 38th, and the 5th is a short-term access agreement for MTA C&D subgrade vault work at 300 West 14th, the last being the Transit Wireless piece. There are additional 3 information items. I note there was a typo on the Poughkeepsie information item. The permittee should read Bike New York, not the Dia Foundation, and that correction will be made for the agenda. Happy to answer any questions regarding the foregoing.
Are there any questions? I think we had a presentation, first mile, last mile, in the Joint Railroad Committee, and that's another good local program that I hope a lot of municipalities take advantage of. Motion?
So moved.
So moved. Second?
Second.
Comments, questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carry. Okay. Kavesh, you and your mellifluous voice. Let's get through this thing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are 10 items for MTA headquarters for Finance Committee approval this month, totaling $127.3 million. These items are found in the Finance Committee book on pages 32 to 52. The first item will be presented by Lizette Camilo, the MTA's Chief Administrative Officer, Lizette.
Thank you, Kavesh. And I'm sorry I'm not going to be as, sounding as lovely as Kavesh is. But the first item for procurement is a modification for additional funding to the all-agency timekeeping system contract with Kronos Inc. to provide 1 year of software licensing and support, continued maintenance of hardware, firmware upgrades, and professional services. The funding necessary for these critical timekeeping services totals $8,770,992. This will cover services through and including August 30th, 2023. So since the ransomware attack on Kronos in December, the MTA has been working diligently on multiple tracks to, one, secure that our systems are hardened against further impact of this attack, and two, to ensure that all of our employees get paid full any amounts owed during the outage as quickly as possible. While any delay in payment is something that we take very seriously, so far no one has missed a single paycheck, and the overwhelming majority of the employees were minimally affected, if at all. And specifically, so far we found that between 90 and 95% of employees were paid within $150 of what they should have gotten paid. Our timekeeping employees are working as quickly as possible to correct any under and overpayments, but we engaged a consultant, Guidehouse, to help us find any efficiencies in our process. Guidehouse determined that we're doing everything that we can do to work as expeditiously as possible. This work is manual in nature, and the complexity of our work rules make this a complicated effort, but we've done everything we can do to expedite it. Now, related to the procurement action before you, we also engaged Guidehouse to assess the marketplace to determine if there are alternative timekeeping systems that would meet our needs for us to change vendors. And they found that though there are other systems available, they didn't provide functionality that was vastly superior to Kronos. And given the complexity of our payroll and work rules, we would have to invest in programming a new software platform, which would take significant amount of time and money to do so. So the bottom line is that they did not recommend that we change the Kronos software platform due to those reasons. However, Guidehouse did find that the implementation work that UKG, the company that owns Kronos, did for the MTA did not meet our expectations. They also confirmed that there are other vendors in the market with the ability to perform these services, which we will explore. The majority of the funds we seek for approval today are for licensing fees for $5.7 million, clock support, new hardware, and professional services. I will note that we are requesting spending authority for approximately $8.8 million in this contract modification, but the legal team is working on obtaining additional financial concessions from UKG. And I'll turn it back to Kavesh.
Chair, any questions or comments on that? I submit that item for approval.
Okay. Any questions on Kronos? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Keep going, Kavesh.
Thank you. Chair, the next item is the award of a 6-year contract to Giro Incorporated to upgrade the existing Hastes scheduling system to the latest 2022 version for subways and bus operations in the amount of $7,922,713. This system provides route definition, network mapping, vehicle movements, timetable, timetables, crew assignments, rostering, and crew optimization, all being critical for on-time performance for New York City Transit. The next item is a modification to extend an all-agency contract with Sprague operating resources in the amount of $61.5 million for a period of 4 months to continue to supply and deliver bulk gasoline, diesel, heating fuels, and related services for MTA's operating agencies, while a consolidated RFP for all agencies and all fuels is completed. The next is a modification to the WSP USA Inc. contract for transportation planning and research services, adding an amount not to exceed $8.725 million to cover services to complete the environmental submittal for the Central Business District Tolling Program environmental review. I submit these items for your approval.
Okay, any questions for those three? Have a motion, please? Second? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Aye, opposed, abstentions? Thank you, motion passes. Keep going, Kavesh.
Thank you, sir. Next is a modification to add funding in the not-to-exceed amount of $2,707,707 to the miscellaneous services contract with KD Analytical for the design, delivery, installation, and initial maintenance service agreements for the expansion of the MTA's Protect Chemical Detection System in the Grand Central Madison at Grand Central Terminal and Moynihan Train Hall adjacent to Penn Station. The next item is a modification to extend the current contract with Quality and Assurance Technology Corporation to continue to furnish and deliver Dell PCs, laptops, and related accessories to the MTA on an as-needed basis for a 3-year period in the amount of $20,230,000. And next is an award of a personal services contract in the amount of $1.56 million to Oliver Wyman Actuarial Consulting Services for actuarial and risk management consulting services in connection with the self-insured program for the MTA agencies insured through the First Mutual Transportation Assurance Company. Chair, there was a question on the Q&A Technology Corp on the pricing. Are you comfortable with that?
Can you give us a little bit more? We spent a little time last time talking about the MTA's pricing, which did not seem extraordinarily favorable given our buying power. So maybe you can just give us a little bit more on that one.
Okay. Can you put that presentation up, please? So, Chair, and Commissioners, as you can see, what we have is, for desktops, we have a specific requirement that the MTA has in procuring desktops. Firstly, the Dell lists a catalog price of $2,600. The Dell.com pricing on a similar apples-for-apples desktop is, if you had to go onto the internet, you would pay $1,674, and the MTA gets a pricing of $1,075. That also excludes services that we have negotiated that would be free, that are provided by the service provider with regard to asset tagging, asset reporting, and also connected configuration imaging. And also in the unlikely event, should we go through another remote work from home, we have the ability where this company would then also deliver to our employees who need it. So we have the desktop. We then have another desktop that we could particularly use, which is upgraded, a high-performance desktop, and the pricing on that, similar as you see, Dell catalog list price is $3,800. If you had to go to Dell.com, $2,428. The MTA gets it at a price of $1,565.
I think you are validating my grandmother's often concern caution to never pay retail. So I guess avoiding the left-hand column would be the smart move. Okay. All right. We've got your motion or your request. Can I have a motion to approve these three? Thank you. Second?
Second.
Any final questions? Yes, ma'am. Please, Lisa.
Yes. It
Yes.
includes all three.
Please, go ahead.
So I'm a big advocate for the minority business, and I see that on this summary, it says that they are not, excuse me, assigned 0% of the goal because they can't find anybody. Am I reading that correctly? Contract due to insufficient availability of minority women-owned businesses.
Yes, correct. That's what it says. So typically what happens with these professional services, it's actually difficult to subcontract where they have these actuarial consultants that they employ. So what we do is we look at also the diversity content with that particular firm, as opposed to a subcontract where then it would subcontract, but it would be difficult to find highly specialized actuarial subcontracting opportunities.
Okay, thank you.
I think what Lisa is suggesting is that whomever is the driver of said contract, they should go look harder because this period of term deserves some excess. And I don't think it's acceptable to say there's no one. It's a very fair point, Lisa. Thank you for saying that.
Thank you.
All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Okay,
Thank
motion
you.
passes.
Thank you, Chair. Next is a one-year renewal of a miscellaneous procurement contract for the MTA's existing Bentley Systems Asset Management Software as a Service cloud subscription, which provides for cloud hosting, software maintenance, and support in the not-to-exceed amount of $2,314,000. This is related to our enterprise asset management and is critical in terms of having the functionality with regard to our on-cloud subscription services. For the next item, an emergency declaration request was made by the MTA Chief Technology Officer for the ratification of a services contract awarded to Sky Power Solutions in the estimated amount of $5 million to provide engineering analysis at various MTA critical IT facilities throughout the New York Metro. The last item is a retroactive change order to add an additional $4 million to the contract with Goldman Sachs and Company, LLC, for financial advisory services in support of a public-private partnership procurement through the Rapid Station Accessibility Upgrade Program, allowing Goldman Sachs to perform the Phase 2 work. I ask for approval of these items.
Sorry, I'm talking to the former Goldman Sachs employee here.
Which I'm recused. Just that, since you're jokingly raising that,
Yeah.
this relationship with Goldman Sachs, which was in support of the P3, the public-private partnership on the stations project, long predates Kevin's employment.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I was just joking, we were just.
I submit these items for your approval.
All right, any questions on any of these three? Motion? Second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have some consolidated financial materials as we do. Those are on pages 63 to 115. Are any questions on the consolidated financials? Hearing none. All right, thank you very much for staying a little longer today. Appreciate the intense conversation and participation. Can I have a motion to adjourn, please? Second, thank you very much. All right, see you guys on Wednesday.